It is day 6 of the Salt Lake City Major, and today it is win or go home. Our first intra-regional matchup, EU versus EU, Falcons versus Virtus.Pro. When they played an EML kickoff, VP took the win. But with these two new rosters getting more familiar with each other each day, anything can happen. In our APL matchup between Enterprise Gaming and Weibo Gaming, a win for either team gets them a spot in the history books as a team from APL to make the main stage at a major. That hasn't happened for 3 years. And finally, to close out Phase 2, it is NA versus NA. Wildcard and the Hot and Cold Revenge Tour take on JJ Blast and Five Fears. It's the first major for 3 players on that roster, and they could very well make the main stage. It's make or break. It's do or die. It is their last chance to make the main stage.
Well, thank you very much, Jonah. And I have to say, there should be some banger games today. I mean, it's the final day of Swiss 2-2, and I hope we will see some excellent showings from every team involved. But of course, despite that, even if everybody shows up and puts in their best, we will be sending 3 teams home, and 3 teams will make the main stage. It just comes at a heavy price.
It really does. This is ultimate crunch time now here for the Salt Lake City Major. We are going to decide what the final 3 teams that we are going to be sending through into the live stage is going to be to join the teams that have already qualified over the course of the week, some of which they've been qualified for quite a while. Think about someone like FaZe. That has not been a name on the tip of my tongue for a long old time. This is going to be our Swiss bracket. And as you can see on the left-hand side, teams that have been sent home, teams that are now no longer. On the right-hand side, you can see the teams that have qualified. Both Twisted Minds and FaZe coming in on that highest possible seed on that 3 wins and 0 loss side of the bracket. Move 1 stage over to the left, and you can see the teams that came in on the 3 wins and 1 loss side. And of course, there we've got everyone's favorite G2, Dark Zero, and SR. So a fairly heavy NA contingent in that 3-1 bracket. Heavy
NA contingent, heavy EU contingent generally. But you know, one team that isn't present in that side of the bracket whatsoever aside from FaZe? Brazil and SAL generally having a massive fall off this event. Of course, on the other side, Furia and NIP going down both in pretty dramatic fashion. NIP in particular yesterday going down 7-2, 7-2. And they lost against our very first team in our first matchup of today. We've got Falcons versus Virtus.Pro coming up as the first best of 3. And then, as Jonah mentioned, Enterprise versus Weibo Gaming right after that. And to round off the intra-regional derby we've got on the final day, it is Five Fears versus Wildcard. And sure, domestic matchups, I think sometimes people can be a bit sad by, be a bit bothered by. But I have to say, each one of these games has a lot going for it.
It doesn't really matter as much as it usually does because we've not got a heavy stack of Brazil already waiting in the finals. We've already got 2 teams from Europe qualified. We've already got 2 teams from NA qualified. And with these matchups, you don't need to be a genius to figure out that there's going to be 3 guaranteed from each region inside of the finals. Of course, for APL, it's going to be a little bit different. And there's a hell of a lot riding on that Enterprise versus Weibo game. But we'll get to that in due course.
We'll get to that in due course because the first thing we have up, as we mentioned, is Falcons versus Virtus.Pro. 2 teams that, I mean, juggernauts, well-respected inside of Europe, but Virtus.Pro in particular, in a rematch of email yesterday, going down in a 3-map series to G2, and now will face Falcons, who they were able to deal with pretty handedly in the bracket the last time these 2 teams faced. Virtus.Pro taking the series 2-0, and Falcons, Ali, struggling a bit in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, Falcons not having the stage or not having the tournament that they will have been hoping for at the moment, and Virtus.Pro are going to be the team that are stood in their way at the minute. These guys have really impressed me. I think that they came out of Europe second. There was quite a lot of high expectation on them. We're still seeing it develop. We're still seeing them go through the motions a little bit. And I think that that's something that's going to continue as we move through today and, of course, into tomorrow should they qual.
I mean, and hopefully we can continue to see that development because one thing we've also noticed over the course of these games from Virtus.Pro is that they always seem to start out very well. They always seem to start off with a 2-round streak, a 4-round streak, go to the Weibo game. One of their more dominant victories throughout this tournament, 7-4, starting off with a 5-1 half, and then they seem to cool off a bit. Only 2 rounds of the 5 in the second half against Weibo, of course. For G2 yesterday, losing the next 2 maps. Virtus.Pro always seem to start off hot, but then their other team seems to get a little bit comfortable. And for the Vetoes, where these two teams start could prove to be very important because right at the beginning, Falcons pick, well, it's comfortable territory. Chalet coming out right out of the gate. Of course, Virtus.Pro following up with Fortress right after that. Ollie and I's 86th Fortress game of this whole tournament. But starting off with Chalet, Ollie, this one, I mean, for Falcons, you think about a lot of these players, Chalet feels like they're right at home.
Well, it does in some ways and it does in others. This, to me, almost feels like we're starting where we sort of finished, or we're finishing where we started, because Falcons' first game inside of Swiss, it was against Wildcard, and they lost 7-1 on this very map. So it's maybe a little bit of a revenge tour here for Falcons. Of course, it's a map that they've played a little bit more than just that once against Wildcard. And it's certainly a map that VP have played recently as well. They played it yesterday against G2 and struggled. So in terms of map preference, it looks okay for Falcons on Chalet. Fortress is where I really start to worry, because that has not been a great map for really either of these teams. VP have been a little bit better on Fortress, and then Lair as a decider. I mean, that is the that was the deciding game inside of EML kickoff to decide which seed these two teams would have been going in, and spoiler alert, it was VP that won it.
Yeah, it was VP that won, and VP winning quite a lot this past EML stage, so not a shocking sentence to say. But Chalet out the gate, it is kind of interesting that just based off how these two tournaments have went, both these teams, their most recent plays being losses on this map. Falcons, obviously, we don't need to talk as much about that wildcard game only because with only 8 rounds, with only so much material you can mine now 3-4 days later. But for Virtus.Pro as well, going against G2, it was a game in which they seemed to have a decent performance at the start, but then G2 very quickly running away with it, winning, I believe, 4 rounds in a row over the course of that map.
Yeah, I think that comes down to something that we've identified really on this Virtus.Pro roster, and it's there's maybe a bit of a lack of depth. We see a heck of a lot of want and need to play a lot of those shield operators. I'm sure it's going to be a big focus here in the ban phase from Falcons, but that's been something that we've identified really from VP.
Something we've identified is something that VP hopefully will rectify going into Chalet and the rest of this series, because predictability is not the main ingredient for success at any international tournament, and in particular, not in Salt Lake City. First map between Falcons and Virtus.Pro will be the former's pick of Chalet. And to your point about the operator ban phase, I think you and I, even if it ends up being shield bans, a lot more interested in what will go on than we normally are for these ban phases.
Yeah, absolutely. Falcons starting off on the attack, so it's going to be a little bit of time until we see what they want to dish out to VP when the sides, of course, switch. There's been quite a penchant for a lot of those information-based operators, and Grim has seen very high ban rate, no surprise, getting rid of the Azami as well, just removing some of that architect ability that we know there is so much of here on Chalet. I think Falcons, for me, they've had one of those uncharacteristic tournaments for them so far, because we're so used to seeing this team go all the way, and yeah, sure, they don't win, but they make it to the main stage.
They make second.
It doesn't, it doesn't really cause them too many problems. They don't always have the most difficult rides of things. Obviously, new look with the roster. Shaiko gone over to G2. Joom in as the replacement. Now, that isn't the sole reason. It's not that Joom isn't performing. Joom's doing fantastic. I think he's settled in brilliantly.
Yeah.
But we're still yet to see that finished product.
And I also think, when you think about Joom settling into Falcons, not only on a lot of maps, but this map in particular, when we think of on the former roster, let's play a game real quick. Take a wild guess, who was the main Deimos player?
Well, it's big shoes to fill, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. It was Shaiko mainly playing this operator, not only on a lot of maps, but this map in particular for Falcons. And we've not really seen Joom settle into that same role. LickyFac has kind of picked up the Deimos. It's gone to some other hands as well. But they've not tried to literally slot Joom into where Shaiko was before, because that's basically an impossible task. How could you possibly try to recreate that? So they've tried to pivot to something else, and one thing we've seen, not uncommon for Falcons either, a bit more of a move to Bride on this Monty.
I was going to say, Bride is the only player really for me that hasn't had to change too much with Shaiko leaving and Joom taking on those reins, because Bride's job is just Bride's job. There's no one really that can do it better, and there's no one else that's going to try and replace it. You're not going to ask them to do anything different. So it's no surprise to see Bride sticking to some old favourites there. But even, Solotov on the Snake, yes, we've seen Solotov in more of that flex role and flex position. But the Snake, that's such a powerful operator. That is where you are looking to try and gain that early information and that early entry. Speaking of entries, it's going to be Joom. Takes Dan down, really catching him off guard there. The Lion Scan is just going to root any of these VP players in place from making a successful trade onto that. Good information now being gathered as well as Pasha. He's just going to be playing it down on those library stairs. He's got a little bit of a link play going on with Rorik, but Rorik's tucked over in towards Stock, and this is where you see the true power of Snake.
This is where you see the true power of all the information that Falcons are bringing. EE1D, Dokkaebi Call, and Soliton Scanner all hitting at the exact same time, though that one doesn't actually involve any, or at least result in any kills for Falcons. Instead, it was still that early lurk play by Joom, and now a second one. Waiting inside a library for almost half the round at this point. He's crept down library stairs and is Rorik so understandably focused on Solotov. Forgot about the Dokkaebi's presence upstairs. Joom, quick play in with the Doke. An operator that we normally saw Yuzus, I think, mainly play on the previous iteration of the Falcons roster, and obviously changing hands, and Yuzus maybe suffering for it a bit, having a bit of a rough tournament in comparison to where he has been in the past.
Typically Mr. Consistent. There's still time for that consistency to show over the longer course of the tournament. Maybe a little bit bigger of a sample size for users at the moment. Long old C4 there. It is going to do a bit of damage over onto Brede, but he can pretty happily sit at the breach. He's actually going to vault himself in.
He's just going to hop in with the diffuser in hand, but Pasha, so worried about the office balcony doorway, ends up dying to an ADS from Brede. Huge double by Naquo, but Falcons have already swung right into the site. Sky is going for the flank, put to 1 HP in the process. Must-win fight against Yuzus around the corner. Mr. Consistence just got to win one, but Sky sees the angle first. Yuzus watching the other angle. And a classic Monty 1v1. Just go full shield, try to pull them back as much as you can. Both impacts expended by Skies, but Brede very worried about hitting that full shield. How he might be exposed. He even commits to a brief ADS. Only now, as he's walked out of the doorway. Moved into the traditional position. Of course, with the changes, you can't just walk back safe and sound like you could before. A lot more movement required. A lot more skill needed of Brede. But still, 8 seconds remaining. That is all he needs to last. Trying his best. Moving back and forth. Sky's only 1 second to go. And even if he got it, not enough time to counter defuse. Brede keeps him at bay and locks in the first for Falcons.
Brede just getting reps in for the final 7.5 seconds of that round, just practicing his craft, keeping players at bay, standing firm on Monty. A close round, coming down to a 1 versus 1. I think that VP did a really good job of recovery in that round. The plant, it had to happen, didn't it? There was no other way that they were going to be able to go around that. You can force the kill and try and make something work like that when you've got the Monty, particularly users with that F2, but it just wasn't the right play. Get that plant down and guarantee the round. Get that win condition locked on in. I tell you what, there's no one I'd rather have on a Monty than Brede in that sort of position.
No, I mean, and even if, like, let's say even you don't want Brede, what, like, is Vidaking really that much better? Is Canadian that much better? Like, we're all talking a clear top 3, top 4 in the world that Brede has, for years now, cemented himself as part of that upper echelon of Monty players inside of Rainbow Six. First round goes the way of Falcons. Might come at a 1v1, Ollie, but overall, all things considered, a fairly dominant round. It required a double kill as the XQ was going down for Naquo just to put it to a 3v5. Of course, Sky's hitting that flank later on and still needing to almost clutch a 1v3 to close things out. So, might be 1vx at the end, but Falcons starting off decently well in their first round, getting most of the control they wanted and getting an execute down without a whole lot of resistance from VP.
I really like the way that they went about getting the opening kills. There was so much focus on that. I mean, think about what's been banned. We've had the Grim and we've had the Deimos banned. The Deimos is a big part of that opening play and a lot of big part of that information. In round 1, we had a Lion, a Dokkaebi, and a Snake. It's just disgusting. There's so much that you've got to do, and every single time they've got to kill, bang, popping a Lion scan. Just keeping those defenders restricted, keeping them in their little boxes. This time, no Lion, slightly different lineup. We've got the Nomad coming into play here, and ooh, Naku, I think he has potentially been misdrone there. Not sure if Leaky Fat was able to catch him out on that Soliton scanner, but he is entirely ignoring him at the moment.
I just completely focused on moving down kitchen and dining. And even if he is ignoring him, well, never mind. I was gonna say, oh no, Falcons don't have any flank watch set up aside from users on drone outside a trophy. Oh well, they've spotted Naquo. Now sitting outside in the bedroom, who might have to take a very quick fight with Licky Fack on Solar. It's Pasha to go down first though. Very strong defensive player for VP. This is by far and away his strongest side. And as the Oryx will make his way back, that just means that the Solus was lost. Sky's losing a lot of HP in that moment. They retain the 4v5. Still a disadvantage, but retain something nonetheless.
Doesn't take many of those DMR bullets to hit to put you down to 1 HP. Skies, not useless for the rest of the round, There's no nades left that he could be taking a bit of splash damage from. Still needs to be pretty cautious. Finally, we see a bit of a response here. 2 kills coming for Virtus.Pro. Both LeakyFac and Doom fall into Dan and Rorik. That's going to destroy that information game. The Logic Bomb phone calls, the Soliton scanner, pretty much everything that Falcons have been using to get this early control gone by the wayside.
And Dan, normally the player on Virtus.Pro to play the Aruni from this position, a common position generally, and a common player for VP to play it. But how much can you really counter-strat? Dan with an M14 in hand, one of the best players in Europe for a long time, one of the best guns in the game. Not really much you can do. There's a decent chance he's going to win that fight, even if you prepare the best you can. Dokkaebi Snake goes down, will make this comeback much more difficult, and even compounded with Solotov. It's now just a 1v4 as the Monty falls to the Oryx. A engagement that seemed destined to happen. We saw Oryx ratting earlier on in this round. And Yuzus, who I feel like has always found himself typically in these 1vx positions, well, doesn't really have a lot of the right tools you might need for the job. No Dokkaebi calls like before, just 1 air jab, a couple flashes, and 2 little information. Naquel with a double kill to round off round 2 for Virtus.Pro, and it's a tie game this early.
Weird to see Falcons not full commit and take Naku down when they knew his position inside a Master. And kind of ironic that Naku's the player that gets the last kill in that round. It could have been anybody. There was 4 players alive for VP, so it doesn't really matter who gets it. It isn't the fact that Naku wasn't dug out the reason that they lost the round. However, it seemed a little bit strange because that has been so much of the focus so far for Falcons, has been gathering that information, getting the opening pick, and making sure you don't lose a body in the process. The difference between round 1 and round 2, kind of night and day. They lost a lot in that round. Dan and Rorik hitting 2 brilliant shots and just entirely deleting Doom and LeakyFac. Looks like we're going to be going for a fairly similar lineup again here as we enter into that mid floor.
Which makes sense, I think, when you look at VP's lineups on defense, and I think most people's lineups on defense, they tend to be fairly consistent if you have both the Architect Operators band, which in this case, obviously, is Azami and Castle, the 2 bands, utilized by Falcons. What are you left with after that? Well, given the meta we're currently in, you're going to break some traps. You're going to bring usually at least 2. Maybe it's a Thorn and a Melusi, maybe a Thorn and an Ella. In this case, it's an Ella and a Melusi. You're going to bring some combination of that. Warden as well for Pasha, one of the highest picked operators in Salt Lake City so far, as I think he generally has been for quite a long time. Smoke as well, I believe the highest picked defender inside of Salt Lake City so far. Virtus.Pro aren't trying to really move beyond the meta too far with this lineup.
Speaking of Smoke, you just look down and a quick glance at Naku's KD at the moment. 4-1. Big results there for Naku. Hasn't been the player to get the most amount of kills. Often pretty headlocked into shield play when he's on the attack. So nice to see them stretching the legs a little bit here on this defense side. It's going to be a push from Library. You can see Monty is going to be just underneath there, getting in toward games. Doom opening up a couple of those lines of sight. Brede just making sure there's no horrible traps kicking around. Solotov as well on this Soliton scanner. He's going to get some good information. He's going to know that there's a player at the bottom of those library stairs. And Pasha, for a brief time, was finding himself in the crosshair, but it's actually Rorik to retake this position. Now, he will give the game away. Brede spots him there playing his day, and with that hatch now open, he's got a choice. He needs to try and scurry away, but there are already angles being held from support here. Pasha just trying to bait out his teammate a little bit right now.
Yeah, we saw this setup dismantled by Falcons last time, but Rorik and Pasha trying to keep hold of it. Rorik playing much closer to the blue stairs and short by the dining site. Still, of course, with these EE1Ds, with the Soliton scanner, so much information that can read out these Virtus.Pro positions. Joom, beautiful angle, finding Dan a second time on this clear. Again, different site earlier on, but finding him again. Just moving inside a library within the first half of the rounds. Falcons play it so slow on this side of the map. Pasha, again, not ready. It's another double for Joom to start out a library clear. And if it ends the way it did last time, it might be a 1v1 at the end, but it could still be a Falcons round. Rorik now creeping up. Information on Joom, who's sitting, waiting for somebody in the wrong position, looking down in the bar. Rorik popping up and then hopping out onto cams.
Users now can start to be a little bit more active in the round. A lot of time spent on the drone, a lot of time destroying some of this utility. Naku tucked into bathroom. Skies will hit that rotate now as well, but Brede is just bearing him down. And the defenders No real option now but to try and drop back, but they better believe there's players on the site. Nice kill there from Skies. That's going to do something to drag it back. But Falcons have got the man count here, and Brede already, even 30 seconds left on the clock, trying to get that plant down. I'm not too sure that Naku's going to get past even the first here. That's now confirmed. Drops the hatch straight into Usis' lap.
Yeah, Falcon just keeping consistent with, I think, the foundation they had set on that attacking side. Again, it's a different site, but again, they try to take early control of library and just have Joom on that long angle, basically recreating what Dan was doing on the defense of that position. M14 inside a library, trying to take down anybody who gets aggressive around piano or around the master bedroom office. On the flip side, of course, this kind of makes it difficult for the defense to play. They can only really hang out around blue stairs, can only hang out around fireplace stairs. Can't really hang around fireplace stairs because of a gigantic double door looking at that exact position. And around blue stairs, well, they've also, Falcons have moved into bar and games down below. Again, playing very passive. They know at some point Virtus.Pro are either going to move or are going to slip up. And that's been a reliable bet through the 2 rounds that Falcons have won so far. VP now taking a tactical timeout, understanding that getting as many rounds on the defense on a map that typically lends to the attack or trends toward the attacking side is of critical importance.
Topic of the timeout for me has to be, look, just recognize what they're doing here. They're playing the Lion. They're playing the Monty, they're playing the Dokkaebi, they're playing the Snake. They are just hunting you out on the roam. It's a big decision as to what you ban here at the start of round 4. Because the Monty has secured some of these rounds. Think back to round number 1. Definitely secured because of the Monty. Yes, the early portion of the round was locked in by the Lion and the Dokkaebi and all that sort of stuff. But you can only ban one thing now. You can't get rid of everything. So, get rid of the Monty, restrict that from Brede, and then start to recognize, okay, if we're going to play out there on the roam, we need to play even more together. There was an attempt. Pasha and Rorik were trying to watch each other's back there, but there was just too big of a gap, especially with the utility that these attackers have.
And you also compare that to the 1 round that Virtus.Pro have won on bar and games. We saw, of course, Naquo holding inside a bedroom, but then he tries to fall back. While one player goes down in the process, that's Pasha, it seems to be in a different position, and the Oryx ends up making it back. So it's a small difference of 4v5 instead of a 3v5. But one, that's 20% of your player base, and put 4 players sat and tucked around mezzanine, bar, and games is a lot more workable than 3 players who have to maybe defend master bedroom and office while defending kitchen dining as the actual site. It's a much more workable position, and so even if a player goes down on the roam, the one-time Virtus.Pro still got a generally coherent presence around the site. They were able to recover that round and close it out. So I think to your point as well, Ollie, that roam game really important. Even if somebody makes it back, that gives Virtus.Pro a much more winnable position. Go back to Master Bedroom Office, the site we started off this defensive half with at the very beginning. And as the Monty's been banned, Brede's decided shields are still his favorite operator, at least for this Chalet attack.
Yeah, we don't always get to see Brede on the Blitz, but it's something that's been working, hasn't it? It's been a winning formula so far. So it does make sense. Great information being found out nice and early here. You can keep your Soliton scanner, you can keep your Logic Bomb phone calls, just give Brede a drone and a yellow ping, and he's going to find out where Naku's playing there on the top of those main stairs. Another Lion scan used in conjunction with the Soliton scanner. We're seeing this be so powerful right now. And of course the Blitz, arguably a more deadly prospect. You can move a lot quicker on toward those players as soon as you know where they are. And Solotov, he's got the confidence right now, but I don't think he's got the right intel.
No. Confidence check. Information, big fat X, unfortunately, for Solotov. Maybe thinking the mezzanine player was a bit further down, maybe committed to a different angle, but the Warden just swings around, and Skies and the Warden still intact on this side of the map. Brede gets a little bit of a line onto the mezzanine player, but only a little bit of damage. Nothing to write home about. Sky still present, but walks right in front of Joom. Again, on this library cutoff position. He's got one job and one job through most of these rounds, and Joom is doing it excellently. Sends out his second Dokkaebi call. As Naquo decides he still has some fight left in him. They know he's here. He knows he just has to hold out. Joom has been the player on this attacking side. This entry over on Library has got a double kill each time it's happened. But it's a bit different this time, Ollie, because we only got a minute left.
Yeah, we've lost Leakyfac in the process as well, so an even 3 versus 3 with the HP advantage at the moment for VP. Just turning that ROU projector on and off, seeing if there's a line that can be found. But with this wall soft, there is an invitation here for Brede to make his way through, especially given that we've got double reinforcement over toward that library side. So the half wall is going to be crucial here, but with users falling, that stops that plan from happening.
Ooh, users falling, and Joom not getting the kill either. Has been so good with that DMR and the SMG-12. not getting that one is uncharacteristic of him so far. Renegade activated around the corner. Dan needs to be exposed from this angle, and he is. Joom finds the head. Still so clean for Falcons on this attacking side. But so many players going for the retake. Rorik gets the exact right timing he needed with Joom focused elsewhere, and Pasha still alive. Not getting a lot of impact on this defensive side, but at the tail end of round 4, getting it where it's needed.
The important kill in that round feels like the one onto Leaky Fact, doesn't it? Because Leaky Fact was already playing that cut-off position. He was hiding out on the roof, trying to support his team, Joom and Brede, as they were both pushing up library stairs and inside of library, just holding a little bit of an angle there. I can only imagine that they dropped and then started to play on piano window, and that's where the problem started to happen, because as soon as you've got that cross all the way through, then you can start to get a plant down behind half wall. If Leaky Fact's able to cut through that site, especially with Lion and that DMR. But again, the take from Falcons, very good. The response this time, though, from Virtus.Pro after that timeout, I have a little bit more confidence about you. Rorik there, swinging Ivy and getting the kill onto Joom, just alleviates so much pressure in that situation. He has to make a play of that nature, because if he doesn't, what's going to happen? You're just going to get batted back. Joom can overwatch with the DMR, and Brede can get the plant down. So a good adaptation there from VP.
Well, and also, it's a small thing, but even Pasha getting a double. He had a donut going into that round, 0 kills and 3 deaths. He's the highest-rated defensive player in this entire lobby. Going into this match, 125 EPS over Joom even at 124. And he, on the attacking side, only around an 84 EPS. So one of the best defensive-sided players, or the best defensive-sided player, not only for Virtus.Pro, but in this lobby. And so, obviously, still at 2-2, still doing pretty well, but if Pasha starts getting activated, that's when things get really scary for Falcons in the back half of these defenses.
I believe we're just waiting for a decision to be made at the moment. It was a bit of a call for a tech, call for a rehost, but if nothing happens, we continue to play. The players have only got to go on, they got to play to the whistle, as we like to say. It looks like they're playing to the whistle. It looks like we are continuing with round 5 here. Hiding out in the bathtub. Skies. He's tucked right now, and he's potentially got a little bit of safety around him as well with some of those magnets. Rorik will just be making a couple of rotations there as well.
Now we got the rehost.
And now we get the rehost.
I don't know who was bugged there,
But
but Pasha gave the full bugged comm.
I think it was Pasha that was typing and saying that Rorik was the bugger.
Where was he?
I don't know. He said he couldn't reinforce.
Oh.
Has he tried holding F?
I've heard that that's a good solution. It's a normal solution.
You know what I found out the other day?
What?
First tech pause of the day, so forgive us for going a little bit off topic straight away, but
It's early days.
I've always held F when reinforcing.
Oh, yeah.
You don't need to do that.
No, you don't need to do that. But to be fair, I still hold F.
Yeah.
I think it's just like, it's a comfort thing. I think it's psychological, because when you see the bar filling up, normally when you see that in video games, that's like, oh,
You're doing something.
I need a obviously,
Yeah.
yes, you're doing something. But specifically, you're doing something like, oh, if the bar is not filled, I can't let up off the key.
And
right?
if I let off, is it going to like all just go back
Yeah.
to 0, or is it going to slowly tick? And
Yeah.
I've never wanted in my life to take that chance.
Can you imagine holding F to put up the reinforcement, and when you let go of F, the guy just slowly puts it back in, just like, oh, okay, guess we're not doing that.
I just never wanted to take the chance of having to do it again.
I think that's fair. I mean, as we just saw, when you get the chance to reinforce, you want to savor that. You want to be able to do it for as long as you can. And you don't want to waste the memory of people like Rorik, who were denied unfairly the ability to reinforce. And a 2-2 promotion elimination game at the Salt Lake City Major, you need to hold down F and reinforce.
I'd be
Rorik.
holding. I'd be holding.
I'll be holding till the day I die.
I wouldn't be taking my finger off if it was this kind of a game. No chance.
Be spamming F. Be quick time eventing that.
That'd be cool if you could tap it and it'd go quicker.
No, we're not doing that. That's too much.
Would be nice though. I kind of like the idea of an instant reinforcement.
It's just like it's like kind of like a custom like builder. Like you just place it, just
You
random.
just sort of point.
I think that would kind of defeat a massive part of Rainbow Six Siege, the video game, considering the whole setup time thing.
I don't know. It's in casual, isn't it?
Also, think about this, actually, if we want to take this to its logical conclusion, because in the prep phase, it'd be fine, but what about, like, for example, I don't remember which game it was. I think it was a Shopify Rebellion game. We saw, like, 4 pocket reinforcements.
Oh,
Could you still
mid-round?
instantly place them
No,
mid-round?
No, you wouldn't be allowed to do that.
So you could only place them in the prep phase?
Imagine if you were like quick on the sticks at reinforcing and someone's like jiggle peeking and angling, and you're just like, nope, not a chance. Bang, reinforcement straight there.
Just throw it straight up.
Catches the bullet midair.
That'd actually be sick. Okay, you've now completely convinced me on this idea. I think this is a great idea. We should write this down.
I don't know that this break in momentum is going to be great for Falcons at the moment. They really came out of the gates hot today. First game, early game as well. So they've clearly been getting ready and clearly having a decent scrim ahead of this. Of course, with some of the teams now being sent home or on the way home, maybe a bit more scrim opportunity for that sort of thing as well. And I'm sure the T2 scene here in NA is really making up for any lack of scrim there as well. But looks like we're going to be back into the game exactly where we left off. We did see a good portion, air quotes, of round 5. I think it will at least be the same site, although we are going bar and games, and we did go kitchen dining, so... I mean, bar and games is open. It's not like it's a site that they've won on and restricted. They've played it only back in round 2.
Well, and see, our expert gamble of talking about nonsense during the tech pause paying off because we would have dedicated a lot of analysis to what is now a completely different site.
Yep, with completely different operators and a completely different setup. Even Falcons looks like they've forgotten what they were playing because so far we haven't got any of it on the screen right now. We've gone into a glass thermite combination. I'm sure that's going to change when they realize where the site is and what exactly it is that they're going to be going up against here. And maybe slightly more trap focused from the side of Virtus.Pro. We haven't really seen that same level of trap attention yet. Fenrir coming in arguably as one of the first. We've seen a couple of Ella plays, but we haven't seen like a full trifecta. We've not had everyone playing an Ella, a Fenrir and a Thorn and a Legion and all that sort of stuff. So it's slowly starting to trickle in a little bit here. And I'm sure that those FNATs will be a little bit of a thorn in the side. Fortunately, this time it's not users on the Twitch, it is going to be Solitov. So again, something that can be dealt with.
Yeah, generally speaking, when it comes to Virtus.Pro's defenses, it's pretty consistent for, at least on Chalet, for there to be an Aruni and some kind of trap operators, whether it's 1, whether it's 2. So this is just them, again, going with their pretty consistent game plan. And again, the thing about traps, as you said, you can slot a Thorn in there, you can slot an L in there from Fenrir. They do different things, and yet they all fill the same general purpose. Stopping the attack a little bit and giving information on where they're pushing, whether they're what they're prioritizing when clearing that util or what gets activated if they actually walk into a position.
Something that is unwielding at the moment is Dan's want and need to play a DMR. And we are seeing 2 DMRs be brought here. Naku joining in on that action as well. He's been playing quite a bit of smoke ahead of this round 5. So clearly wanting to try and hold some of these longer lines. Doom, good bit of information there. There's no lion scan to route that player in place, so that player now can move. There's no one on an active drone at the minute. It's going to be down to the logic bomb phone call, and that's always an indicator that the pressure is starting to mount.
And the C4 always an indicator that the defender might be trying to move. Before, when he was playing Oryx, Rima dashed across the window, made his way back, but not this time, unfortunately. Felled by the piano window player. Now those Zodo canisters falling. Oryx might have been particularly good in round 2 because of the Monty brought by Bride, but in terms of broader applicability and slowing down the attack, I think losing those Zodos is going to be a lot more important. But one important thing, Ollie, they still have 4 players around bar and games, and that was sufficient for VP last time.
And they've still got Dan playing at Fireplace here. Solitov is trying to challenge onto him at the moment, but Dan will eventually drop off. Smoke's now going to block off a lot of line of sight toward Library as Leakyfac. He's got that library window now open. Skies is still tucked, though, and will just be discovered on the drone. This is now how the round will be defined. I mean, I say that. Solitov just swings and absolutely rinses him with the DMR, so that's done and dusted. Rorik will find one back as a trade, though. So the information gained on that Soliton scanner, no longer a factor in this round. You're going to have to find these players through sheer drone alone.
Sheer drone alone, and VP don't exactly have a lot of utility to stop any of the attackers from acting on the information gain. We're out of toxic canisters, our F-Knots. Who knows how many remaining around the site, how close or far they may be, or even if they're in really applicable positions to where Falcons might be pushing from. This will be low time. They spot the smoke before the drone's inevitably shot. There will have to be some kind of overperformance from VP, and that's even harder with Bride going down. Pasha, who's been quiet through the first 2 to 3 rounds, who came alive in round 4, has another 1v1 coming his way, but Solitov quick around the corner. Good headshot by Dan, but Falcons with too many men to deal with. there's not really much Virtus.Pro can do.
The value that Users brings this team is incredible, and it's so easy to miss it. That isn't something that's getting caught on a scoreboard. It's not getting caught in an EPS line. Rotating his drone from downstairs, finding not only the player, well, kind of confirming that there's a player in closet because you expect there to be one there, and also confirming the player led down behind Longbar. Bang, immediately after that, Rorik's dead. Longbar is gone, done and dusted. And from that point onwards, it's fine because, again, they've opened up the site. They know it's the player that's tucked inside a closet, and last player, Pasha, I mean, he can come from anywhere. I think Solotov must have known because it did look like there was a bit of a pre-fire going on there from Solotov, so I imagine a drone in and around that long corridor potentially as well. It's value that isn't seen.
Well, and also, when you think about those two remaining players, we confirmed 2 positions of them. Pasha wasn't confirmed. But if you're Solotov pushing down blue stairs, where's the most likely position of players probably ratting in the late round? Do you think it's kitchen dining, or do you think it's probably on lower blue landing? It's probably on lower blue landing. So if you're going to take that gamble, you're going to pre-fire and try to be ready for it. And so Pasha wasn't a situation of, can I catch them off guard? It's probably more, can I win this fight that is inevitably going to come for me, and wasn't able to in that case. Good foresight, good information gathering by Falcons. Guaranteed themselves at least an even half, as Virtus.Pro for their final side will try barring games again.
They're really banging their head against this one, aren't they? I get that they won it inside of round 2, but they also won upstairs, master bedroom in round 4. Going back to bar and games now, all right, you've got the mirror. You've got the Denari trip. Is that a big enough difference? The mirror window can be, of course, it can be massive. But I just don't know that that's going to help you hold on to library as much. Oh, leaky back. Careful now. C4, like, oh, Jim saved the day! Shot him before he could detonate the C4. Leaky Fat was going for the martyrdom. He was like, if I'm going, you're coming with me. I'm just going to nade you, and my nade will get you after the grave. But Jim has saved the day here in round 6.
Jim definitely candidate for MVP of Chalet Attack. Not only 8 and 5, doing so much good work on that library entry through the first few rounds. But that not only could have been a single, depending on the proximity, that could have been a double right there with the C4. Instead, Falcons stacking up outside of the bar window. Pasha playing close around the corner. Can another defender catch Falcons off guard? Not if Joom. Another double at the beginning of these rounds. Likifac looking to make good off that foundation set. Ride gets shot in the back. Pasha might just make it away into stock, but only just. It's still half the round to go. Falcons try to gamble, and while they lose the shield, they keep the diffuser, and that's the important part.
They keep the diffuser. The HP is a little bit ropey, though. It's going to get a lot better once Skies falls. Leaky Fac. Man on borrowed time, it seems, right now after the way that this round started. And Joom to close things out. Just Joom things, honestly. Just a little wallbang. No worries about it. Lightning player on the attack so far. Falcons, what a convincing first phase.
Convincing first phase, and I have to imagine Virtus.Pro are going to have to reckon with that going into this timeout.
Good call, Brady.
Well fucking played, guys.
I jumped in after you, Brady, but then I couldn't think I was older than the mirror.
Yeah, no. I missed my smoke in P1, so that's why he killed me. But,
Good stuff, guys. Communication is really good, adaptation.
The guy was?
Yeah, I'm just gonna talk about the general stuff because I already spoke about what they're gonna do. They're very young, mid-round, late round about retake. They don't like when opponent play aggro on them, so that's what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
In early round, they are close to each other in general, so don't be young if you kill. So basically, like they're close to each other, so we are close to each other, fucking full refrags, you know?
You know how they play? Basically, it's like us. Basically, they will just like be all close to each other, then after they will rotate and pinch from everywhere, okay? And their second way to play is full retard with full exec. Dan can also go glass whenever he wants. Like doing the same thing as he do with main, but he's just doing glass. So I think we should always like have agility on this side, so we force him to not play glass. You know what I mean? Someone have to bring Twitch for him, or he can't play glass like this. And yeah, the defense here, one can lurk dining and one jungle, or they can just go solar push. Kitchen.
So Nikita, if you don't want to play gas, you also can play any operator if you smoke. You smoke that pixel and you run K9 to try to kill the top main guy, you know? Because glass for sure, like you smoke and you pick the side guy. And if he's not like a pick side guy, you just smoke and you run and kill top main, kill jungle. So if you do Albert, you can do that type of shit. Also, like for Albert, it's Sky's check if you need Thatcher for the break the traps for your shield. So it's kind of fine. Like if you don't need it, you can play a lot of div operators, right?
I think on Albert, Danila, Kenan, and Nikita.
They swap, I think, have a long time.
I don't know, but whatever.
Well, whatever, you guys just choose. This is not important. So you guys both already played this position screen, so it's fine. Anyway, priority in solo attack. Danila, for you, the best operator is Sense or Haora? You can choose that. For solo attack, like a full fine. Time to show that shit.
Okay.
And it's that case. Let's go. Round by
Let's go
round.
this. Go. Round by round.
Round by round.
Time to show it.
That probably the best thing we could ever hear at the end of attack timeout.
It's so insightful, isn't it? I mean, the thing is, it's not do or die yet. It's map 1 in a best of 3. But you don't want it to start slipping so early. VP obviously fancy the chances here on Chalet. And excitingly, they've got stuff they haven't shown us yet.
And to your point about it, you know, not necessarily being do or die, this only being map 1, main stage is not something, at least at a major, VP are all that familiar with. They made it in Montreal, but 1, that's already almost getting a year and a half ago, and 2, that's still one of their only major appearances. The only other major appearance, I believe, is even going back to Raleigh in 2019 for Virtus.Pro. They've made main stage at SI plenty of times, but for majors, it's something that not only has escaped them, even when they qualified, I remember still back in Copenhagen, Atlanta, going out at the 2-3 stage. That was that team's ceiling for quite a while. So making it to main stage at majors is not something VP are guaranteed to do. Ever since Blast took over, it's only been 1 time so they've been able to do it, and might be a good reason to bring some stuff out that you have not shown up until this point. We see the Aurora teased for a little bit by Dan, but still given some discretion, only going with the Twitch for right now, but could change, but maybe not this round.
I think they were more thinking about that for some sort of solar-sided master
Yes.
push. And I mean, maybe they've been watching my rank stack because we have got a great little sense play on that master side. If you ever come up against it, I'm sorry, I do apologise, but it is it's 80% of the time it works every time. It really is a good one. We do seem to be loving this downstairs site at the moment. Bar and Games has been by far and away the most popular site that we have seen so far today on Chalet. Not only for VP on their defense, but for Falcons as well. Dan, just saving his own Twitch drone. We love that. It's resourceful, and he can clear through and start to destroy a little bit of utility. The bulletproof camera on those main stairs is an absolute classic, by the way. That is something that Falcons do love to do. It looks like there's going to be a slightly different ideology here. There's a lot of drone work going on, not only in Trophy, but also inside a kitchen as well.
Well, and I was going to say, talking about ideologies, we see a different ideology from Falcons, not banning any of the shields against Virtus.Pro. But VP, same ideology, bringing out the Monty. It's Naquo's least played shield, Blitz and Blackbeard take that by a wide margin. But it is still something. Even in the attack timeout we heard, Dark was talking about, you know, we can clear the traps for your shield this way, but the shield was almost being treated as a given, that of course he was going to play it. So it's clear that Virtus.Pro still want to stick with this, and going back to what we said earlier about the potential lack of depth on this roster, it's not something we need to say they will lose the game for, but it's something to be worried about. Are VP still being a bit too predictable with these shields?
If you don't ban the shields, you know what they're going to play. So you can get rid of other things, right? And Doom is well aware that the shield is going to be played because they're playing the Clash. A brilliant counter to a Monty, especially if you can keep your distance. Another benefit here is, well, you've got a movable, deployable shield now. So you can just play a little bit aggro at the early portion of the round, and then guess what? Halfway point, you drop back, and you play the typical shield position inside a library. Great pick there from Solotov to take Dan down, unsuspecting there on side of K9 Repel. And he's just going to be allowed to slip back in to that fireplace position.
And Skies try to come up from below, but it seems Falcons completely ready for whatever VP have in store. I mean, he's walking through the barbed wire, and Breede's literally just sitting shotgun ready. No problems whatsoever getting that kill. A lot of problems here for the Monty. Clash at the opposite side of the hallway. 3 defenders bearing down on his position. You also heard something from Julio during the attack timeout. They like to play together in the early ground, so just don't peek them. But in a 5v1, you can be afforded a little troll time. 5-2 now for Falcons. A flawless to begin their defenses. And VP sticking with the same strategy and unfortunately might get some unfortunate results.
It's about sending a message at that point, isn't it? 5 versus 1. You might be a Monty on a shield, but we are just going to full send at you because there is no way that you are going to be able to kill all of us. A trend on the attack has continued onto the defense. Granted, we've only seen 1 round, but Falcons have been so good with that opening pick. You can see Solotov getting it over onto Dan there. These two teams, they know each other inside and out at this stage. It's a domestic matchup. Both these teams hail from EU. So it is expected that they're going to know each other quite well at this point. The head-to-head for them both has VP with an edge at the minute. But Falcons always just seem like that bigger brother team. Throw them into the same category as G2, very much like a bigger brother team. It feels like that's what we've seen so far on Chalet. It's not over by any stretch, but 5-2 is quite a mountain here for VP to climb.
Quite a mountain, and to your point as well, I think VP is still looking to recover from that massive slump they had throughout most of last year, and of course, necessitating, at least in their minds, this massive 3-person roster change, but also for this round, necessitating a change in strategy. We see the Aurora come in from Dan, and maybe of equal importance of moving away from the shields for Naquo. Just to point out, going into this match, Naquo had played 70 rounds of shields in 170 rounds played on both attack and defense going into this match. That's almost half of total rounds on just shields, on just attack. So him going to ace, it's not like a massive exception, but it is kind of a big deal and representative that VP, at least for this round, are committing to something new.
Big enough. It is big enough of an exception. Nice drone bounce there from Pasha. I'm stealing that one. Get some good information straight away, and of course avoids that Denari trip. It will be placed on the window, just as an annoyance more than anything else. Ooh, not so keen on the Selma toss. You're going to have to pick that up and have a little reattempt there. Naquo will be getting that job done. C4 attempted there from Leaky Fact. I think he was potentially just trying to make something happen, but he's on Warden this time. He's going to have a really good visibility through the smoke straight away.
Good visibility through the smokes and the Candelas. I think you even heard one of the hard reach charges or Selma charges get popped by Falcons. This initial play by Virtus.Pro not working, but where are these doors going to go? See the initial push. Solus, Naquo ready for that flank. One of the big defenders on Falcons taken down. No clear lead, as not only VP lose their advantage, but also stuck on Solar. We've seen a lot of attacking teams get stuck on this position, especially hitting that Denari trip up top. Can't really progress forward. Now Licky Fack and Users both looking to go for a 2-man retake. Swinging out, Naquo not ready for it. Neither is Pasha. Both hitting the deck as Ride sends Skies to an early grave. Dan's only used one of those doors in that special new strat we heard Dark call that it was time to bring out. Unfortunately, we might still be waiting to see its full impact, and maybe we'll never get to see it, because at this rate, in a 4v1 with Dan on 1 HP stuck outside a bathroom window, it is looking like Falcons will acquire a 4-round lead, moving up over Virtus.Pro 6-2.
And the Aurora strat needs a little bit more time in the oven. I'm not sure it is entirely cooked just yet. There was a Sense one as well that we maybe get to see a little bit later on. Maybe we'll get to see it here and now. I would laugh my head off if Falcons banned Sense at this point and just knew. They were just like, we've heard you've got something cooking. We're going to get rid of that. No new strats for you today. I'm sure they won't. We've got a little bit more time until the next round of bans anyway. So let's see a couple of replays from the previous round. Some really horrible trips there, I think, set up by users, knowing that this Solar side was going to be the side that VP pushed from. And annoyingly, VP just tried to brute force it. The same way that we've seen them kind of try and brute force a lot of things in this game. It's been, this is where all the utility is. This is where everything's set up. Well, unfortunately, this is our plan, so we've got to go through it. How hard on us, you know, instead of being willing and able to go, actually, if there's all this here, I wonder what's over at Library. Oh, nothing? Right, well, maybe we'll just take from Library side then, and we'll still take top floor, and we'll clear that way. Just feels like they're fighting Falcons where they are strongest at the moment on every turn.
Fighting Falcons where they're strongest, and VP, after that unfortunate failure of at least the initial attempt of a new strategy, now falling back on an old favorite. Naquo picking the Blitz, and we've got a lot of good operators. Blitz, Ying, Glaz, and with the Thatcher indicates you might have a bit of a rush, Ollie, but not all that atypical for VP.
Surprising not to see the Warden be played this time. Something that you've mentioned yourself has had a very high pick rate when available inside of Salt Lake City, and now you've got a situation where you've got 3 things that it's going to be quite good against, and unfortunately for Falcons they don't have it. Instead, going to be going a little bit more down that trap route, and certainly that catch route. Wamai in this game has seen an incredible rise in pick rate. Catchers fell out of popularity for quite a long time, really. And now we're starting to see a little bit of an introduction again. I don't mind it. It's not like we're going back to the 20-second meta sort of stage, but it's nice to see. It's nice to see everything getting its place in the sun a little bit. June just needs to be cautious down there. He's clearing drones, but again, he knows that this team is going to try and push quite aggressively together in the early portion of the round and doesn't want to get caught out.
And also knows that VP probably ready for some kind of trick from him again. One of the best defensive players in this lobby. Basically tied with Pasha, playing operators like Solus. Quick push in. EMP's destroying any utility that might stop Naquo. Hit by the impact. Can't disable that one with the EMP. Glass hopping in quickly as well. Ready to hit with some DMR shots in the back, and this should be opening kill for Virtus.Pro. Also acquired some library control, but Joom, who's moving over by Mezzanine and Fireplace, worked his way through the basement, now moved up to blue stairs, pops Rourke in the back, takes a Twitch drone down with him, and slips back down into bar and game. Solitov also with an angle. Ooh, so patient with it on the second attempt. It's Pasha who falls, the flankers, the roamers from Falcons, making some big mid-round plays as Virtus.Pro keep turning their backs and keep making the same mistakes. Falcons with their third 7-2 in a row, up 1-0 in the promotion game.
Falcons look like they have had a match lit underneath them this past 24 hours. Very big result yesterday into a cracking map 1 of the series against Virtus.Pro here today. We've got more to come. This is a best of 3, and VP need a little bit of time to adjust. We'll be back right after this.
that one wasn't even close, was it? I mean, 7-2 for Chalet out the gate. Even more dominant than the game against G2 yesterday. VP, unfortunately, trending in the wrong direction at the absolute worst possible moment.
Yeah, it seems like that's the way Falcons games have been going, right, though. They've either had very quick games. I think they've had one overtime game, 1-8-6. But aside from that, everything's felt like it's just been so one way or another. And that kind of the polar opposite of where we started this Swiss stage when they played wildcard on Chalet and lost 1-7. Now they've kind of redeemed themselves a little bit here with that 7-2 win against VP. It isn't all sunshine and roses, though, when it comes to the maps for this series.
No, unfortunately. Fortress is, I mean, honestly, kind of a bit hit or miss for both teams. Fortress is a higher preference map for Virtus.Pro, but by the same token, their most recent play on it was a 7-5 loss against Shopify Rebellion in what was generally a pretty competitive game. But before that, at least in the past few months with this new roster, their only major win is against Fnatic, and like, I don't gotta say anything else beyond that.
What are you trying to say?
I think I've just said it enough.
I think you have. Falcons on the flip side, they've played Fortress 4 times in the last 6 months, and they've only been good for 1 win. So, again, it's not like they've been a good early adopter or a big early fan of Fortress coming into things. Their 1 win was against Team Secret. It was about a month ago inside a kickoff, and it was a 7-0. So take from that what you will, but obviously June was on that Falcons team at that point, having just left that Secret roster, and Fortress was the map that Secret played a hell of a lot over at SI. Enough about them and more about this. Falcons versus VP, second map here in this best of 3, and we are going to be headed to Fortress. Falcons with a chance at taking a clean 2-0, but VP looking for a bit of revenge from Cafe.
And again, Virtus.Pro, not always a team that makes these major or main stages at the major. Still, Montreal, one of the exceptions to the rule that either they might fall short of qualification, whether it's to the event period, but still struggling to consistently make those main stages with this new look roster, trying to set a new standard for the team. Falcons, by the same extension, looking to still step out of Shaiko's shadow, which, let's be honest, I think they're doing quite well. Joom's still an excellent player, one of the best players inside of Europe. I think making main stage, even if they don't get second, I think a main stage appearance out the gate is kind of required for the team, but I also think if they don't get more than that, I don't know how unhappy they'll be with this generally new iteration.
You've got to think about how long the roster was together pre-change. It's a roster that hasn't changed for, it's very like akin to sort of your phase, and there's not many rosters that go through a long period of time, like 2+ years, without making a single roster change. So it's impressive enough as it is that they've been able to slot in a new player, and I think that just goes to show the flexibility of somebody like Joom. Boy, oh boy, Tachanka ban? Hello?
I don't even know what to say about that. Like,
Chanka's great on this map.
He is. Honestly, there's quite a few maps that he's very good on, I think. And if you think about some of the maps where we see a lot of Tachanka play, Lair, for example, comes to mind. Consulate, one that comes to mind. And what do all of those maps have in common? Well, aside from having, like, a ton of rooms that you have to worry about, I think another thing that they have is, at least when it comes to these sides, look at, you know, Command, look at Command, for example. Not a whole lot of space we got going on here. If you're able to land a Shumika and bank it on one of these doorways, not a lot of space and some very minimal entrances. It's not like you can walk in through a breach and go to a bunch of off-plant spots. You're going to probably stick in one of these corners, and if you just bank a Shumika right, it's landing right at your feet.
Devastating. I mean, Falcons have played it once in the last 2 times they've played this map for 1 round, which they did win, so a devastating ban being brought out here by I think they've really got a good handle on how Falcons defended dorms and games against Twisted Minds over a month ago.
And that, everybody, is the difference between theory and practice. I came up with, I thought, a sensible idea for why this Tachanka ban was so important. And Ali brings up a couple fair points. It is also something they did not ban in their game against Shopify Rebellion a few days ago, so this is clearly something VP are worried about. Also,
I'm worried about it.
The Rebellion also only played it once on their defense.
I'm worried about it. That's all I'm going to say.
And VP won that round.
Ooh, Nikki. He needs to be worried about his feet. Blitz. Always a little bit vulnerable there, especially when you're walking on towards someone. Takes a little bit of damage. Is able to chip users down somewhat, but not significantly. Horrible lineup from Falcons right now. Goyo canisters, Denari trips, Razor Blooms. You name it. Ooh, nice play from Solotov. Knows that's going to be the shield backing it up. Was maybe hoping to get the drone as well there. But look at the HP on Naku. He's lucky to be standing.
He's lucky to be standing, and his luck's probably going to run out, all things considered. Just another impact, and we've seen Virtus.Pro go for this exact same shield play against Shopify Rebellion, moving in through Old Tower, trying to pressure the player inside of games. I mean, it's a strategy we've seen other teams do. It's not unique to Virtus.Pro, but again, with how consistently they've run these shields, we're getting well into the 80s now. We're getting close to the 80s for how many times Naquo has played shield since kickoff and this event. Putting him to 1 HP is, at this point, a predictable part of the strategy for Falcons that maybe they can reliably employ. Exothermic charge going on one side of the wall will open up a small gap on the other, and since the next one shot, able to open up completely the hard breaching they desire. It unfortunately just comes at the cost of a blitz, which is a little important.
The cost had been sort of paid earlier on with the fact that Naquo was on 1 HP, right? They've been able to get the wall open and they can now start to move through and operate inside a briefing. But Falcons are okay with that. Pocket reinforcement, they're able to battle it all off and go, yeah, okay, you've brought your thermite, you better be using those exothermics because you are going to need them. Now, we do have the Thatcher, so Dan should be able to destroy these bandit batteries, and I don't think that Doom is really in a position to do too much about it, given that he has got none left. Wall now open, but this is very one-sided. This is a serious stack-up from VP players, and we're going to need to see a little bit of a rotate off if they're going to try and have success, because they can't all just walk through that breach.
Yeah, they'll have to rotate, and you would think either the Snake with the Soliton scanner should be able to do it, or the Candela should be enough to disrupt, but Pasha's just throwing all of them. They're struggling to push as the smoke canister lands. Another impact to seal the fate of a Virtus.Pro player. Skies, nice trade. But Falcons have well and good stalled this VP push for basically the entirety of the round. All that matters now is winning this one off the kills. Pasha and Skies both going big. Rourke with one just around the corner. Pasha so good with the cover. Bride catches him off guard. But absolutely clinical play from VP, bringing that round back from the brink.
In the late round, it turns out, yeah, all they need to do is just push the breach. Falcons stacking up for him right there. We had Leaky Fack and Doom and Solotov to a degree, all dug quite far back. Solotov gets his man and then gets traded out. Fine, no worries. You've already got the kill onto Naquo. You can afford to trade that back. Kill right here. Takes down. Skies immediately swings. Great pre-fire, by the way. Thinking that he would have been prone there. For me, Skies through the breach then. He made that rotation back. The logical move would have been to continue to push down that corridor and try and be a backstab, but I don't think that VP had the man count. They didn't have sufficient pressure coming through that breach from elsewhere. Pasha getting involved with a couple of kills as well, but Skies, the man of the round. 3 kills for him there to net the first here. And already VP looking a lot more comfortable on these attacks, able to operate with short time remaining.
A lot more comfortable, though all of those definitely earning the status of must-win fights, given how Falcons were able to stall them out. But very good play by Skies, very good play by Pasha. But also a trend, keeping consistent from what we've seen from Falcons over the course of this map, though not necessarily the series. Bride able to get the opening pick on Naquo, and while obviously it falls by the wayside, Ollie, going into this series, Falcons haven't exactly been the best entry team inside of Salt Lake City, which is not at all what you would say about them in EML.
No, I think inside of kickoff, plus 17 on the entry. Side of Salt Lake at the top of today. Now, okay, they've played some shorter games,
yeah,
but they're still only plus 4. So,
and a comparable amount of maps too, 10 to 8.
Which, by the way, is mental, especially when you consider how good they were on the entry inside of Chalet. Now, okay, being plus doesn't necessarily mean that having a low plus number doesn't mean that you're bad, because you might be good in some games and then lose a lot of openings in the others. But
of course,
it somewhat balances out. It's still a low number for the team and the standard that we hold them to. They've lived up to that standard here today, at least on Chalet, and they have lived up to it on Forge, albeit not being able to convert that round. But the openings, definitely where Falcons are putting quite a lot of their attention at the moment. It's a lot more difficult on the defense than it is the attack, and I think it was a lot more evident in their attacking rounds. But still, with the way that they're not over-aggressing and over-peaking too much here, you can understand why it's happening.
And you can also see that if VP are able to recover rounds in which they're losing that opening pick, they start getting it, denying Falcons it entirely. They'd be keeping them in the general trend of Salt Lake City so far, which, to be fair, hasn't guaranteed Falcons losses, but it did put them in the 1-2 yesterday. And in the tournament, that Falcons have not looked bad. They've looked good, but they have looked beatable. They've looked human, which is not something we've always said about Falcons in the past. They're still trying to reattain that godlike status, that mythical status it felt like they had through that 2-year run with Shaiko on the roster. Virtus.Pro on Fortress looking to try and steal some of that energy for themselves, pushing into this very stalwart defense. Pre-fire around the corner by Solotov, but hitting not one shield, but 2. Blackbeard also being brought by Dan, who gets the opening pick, nails that Azami. And Virtus.Pro beginning to break with that trend, though Falcons still with some fight. This is the site that we're dealing with. VP are knocking on the door. Falcons protecting their home the best they can. 2 players lining up for the Blackbeard, though, as Yuzus next up to challenge the Scar meets the same fate as Solotov. The duo, technically speaking, the newest entries before Joom onto this roster, falling, and this will make VP in a much better position with this Monty to break through the defense with Rorik backstabbing. This is an extra dimension we needed to see from Virtus.Pro. How much impact can one Blackbeard have? Could still get a 4th, as Dan on the board will find it. Not the normal shield player on Virtus.Pro, but the man in round 2.
Double shields being taken there from Virtus.Pro, really doubling down on that ideology that has worked quite well for them, let's be honest, throughout the course of their recent games. Dark picking the headset up in anticipation. It was coming. I could feel it.
He knew.
I was getting the tingles. Julio, not happy with the way that the first 2 rounds have gone, and for good reason. This is a night and day difference. It doesn't look like the team that has just absolutely smashed VP off the face of the earth 7-2. This looks like the Falcons that we've seen in some of their games that they've done less well in. Now, reasons for that. What do we know about VP? We know they like to push together. We know they like to work off the back of a shield. Falcons have kind of already made their bed for this game in the fact that they didn't ban shields straight off the rip. If they had done that, instead of banning the Dokkaebi Glass, maybe they would be going up against something a little bit different now. But Naku, and in that round, with the addition of, I believe it was Dan, on the Blackbeard, all of a sudden you get a lot of pushing power. That's fine, as long as you don't peek it.
What happened, Ali?
Well, we just saw it there. Users peeked it. And he wasn't the only one. Everybody peeked it, because everybody felt like they had to. If we're going to let the shields through, we need more of a solid way of dealing with it. And I think you need to be leaning far heavier into that trap layout. We're going to see the Ela brought this time. Still maybe not as many traps as you would potentially like. And with Joom on Solis, I don't think that planting really has been the order of the day from VP so far. So we'll see where that gets played. But at least for the meantime, it seems like we're a little bit more trap focused, a little bit more stall focused. Bring the Goyos, bring the Ela, stop that shield from just being able to walk you down.
And with the Ela in particular, while it might only be one like trap-specific operator, we do frequently see people either leave a Razor Bloom or leave a Gershmot in the pocket. And while Dan is not playing Blackbeard, Naquo is playing the Monty. Big shock, right? And so if you have a similar situation to what we saw last time, obviously it's a different site, but if you have a similar situation as to what we saw last time, it'll be helpful to have a Gershmot or 2 in pocket that you can chuck at the Monty if they unextend, and taking a 1v1, much more feasible at that point.
What about 3 Gershmots in your pocket?
That would honestly be probably a little excessive, but I kind of support it, to be honest. Especially if Dan's playing Twitch, like 6 rounds in a row on one map. Makes sense.
Pockets are bulging like a school janitor with all the keys kicking around. Users? I'm keeping a keen eye on that. I want to know where, or I want to know when they placed it. I think we'll be able to figure out roughly where, but... Oh. Big play. Nope. Not worth it.
Is he actually keeping all 3 in pocket?
Not worth it.
He's not going to shoot with the Scorpion. He's going to throw him at him.
I mean, not a bad strategy, right? If he's got someone close to him that can take advantage of this disruption when it happens, and they can buddy up together, then why not?
And it's not like VP playing Shield is a bad bet to make.
Oh, no. Fairly safe.
Very safe bet. What do you know? Naquo pushing from the exact same position we saw the Blackbeard push last time. Guess who's set up in this area? The Goyo, the Ela, and, hello, the Solus as well. Joom sitting on Old Tower Stairs. Very easy pick by Skies. I will say, some of the early round play we've seen from these roamers on Falcons, not some of the best. Certainly not like what we saw, some of the mid-round, late-round impact from the roamers on Chalet. So as a result, Solotov and Yuzus pulling back. I don't think this is a bad idea at all. It's still a 4v5. We've seen them, or defense, be able to make that work before.
Something that VP have been really good at is short time. They're not worried about working under the clock. They're on business as usual right now. It's half the round, and they've already picked up 2 kills.
Ooh, and now, I mean, sure, one player swinging around the corner, but LickyFact trying to bail Yuzus out of a bad position. Ends up walking straight in the middle of the entire attack, who then separate the rest of the defenders. Brady now 1 HP. Fortunately, I think the only thing that might be bugged is his defense, because everybody just sprinting towards the attack, running into a lot of issues. Brede, good find on the Skies. The 3-0 destined for Virtus.Pro. Not even close. That being the most dominant round we've seen so far.
After the timeout, a bit of an alarm bell, really, isn't it? You've got to think, after a tactical timeout, you should be good for a round. And if you're not able to pull one off out of the bag, they'd gone different. They'd brought some different stuff, but it wasn't an entirely different ideology. I still don't understand where we get Solus, where we get June playing Solus and Old Tower Stairs from, because that should have been something that was... I felt that was what they were not going to do at the end of that timeout. I thought that was something that they were going to stop doing, was putting themselves in harm's way. Instead, we just see a continuation of that willingness to peek. And even more so, it's like, right, not only are we going to peek him now, we're actually going to try and lurk on him. We're trying to roam on him instead and see if... VP are just so direct in what they do. The Monty is the distraction. It's, hey, look over here. Monty over here. Like, oh, I might turn my back on you. You never know. And then bang, you get killed by Skies from the window.
Also, we've seen one thing from VP shield play so far on Fortress. They're not sprinting in with these shields really at all. Even whether the Blitz, the Blackbeard, or the Monty. Now... Dan on Blackbeard in round 2 is a bit of a particular case because he dropped down literally next to the site. Like, what's he going to do? Sprint in immediately? Like, no, obviously not. But every time they drop down Old Tower, they've really taken their time with it and basically for each of those shields, droned out those stairs and looked to the right because it's basically the only position you can get shot from. If the rotate hole's open in a pool, different story. Could get shot from the hallway as well. So you got 3 positions to worry about for when it was dorms and games. But when they're just roaming over there, there's no rotate hole, and you probably have drones on the other side. The staircase is literally the only place you can get shot from aside from the door. So with a Monty especially, seems kind of obvious they're going to check there.
And they're clearing the way. It's exactly like Dark said over on Chalet. Okay, just because he said it on Chalet doesn't mean it's not applicable here for Fortress, but they are just clearing the way, whether it's Thatcher or whether it's Twitch. The shock drones can move through. They can get rid of the Goyos. They can get rid of the Griswots. They can get rid of all of that utility. And if you want to go a little bit more electronic with it all, guess what? They bring the Thatcher. And both sides are working. Everything so far has been around enabling Naku to really do his job. And he still managed to get 2 kills. So who can complain? No one, really.
Which is not something we really saw on Chalet. I mean, we saw, not a whole lot of attacking rounds from Virtus.Pro. We only saw 3, and only in 2 of them did Naquo play the shields. But when you think back to Bar and Games, that was the Monty attack we saw when they went for a full clear on the opposite side of the map. And I think Falcons were obviously ready for it.
This is where VP are much better. I think VP as a team stand a lot better instead when they just have to front up against their opponent. Whereas on a map like Chalet, you can kind of chop and change. You can cut through the site. You can get a lot of outside to in. You can really, come from multiple different angles. Whereas Fortress is far more front up. It's banging your heads against one another and seeing who comes out on top. It's more of a rugby scrum than anything else because it is just a war of attrition and it's 2 sides battling against one another to see who can push the other off the ground and gain that advantage. It looks like, just to give you all an update, we are awaiting an admin decision. So we need to give the admins the most time and everything that they need to be able to make the best decision for this situation. There was a call for a bug, a shield bug, from LeakyFac at the end of round 3.
I've seen the issue with Falcons' underperformance. Julio has the 2 maps we aren't playing top up on his desk right now.
That's because he's probably given everybody else the map that they are playing. Come on. You can see Brede. Brede's got the paper out.
Hey,
he's reading.
Actually, and you know what's crazy? That actually says Clubhouse on it. Julio's giving the wrong maps to everybody. And now he can't do anything because it's tech pause. What's he going to do?
Reminder, tech pause is no talking for the players. That's what the official is doing, making sure that no one's talking. There will be an official in each room, of course. And just ensure that the players aren't talking. Very different to a tactical timeout. Technical timeout or a technical pause is when we investigate something that could have gone wrong, did go wrong. We don't know yet.
Now, to be fair, tech pause, you can't talk. Tactical timeout, it's the place where you're supposed to talk. This is not a hard and fast rule for teams. For example, if you watched any of FaZe Clan's game, not a lot of talking in those tac timeouts.
No.
So not something you, strictly speaking, need to do, but something sometimes teams take advantage of.
Something that I enjoyed was Jonah's intro today.
I did enjoy it, didn't I?
I feel like I want to go and play basketball. I'm sure we must have some more basketball footage that we can be rolling in this slightly little extended break.
Let's take a shot.
Are you ready for the magical? This goes out to all my Singaporeans.
No! Hop! God damn it.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Not really impressive for KDS. I mean, that he's kind of hitting shots is kind of the thing we all know him for. So arguably ending on the least impressive one there. I kind of expected it.
I think we need to get Jonah in that because he didn't miss this morning.
That's true. Jonah actually probably the craziest R6 basketball record we've ever seen this morning. I mean, literally hitting a teleporting shot at one point at the end there. Some technology the U.S. government eagerly seeking to buy his patent for.
I don't think we probably might never see Jonah again after that video this morning. I think he might get picked up, scooped up.
Do you want to know why they put the major in Salt Lake City? Because he's playing for the Utah Jazz right now, and so they had to work around his schedule. It's very busy over at the I don't know, the Combine's NFL, so I don't know what the basketball version is, but he's practicing. He's playing quite hard.
Oh, he's locked in.
He's locked in. He's wired in.
It didn't surprise me that Brede got one in either.
Honestly, it didn't either.
Brede just seems like that kind of guy.
Thank you. These are all Jonah shots. Honestly, wait, can we just play the whole video and Ollie and I give our commentary? No, I don't actually want to do that. I don't want to do that. But we're still in a tech pause. If you couldn't realize by the fact that tech pause is still in the top left corner of your screen, we're still hanging out. I do believe we are going to get back into it soon. I've just heard word relayed. So that's nice at least.
And it does seem as though there were no bugs found.
That's good.
Which is always a good thing.
They teleported into the game and were really scouring over the footage, over the floors, the surfaces of Round 3 Fortress, and they couldn't find any.
It tends to take a little bit of time.
Fumigation worked really well.
Yeah, they have to find the fly swatter.
Yeah.
And they obviously get suited up with enough personal protective equipment so that they can
it's a whole thing.
Go and combat the bugs.
Yeah, exactly. They don't get paid for it, though, which is kind of messed up because like it is kind of an extra job. When you sign up to be an admin, pest control isn't really the thing that you think you're going to get into.
I really wish we could listen to these conversations because I want to know, because it was Leakyfight obviously that called it, so they're probably going to be pretty convinced that there was something amiss. But figuring out the distinction between that is obviously going to take a little bit of time. And it's important that, you know, everyone feels like it's been a fair process. It can't just be a decision that's made in the blink of an eye and go yes or no, because there's quite a lot of standing really on that decision, especially when the round has already been played through to conclusion.
Yeah, it requires deliberation, requires a lot of and you know, we joked about the whole bug scouring earlier, but like genuinely requires a lot of conversation, genuinely requires a lot of reviewing the footage, discussing with the admins, discussing with the teams discussing with each other. But it seems like we are back in it almost, question mark. Hopefully. I see some players typing in all chat on my screen, which usually is a good sign, and they're not like arguing with each other, which is also a good sign.
Well, they're also not all typing English, so we can't really understand what it is that's being said.
No, but they're all speaking in.
It didn't look argumentative, did it?
What? I've just been told by a producer that it's French.
That's amazing.
Thank you.
I would never have expected that the French players are talking French to one another. Fantastic.
Thank you, Bruno. Appreciate it.
I understood one word, and it was animation. But looks like we're going to be headed back into the game very shortly. We haven't missed anything. It's just been a very long deliberation on who is going to be banned here.
Can't ban Tachanka because he's of course already been banned at the top of the show. Needed to get that one out of the way with.
Maybe that's the reason. I mean, we kind of joke a little bit, but you think about how good the Tachanka would be at blocking off the corridor for the shield pushing down. If the Tachanka's in the right position and they can bank it off.
Oh, I'm so stupid. Of course that's why.
That's why it is. Like, it's because it's a very specific lineup that VP like to play. They love to play the shield. Falcons chose not to ban the shields away. Tachanka, you can sit in sight and just bank them off walls.
Need to locate and defuse bombs.
I mean, that part I got, but I can't believe I was like, oh, of course it's the shield. Literally all they do is play shields. They do one thing. This guy does one thing. He plays shields. And I was like, I'd missed that.
He isn't going to be playing one shield, though. He isn't going to be playing the Monty.
He actually plays 3 shields. Now only 2 shields.
Yeah. It's not the Monty that's the favorite, though, is it? It's the Blackbeard.
No, it's the Blackbeard and the Blitz are favorites by a wide margin. I think I gave the number earlier, but I'm pretty sure it is... You know, I'll just look it up. Because I'm pretty sure I think it's like what I say? It was 70 rounds earlier. I think it is like 60. No, it is 58 rounds going into this series on just Blackbeard and Blitz. And it's only like 11 on Monty. So it is like clear favorites. Blackbeard and Blitz is kind of negligible. Blackbeard wins out by like 5. But Blackbeard and Blitz are by far and away Naquo's 2 most preferred shield operators. So Monty Ban, I doubt he'll feel all that uncomfortable. But I also don't know if Falcons will feel all that uncomfortable because, again, it's a known quantity. A quantity that, while known, they've still struggled to deal with. And I think VP have done a good job playing around the shield so far. They've secured the limited map control they've needed to. They positioned the shields very well and also been very thorough, making sure that they don't get tripped up by any traps, of course, but also specifically any flankers like June.
Blitz, of course, having a lot more vulnerability here. And that's something that Falcons are going to try and look to take advantage of. They don't want to go down too many more rounds here on this defensive phase either. 3 clean rounds at the moment for VP. And a couple of opening picks thrown in there as well, something they did struggle to come by over on Chalet. They've definitely got the tools to get opening picks here and now, as both the Deimos and the Snake are available. So one of the good things about having a big shield player in your team is that it's going to lead the way and clear the path to play some more of those information-based operators. Pasha takes a couple of points of damage there and is just going to tap fire his way through until he can see what's going on those main stairs. And already we're starting to see Skies rip open this top floor and start to work down from above.
Important control established by Virtus.Pro early on. We've seen the verticality be important on this site before. I believe in the Twisted Minds game, they made particularly good use of the vertical play on their Fortress game against Furia that you and I casted. So for this site, always an excellent thing to have. But as you get to the minute-and-a-half point, the vertical can only do so much for VP, who maybe want to get the plant down. That could be important for holding out in a post-plant. But what we really want to see impact from is, sure, Naquo on the shield, but I think Dan on the Snake and Pasha on the Deimos, 2 players we're going to be looking at as we reach this final minute for how they can break through any of these defenders in power positions like Bride, for example, but also how they can work in tandem with Naquo moving in on this blitz. Thorn spotted around the corner, but has some support. Is able to retreat through that rotate hole, leaving the deployable shield behind in its wake, and I think still a little bit away from an execute.
Again, it's VP doing what they can do good at, and that's fronting up against this defense and just further pushing it back. Now, of course, with Skies holding the vertical angles, it makes things a lot easier. He's in fact dropped. He's going to just be outside of the site, but a double C4 kill and a hop up from Bride with the Deagle immediately shifts the tide.
Suddenly swings it to Falcons' way. Yuzu still with that C4. Probably the big difference maker in round 4 for Falcons. But Pasha has this Azami nailed down. Him and Skies both good for the pinch, but neither with flashbangs. Prone beneath the window. Does Skies check this? Just sees the arm, figures it out. Triple for the Rams so far. Ooh, another big frag. Is Pasha good for Yuzus? Again, the advantage shifts, but Juma's only got 5 seconds. It's all he needs just to win on time or to take down Pasha or to catch Skies off guard as the smoke clears, looking the wrong way, misses the initial shot, but hits the one that matters. Only so much Skies can do with limited information, and on time, Falcons with the first.
June making the best decision possible in the heat of the moment there. Misses a couple of shots, realizes, hey, time's 0. That isn't the planter. That isn't the person that I need to worry about. Quick check of the corner, and he gets the job done. A really close round, and one that you thought was looking quite good at a time for VP. They'd gotten so much pressure and control, and then out of nowhere, a double C4 kill. That is always going to really swing things.
Let's take a look at that C4 kill really quickly.
Wow, it wasn't even. I was wondering why the shield had gone above, because I was like, if you see a double C4 kill, it's always usually placed on the floor, and there's just 2 attackers stacked up on it. I didn't realize he just landed it directly in the middle of 2 players.
And also directly in the middle and directly behind the shield. Really great timing by Yuzus there. Not always something you can predict where the players obviously are stationed, but once he hears the shield, it's always going to be a bit of a gamble, and this time it pays off big for Falcons and pays off big for Yuzus. Going back to command now, we have seen quite a few times over this half already. The Falcons with that new burst of momentum, making a 3v5 comeback in round 4. We'll try to build off of that. Cade Tuberal as their strategy. The gunfights have not worked, generally speaking, beyond that last round. And so now we are fully committing to the utility, not only bringing the Cade 2, but a Mira as well.
A lot of C4s. That's always going to be a big factor. At some point, we're maybe going to have to do something about DMRs and C4s as a combination. It might just be a little bit too deadly, because at the minute you can play one of the better guns in the game on defense, and you've got the C4s, and you get 3 Zoto canisters for if you start to get Deimos tracked, or, you know, there's so many little different interactions that you can get away with that. So Solotov going to be taking advantage of that whilst they can. 1-4 at the moment, Leaky Fight 0-4. So like you say, even Doom, only 1-3, his only kill so far, but it's been an important one because it basically won his team the round.
Important one, but another C4 prepped. Once Dan lets this go, that C4 is going to fly upstairs, sends at his feet. There is nowhere Dan can run. We've seen him shoot C4s recently.
Beautiful.
What was that about Joom not being a great performer on the defense so far on Fortress? It was true up until about 10 seconds ago. Secondary utility and the primary. Gets a 5v3 for Falcons, the best start to a round they've had this entire map.
Now, surely we know that Doom is still there. Naku and Skies, they have to make it a goal to try and deal with him here. But Usus already providing a little bit of support. He's got the wall open right next to him, and he's just going to make crossing that Rubicon a little bit more difficult. Doom, he's never going to be stopped, Lynx. Takes Naku down, shield or not, and it looks like he's lining up for the next.
Flashbang might try to go out to take down the unkillable Cade inside of tower. Pasha's got the shotgun to do it, but he still dives to the revolver, thinking the Cade full committed to the drop. 4 kills for Joom, going from 1-3 to 5-3, and it's another for Falcons.
Doom got a taste of the scoreboard at the end of round 4 and thought, you know what, I'm going back for seconds. I like how that feels. 4 kills in the round, just finding so much space. Not even dropping the hatch, just keeping himself on the edge of the hatch and like tucking into the wall to find that final kill. Very impressive stuff. Falcons as well doing a good job of rallying around him. Usus are highlighted in the moment. He was able to, you know, the wall was opened up. I don't think it was Usus that opened it, but somebody was able to make that rotation and just give him a little bit more space to work in. That first C4, the angle on that, brilliant, just to make sure it exited the wall a little bit, so it kind of followed the attacker really all the way out of that door up there. You always fancy that 6-12 at close range, but you're never going to kill anyone looking at your feet. I think he was anticipating the hatch had already been dropped, but Doom with the double bluff, holding his ground there, and pretty much single-handedly winning the round from one position.
We even saw some defenders, I think, like very lukewarmly offering support. Like, we've got one guy sitting in a rotate hole, like, yeah, if you want help to come back, I'll give you a hand, but I think you generally got this under control.
It's confidence, isn't it? It's, you know, we don't need to try and save Doom here because through saving him, we might actually lose the round. We recognize what he's got and we kind of support him through getting a little bit more if he can. But if he dies at this point, job's done. We just hold our job.
It's a Cade at a minute and a half with all of his utility placed and the C4 already with a kill. Like, literally, he's already paid. He's already paid up. It was all just extra at that point. Falcons with faith in but absolutely the star player that people are looking at on Falcons. Again, the newest entry, still generally speaking, hot off a second place finish at the 6 Invitational 2026. Definitely on that run on Team Sequid. The player that everybody was looking at. As we look to what Virtus.Pro might find in this round, how about some Yokais? Still one in Bride's pocket, but finding some very important utility early on for this attack. If you want to go for the diffuse plant, that'll be very, very nice to not have to worry about that second Yokai. 2 shields again, though, Ollie. The only question is, will Virtus.Pro try to do the same attack with this quantity of shields?
There is a danger that they do. We've got a bit less to deal with the shields this time. More information has been brought. Not only an Echo, but also a Valkyrie. Again, heavy preference on these C4s, as we're once again seeing 3 brought. Some thorough drone work from Dan, though, is going to discover a little Razor Bloom at the top of Old Tower Stairs. Solotov still with 1 in pocket, though, so we can look to try and replace it at a later point or even put it somewhere else. Skies, he'll be a busy bee this round on that shock drone. That is, if it survives, if it's taken out there. His cameras continue to be flicked right now by Bride, doing his best to try and gather information. And whereas we've seen players actively sort of attacking and actively swinging these angles, now we're letting the information do the work. And all of a sudden, Falcons can just dig back a little bit.
And you talked about potentially, well, I was going to say stunning that shield with a Gershmot. This time it seems the strategy is the Yokai. If Nequo tries to push, hit him with the Yokai stun, but why don't just hit him with 2 C4s instead? Just do chip damage enough until you get 100%. Dan, who was so successful on this attacking last time, 4K for him on the Blackbeard. You get the first kill for Virtus.Pro this time, but how different it is It's only 1 for VP. It only comes with 45 seconds remaining. It arrives when Falcons reach a 4-2 scoreline, and he's the second to last to fall. These vertical angles and these C4s, a 1-2 punch that knock VP to the ground.
They were like rats running underneath your floor, weren't they? And there was just murder holes everywhere for users, Leaky Fag, whoever it might be, to have a do-through. I really rate the use of the C4s there. Let's have a listen to our teams in the half.
I was trying to swing him the first round, couldn't brief.
Okay, guys. Just in general, I'm gonna speak. I think they ban clash on this map, and you're gonna do a lot of shoot plays. So just remind us, okay? If you're doing shoot plays, bring something for the clash because they love the shoot.
Oh yeah.
Do you think if
You can speak it, Zach. What do you wanna do?
if you are playing as 5 is good against them or not this map?
Yeah, it can be good. Also, they hate playing glass. So, in my opinion, if they don't ban glass, Jums to play glass, like you play like, you know when you do default clear and you bring glass behind Bride and you can smoke the meeting and swing the bathroom and stuff. You should do this kind of stuff, okay? So,
I think these guys are pulling against direct as well, no?
and they're not that bad to be honest, but we can try as well.
Like some sites, for example, the guy plays a chunk on that site, so you don't need to go direct. But for me, like the other one, I feel like direct is easy because it's confident. Like Pasha is playing go there and he leaves early, like etc.
Yeah. You mean on direct? You mean on dorms? On dorms, we don't need direct.
I agree. On doms, I want to go direct.
On meeting.
On Tagni first, after that Snake, and after Demos. So we don't have to play Mute at all after that, right? So we just play on Warden. I don't know if they're gonna do different things like for after the Warden ban. In that case, we for sure we can do Demos open all the game and we ban different after that. But like we said before, don't choke for Glass or Ing because Ing is shit and the Glass we have Smoke, Tashanka, C4s, right? It's not about just that Warden. For me, Warden here not gonna be like important. Okay? And it's that guys. The rest is like a screens. Don't have it too much special. We're gonna ban Snake first because, like you say, Snake can make crazy shit hounds, right? Demos no. Demos is kind of more
If
zone
I hide
hounds.
castle, what do I do on castle? If I hide castle?
I think for me, you put a 1 in blue for Nikita and a 1 exit, 2 in pocket.
Okay.
If they break exit, you go and put again. Because normally it's roof guy, you know.
And
So you can give
second one
full security
we
for
really
final round there. I don't care. Like you can put two in pockets and just like a renew somewhere, you know.
Okay, guys, let's go.
Let's go.
What we do first, Pasha Mira?
One interesting difference between the two timeouts that we just saw. One, generally speaking, very player-led on the side of Falcons. A lot of calming between Licky Fak and Salatov, and then, of course, with Juma users chiming in every now and then. But on VP, I mean, and this is pretty consistent with the VP timeouts I think we've seen, Ali. Dark, definitely the strong leader, calling pretty much everything in these timeouts.
It definitely feels like it's, I don't want to say his way or the highway, but when asked a question, he's like, either I don't mind or no, you do this. Keep 2 in pocket, you know, play castle here. If they destroy it, you know, replace one. Like, it's very prescribed. It's very step by step. Julio does a lot of top level stuff and he'll remind people of bans or preferences or overall play styles. But in that timeout, and differently to the Chalet one, it was Solotov that was having a lot to say and really, you know, sort of fronting up against Leaky Fak in some ways, and not in no sort of beef way, but just like, I think this, you know, and I've got my own opinion.
Yeah, an exchange of ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah, and definitely, I think to your point as well, like the trend seems to be like Julio gives some high-level stuff, Licky Fak jumps in, and then at that point it just kind of devolves, and all the players begin jumping in. Just 2 different ideologies, both valid ways of playing the game, but definitely different examples that we've seen in going into these attacks. Also, one operator we heard mentioned, the Glaz was talked about. Falcons mentioning that VP don't seem to like the Glaz, that it might be good to bring. Jew might be good to be able to swing in if they go for some direct takes or if they don't want to go for some direct takes. And VP, basically the first thing we hear when we go to them is, we don't care about the Glaz. Warden, who cares? We've got smokes, we've got Tachankas, we've got thorns, we've got all these different things we can use to counter. Warden, not really that big of a deal. So clearly, of course, Falcons confident in their Glaz pick, but VP also confident that if it's brought, that they can counter it.
Yeah, which is really nice because we're going to get to see either who was right or who's better in the heat of the moment. And I kind of fancy Doom on Glaz right now, especially with some of the shots that he's been hitting today. Going to be wasting no time as User starts to get some of these exterior walls open. Can really just cut through a lot of that site, a lot of those corridors in and around. Very much a little bit of no man's land right there. It can be very important to get that open and just restrict some of the flow from these defenders. Softwall's now getting opened by Leaky Fak as well. The Rotero drones putting in a lot of work. This is very atypical of a Falcons approach. They tend to like to set the landscape a little bit more than VP do, whereas VP like to barrel in off the back of a shield. Falcons will bring a shield as well, of course. We've got Bride playing on the blitz, but they like to do a little bit more setup.
The shield also feels a bit more like it's just a part of a broader lineup rather than the point of a lineup. Like, Brady will play it, and usually will get a decent amount of focus, as a shield often will, but it is not like that's their thing. It's not like that is truly what they are basing the whole round on. And really here, it's the combination of the Blitz and the Glass in all likelihood. Not the Ace, as Dan, with that classic DMR of his, brought it on Chalet, bringing it here. Finds Yuzu's at just about the halfway point, with a mirror window as well, and some Kibas. Virtus.Pro investing a lot of resources into this position for Dan to succeed. We got some information on the shield. Not really revealing his position. I have a feeling Falcons are already decently aware of it. We'll see the Flores cross. There's 3 whole attackers on this side of the map. Now the Blitz begins to push. Flores trying to catch the Aruni. Won't happen. Instead, Dan just barely making it out, joining the rest of the defense. And as we hit the minute mark, Falcons without a kill.
Dan doing a really good job of slipping himself out there. It looked like he should have been dead, and I think if Falcons had been a little bit more aggressive, they could have potentially cut him off there, especially with the Blitz. But Skies was just there for a little bit of support, and Falcons obviously feeling like they didn't need to fully send after that, probably in part due to the fact they've already lost users. They don't want to lose another. A load of Bs get sent in now, and that will give a bit of information over towards Solotov here.
Ooh, low information over to Solotov and some confidence as well. Seen some great Grim plays from this player over the years. Just a couple years since that massive Bailiff play in Manchester. Might need something out of him this round, as Jume, the Glass player we saw, clearly not a problem whatsoever for Virtus.Pro. It's Brede is causing more issues, just him and Solotov. To win this 2v4, 2v3 as Rorik is on the ground. Might be 2v2 if he catches Nako quickly, but no, the Deagle, so powerful in the hands of the Izami. And now Brede, what is a shield to do in a 1v3 like that? Your back's going to be turned to somebody, and at that point, it's pretty much done. Virtus.Pro, a much-needed round after losing 3 in a row.
Again, VP, what do they do well at? They do well at setting out a stall. Azami, Mirror, really being able to dig in quite deep to some of those power positions. And I think Falcons have brought a good lineup, but it just didn't have enough. Losing out users was obviously a big problem. And then after that, there was nothing really to deal with the mirror windows. They're not bringing a Nash. They're not bringing, there's nothing that they can just sort of immediately shoot and bang, the mirror window's gone. You have to get up close to it. Now, you could say that that's maybe Blitz's job. And you could say that a Blitz needs to run up aggressively and make that happen. But it's not always as easy as that, is it? There's always somebody playing in and around, and it's not a risk that you can always take. So Dan is definitely going to be leveraging this mirror for as long as possible here. There's a very high chance it will get banned out a little bit later. We're still yet to see the castle play, of course, that was being discussed as well between Paksha and Dark during the halftime show. And I can't wait to see that one when it eventually arrives. But again, it leans into that same sort of ideology of big architect ops that are really looking to try and shape the site and the way that it's played.
As you can see, Dan hiding that mirror, just creeping out with 13 seconds left. Both his black mirrors in pocket. We'll set them watching the west side of the map, over towards this long corridor that Nako is currently moving in and about. And again, just a look at all of this stall that Virtus.Pro have. Smoke and Goyo, Mira, Clash, Thorn. Basically through every way you could possibly imagine stalling or causing issues for an attack that will cost time is present for this Virtus.Pro lineup. On the flip side for Falcons, no Blitz, but we are keeping that Glass. So part of Falcon's strategy remaining consistent, instead going with the Ying Glass, which also got a shout out from Dark, and they also didn't seem all that worried about it.
No. It wasn't a very polite word that was used, but it wasn't an endearing one. I disagree. I think the Ying can be fantastic. However, if you consistently lose in opening picks, are we really going to see the full breadth of the operator? I don't know. Jume down on the Glass. So, of course, still got the Ying, but Ying and Glass as a combination is very disruptive. And it's often something that works quite well together. It's a nice little marriage, as it were. Users can try and get rid of some of that barbed wire, but he's just going to get batted away there as Rotero drone caught out before it goes into its bulletproof stage. Leaky Fac trying to now use the Ying to take a little bit of map control. Doesn't want to get swung off the back of anyone swinging with that Clash. And instead he's going to dump all of his utility just in an attempt to stay alive here.
It's a desperate attempt by Liquifac. I mean, one that works, but he was throwing Candelas at Ghost. That Clash stopped maybe Nako from planting the shield and taking the fight with him, but that's the rest of the Candelas used for what we know as really nobody who was going to swing around that doorway. Falcons as well, going back to that opening pick from Jume. Virtus.Pro 5-3 on the opening pick so far on Fortress. A return to the trend of Salt Lake City for Falcons. not struggling on the entry engagement and that they're losing them all the time, but not the strong entry team that we saw inside of EML, and it continues. Ying had already used all of her utility, both that and the glass taken down. It feels like the heart has been taken out of both of these Falcons attacks.
Yeah, they don't really have that bite left now, do they? They've lost the big impact operator in the Ying and the Glaz, and we're just left to try and win gunfights. And gunfights haven't been something that have been coming so easily to Falcons here on this attacking phase. In part, that's due to the fact that there's a clash often just bearing down and swapping a lot of information between the team. Still a Toxic Babe canister here, and it just feels like a lockout.
It just feels like VP are going to keep them at bay. Users will push deep, move around the clash. Oh, even pre-fires at the right level, but Rorik hopping up will take down Users with the shotgun, and it's another Bride 1vx, and it's another one he's going to lose. 2 rounds in a row now for Virtus.Pro, 5-3 on their pick. It's not done yet, but it's getting close.
Falcons need to wake up. They've already used their tactical timeout. We've had the halftime show. There really is nowhere left to turn right now. Are they going to continue along this track of Glaz and really making something happen? We haven't seen the value out of it. And VP, quite rightly, not worried about the Ying either. None of it causing them any trouble. It seems like this clash is the biggest problem right now for Falcons. And it's a problem that isn't being played in round 9.
Attackers have located a bomb.
It's the stall, though, broadly, though, to your point. It's the stall that's the big issue. The clash was one way that we just did it, but it's been a consistent factor.
It's different this time, isn't it? We're now into that castle territory. Dark was talking about leaving a couple of castles in your pocket and, you know, replacing them as we go and along the course of the round. And again, that mirror, both of which have been huge players, throwing his army in there for the times that you don't bring the clash either, potentially, and you're always going to have some sort of stall and some sort of problem. Starting to see where those castles are going now and what the true intention is behind this. Fortunately, Falcons, or Users at least, is bringing Sledge, so those castles shouldn't be too much of a problem.
We all set at the beginning of the round. A little bit different than when Dark had potentially envisioned as keeping a couple in pocket, but I think still, nobody's going to complain about putting all your castle barricades in valuable positions. Joom bringing in the Dokkaebi as he's done, generally over the course of this tournament. Not necessarily the only operator he plays. Joom quite a flexible player, but again, taking this role in place of Users, who used to play it back when Shaika was on the roster. Just trying to find some lurks and any kind of gaps he can find in the VP defense, which Falcons have not really found. We've talked about the stall a couple times now. It's been present in rounds 7 and 8, but the way it's manifested both times has been in opening picks that have either happened generally at the halfway point of the round, or if they've occurred early, have then resulted in VP retreating. Round 7, basically the halfway point, and then VP fall back. Round 8 happens in the first minute, and then VP immediately fall back and play around each other. They are not looking to take these fights. They are not looking to play aggressive. They're going to sit behind their utility and make Falcons come to them.
And Falcons know this. They're bringing a really heavy lineup to deal with a lot of that utility. We've got secondary hard breach on Leaky Fact, nades. We've got Selmas on Bride, plenty of utility, soft destruction for Users, and then the Twitch to round things out a little bit more. Joom, play whatever you like, get him on a Dokkaebi. He just needs to be getting a couple of kills on the entry. It was a big part of Chalet, and so far the entry has been a battle that only Virtus.Pro have won on this map of Fortress. I think Falcons got the first one, but aside from that, it's been very one-sided indeed. Mirror window will be popped, so we can hear that happen. Pasha, not going to be playing around it at the moment. Not too concerned. Some good information being gathered there, but again, trying to go for one of those openings, and no one's there for the trade.
Now Pasha just again playing his position, winning not only one, but the next as well. Such a high-powered defensive fragger for VP, 7-3 on Fortress. It seems VP will continue their march to map point. Skies as well, 13-6. A standout player on this roster in Salt Lake City. And Licky Fack got to make a name for himself in round 9, and I think unfortunately that one might just be lost to history. Double stack inside of Nurse, and Skies instead from behind, not only with his 3rd kill of that round, but VP's 3rd round on defense on map point.
VP have been fantastic on defense so far. If you look back to the game that they played against SR, they were only good for 2 attacks. So they've improved from there because they came out of here with 3 attacks. Flipping onto the defense side, it wasn't really the defenses where they found a lot of problem. They were able to get an even 3-3 half there as well. So having already put in that hard work today on this attacking side, it makes sense. Very surprised to see the Glaz band of all things That's had 0 impact so far.
But, well, one, yes, you're entirely correct. But it is one of those things where you're up 6-3, you've won 3 defenses in a row, you're thinking to yourself, okay, do we have an op we feel super strong about banning because it makes us uncomfortable?
I don't think they care.
Exactly.
I honestly don't think they care. I think that Virtus.Pro do not care. They would happily just play the rest of the game without another ban. Just old school. Because what's it going to give them? They've dealt with everything. You could give Falcons the key and the secret right now, and I'm not sure that they'd come away with a round.
Well, and so moving away from the Glaz when they attack the first floor side, could it be possible that if Glaz were unbanned, that they'd bring the Glaz if they retried both dorms and command? But, of course, let's see. The Glaz has been banned by Virtus.Pro. Just going to continue to disrupt Falcons' plan a little bit. You want to keep them on their toes. They're already taking 2 minutes and, 2 minutes, 15 seconds with all the tools on the table that, generally speaking, they can work with, right? Snake and a Monty. Those are 2 of the most banned operators at Salt Lake City. It's going to disrupt Falcons, but I don't know if they're really going to freak out about it. But after that, when you start having those issues, a Glaz is just one small thing to just make it a little bit nicer. Fortunately, we will have a brief tech pause, transition into, I believe, a bit more prolonged tech pause. Not for any potential bug abuse reasons, just a little bit of a sound bug that seems to be difficult to kick.
Hopefully we can get all the players back into the lobby and underway very shortly. At least Fortress seems like it might blink by. 7-3 is... Well, 7-3 is looking like a pretty realistic scoreline here. I mean, if VP win this, both teams will have won their own maps very convincingly, which is a best of 3. That's kind of how these things are expected to go. Win your own map and win the decider, and make sure that you're leaving something open for the decider that you want to play and that you've got a good chance on, because otherwise you are going to find yourself a little bit out of luck. Falcons, not a formidable force here on Fortress today just yet. And VP really going through the motions. Great recovery as well, when you think about it. Losing 7-2 on Chalet, to then be able to come out and give a performance like this, just shows how confident they are in themselves and how much belief they have in the system. We joke about them banging the head against it a little bit, but there are some maps where that's going to work.
And it seems like it might be one of those cases. Of course, we did mention on Chalet that VP have a tendency so far in Salt Lake City to start out very hot in their games and then cool off a little bit, whether it's the map, whether it's the series. Won 3 rounds in a row, lost 3 rounds, won 3 rounds in a row now. It's entirely possible that we now see a site rotation that goes completely the way of Falcons. I think both Ollie and I, we acknowledge it's a possibility. I don't know how confident we are in it happening, because we've seen, I think, VP do the same thing, but from multiple different starting places, right? It wasn't always Castle. It was Azami in some cases, Azami and Mira. In other cases, it was Mira and Clash. In other cases, it was Castle and Mira. In some cases, it's a rehost with a sound bug that we just cannot seem to beat.
It's on Nemesis at the moment, isn't it? I think it was a rehost for VP's side, and then it was a rehost then just called by Falcons.
Ollie, I'm starting to get flashbacks.
Oh, no.
I'm starting to get...
We're too far into the series for flashbacks.
I'm starting to get flashbacks. I am back in my room, and Bino is missing. We cannot find him. He's gone, and we cannot find Bino.
Look, there's no way that we're able to lose a player here. We've got them all under lock and key.
Can you imagine Bride just gets up and walks out of the room?
They're all in the same hotel.
Actually, June's got a tracksuit on. He might go move in.
Go for a run?
I do find it interesting. June's the only one who wears the tracksuit on this team.
I'm not surprised. He's been outside.
It is nice out.
It's 1,000,000 degrees.
That is also true. It is 1,000,000 degrees. It's only been 1,000,000 degrees the past couple days, though. It is actually, for those who are not here, but for those who will be here, hopefully in a couple days for Salt Lake City, it was beautiful weather the first days we got here. And it is still very nice weather. It's quite hot. Even a little humid for the desert, which is a little uncomfortable. But it should be back to picturesque, perfect weather for the live portion. So hopefully you all will enjoy it. And hopefully it does not get up to 90 degrees humid, because that'd be bad.
It wasn't too humid yesterday, but it was like 90-odd degrees.
It was a bit muggy a couple days ago, too.
Yeah. It's been nicer. I've enjoyed the weather. Anyone that's coming, make sure you...
very sunny.
Stay hydrated. Bring your sunscreen. Bring your sunglasses as well. And a hat. Hats are always good.
I don't wear hats.
Hats are great for the sun. Keeps the sun off your face. Keeps you cool.
I grow hair for that.
You can do that as well. That is an option.
It's my secret. Well, it's not my secret. They're not here.
Looks like we are starting the game again. Thank you so much for bearing with us during this tech pause. It seems like we've been a little bit unfortunate so far with Falcons and Virtus.Pro, but we are back underway. In the break, in this instance, maybe favours Falcons a little bit. You mentioned how VP can run a little bit hot and cold sometimes. 3 rounds on the bounce for each of the teams in the series so far. Maybe, just maybe, it's time for a bit of a Falcons comeback. It'll be a late comeback, but they need 3 rounds to take this to an overtime to have a chance at closing this series out at a 2-0 scoreline. Just a reminder, the bans that came through, Glaz and the Warden. So it is forcing Falcons into something different, which again, might be a good thing for them, because what they have been doing so far, it hasn't been working, Lynx.
It's not been working. It is plain and simple not been working. Really could just kind of end there, because what else are you going to do? What else can you say about, you know, the 2-round Glaz, the multiple attempts? You tried it with the Blitz, you tried it with the Ying. MVP, who said they were ready for it and weren't worried about it, were clearly justified in that opinion. Though, the ironic thing is, they were like, we're not worried about the Glaz, we have Smoke, we've got Goyo, we've got all these things. Both times, the Glaz has just died as either the first or the second pick in the rounds he was brought. So they literally just killed him with a gun, rather than actually using any of the utility they mentioned.
There's been 4 survivors in 2 of the rounds that VP have won so far on this defense, and 3 in the other. It has just been a kill problem. It is a mathematical problem at the moment that Falcons cannot seem to overcome. They cannot buy a kill. Never mind a kill on the entry, where we've seen them do quite well. Solotov moving quickly on the blitz, looking to take some serious space right now as Joom takes a ton of damage.
Taking a lot of space, Joom eating most of that utility, just running ahead of the Razor Bloom, running ahead of the Smoke, but now he's a bit separate from the rest of the team. Brady and Joom, ideally like to support him, but Joom, well, that's not happening. Exhibit A right here. Brady as well, can't really hop in this building. There's a player sitting right on it, super shorty in hand. So Solotov is quite alone right now. Can't really die because Brady is cutting off part of the angle. And of course, Solotov looking towards the other. But this initial play to get quick control isn't really working out. Solotov now on 1 HP. Him and Joom, 1 HP. Naquo now also joining the Barely Alive Club on Fortress. And Solotov Licky-Fact, the first 2 members of Cam Duty in round 10. Joom, he's been on 1 HP since the beginning of the round. Quickly facing a disproportionate load from the rest of his team. Falcons have tried, I wouldn't say everything, but they have tried and tried and tried and tried. And every single time through all 4 of these attacks, it simply has not worked. Skies 15 and 6, can't get 16 as Yuzus in a 1v4 now. Looking to take every fight he can get his hands on. No Candelas, no smokes, no nothing beyond an LMG and a pistol, and I've lost count of how many times this castle barricade's been punched. If this is the last one. It just does not seem like this one's happening. Maybe now? There we go. 7-3 for Virtus.Pro on their own pick. A prolonged ending to Fortress, but one that, once we got a couple rounds into VP's defenses, seemed like a foregone conclusion.
I'll be honest, Lynx, when I saw the maps for this series, I said the age-old. It's something I've said a few times before. You win your own map, you win the decider. Fortress, not a great map for Falcons. Chalet, not a great map for VP. Who's going to be better on Lair? Stay tuned. We'll be back.
Currently 1-1 in the series, and both teams getting some victories on their own map picks, but now we have a fun one, Ali. We have Lair coming up as the decider, and last time these two teams faced, it was a good one.
We do, and we've seen some fairly one-sided maps so far. Obviously,
Very
Fortress
one-sided.
there for VP. I think there was only Brede that had anywhere near 100 EPS. If we have a look at some of these scores, bear in mind, we had some standout performances from players like Doom and, of course, LeakyFac over on Chalet, and they just didn't exist. 40% cost for Doom.
Hey, and Joom, he got a big 4K in one round. And unfortunately, beyond that, similar to the rest of Falcons, it was very sporadic performances. Maybe LeakyFac here or there, that Joom 4K, Brede the only consistent player. Meanwhile, over on the side of EP, it generally speaking was pretty consistent. Sure, in the kills, Skies breaking away clear with 14 and 6. But in terms of impact, while Skies might have been getting a lot of kills, it does feel like everyone was putting in some kind of effort. Dan maybe having a 4K in one round, but everyone definitely contributing.
I don't think that you could look at anybody on the side of that VP roster for that game of Fortress and say that they didn't perform or did not do their job. It was 7-3, well-oiled machine, everybody working together. I mean, Nakio at a 60% cost is criminal, by the way, for the value that he was having on the shields on that attacking phase. It's just unfortunate that it isn't something that we can necessarily measure too well. It's a little bit subjective. Something that isn't subjective, though, is our next map, and that is going to be Lair. The last time that these two teams played this map, it was for qualification to this. It was inside of kickoff for EUL, and surprise, surprise, VP came out on top, not only in Lair, but also in that series. It was a 2-0, so it's going to be a different result here, regardless of which way it falls. It looks like you guys at home can't decide either. A 50-50 split, straight down the middle. We don't always get one of those, but it just goes to show how well supported both of these two teams are. Headed into Lair, it really is anybody's.
And when you have one team winning 7-2 on their own pick, the other winning 7-3 on their pick, 50-50 does make sense. No clear favorite emerging as we go into Lair. And kickoff was a long time ago. Some teams have learned that lesson the hard way. Furia, one example, leading the SAL and also leading Salt Lake City in the exits. Just because regional performance is there does not mean you're guaranteed to make it. And that is all true for these two teams. One will make it, one will go home. It will be decided at the end of Lair. We just have to play a few rounds to see what that looks like. Bans coming through. Monty and Bandit out the gate. Cade, one of the most banned defenders at this event, and I have to imagine he'll follow up with that here.
Monty Damos being taken away there. Obviously, we can reference the game that these two had because it's fairly recent. It's going to be very applicable for what we are watching here and now. Getting rid of that Monty against Virtus.Pro. Oh, surprise, surprise. Nakey, he's just going to flex onto his other most played shield operators. Blackbeard will be coming out here for round number 1. Of course, VP starting off on the attack. Previously, when we saw this matchup take place, they were good for 4 rounds on that attacking side. So I'm expecting VP to have a pretty good idea of what they want to achieve right now. We've spoken already of VP's strengths in attacks. They're often very good when you can just front up directly. And that's what Lair is a lot of the time. A lot of the time for Lair, we are dealing with just walking into Ops Room, fronting up to players on mezzanine, and it's that war of attrition, right? They've got an incredible resilience for that consistent pound of trying to make their way through an angle and really trying to force their way in. I imagine it as like opening a door, getting a crowbar and jamming it into the side and then just leveraging it open ever so slightly. And with every pump of that lever, you get it a little bit further open. That's how VP's attacks kind of sort of transpire a lot of the time. And on the flip side, you think of the Falcons attacks and they're often everywhere and nowhere at the same time, and they will really try and encircle you and cut you off and have someone playing cut off somewhere, and it's a lot more techie. Lair for me, the same as Fortress, can be one of those maps where you can go a little bit more direct and you can just force a little bit more of the problem. So it makes sense that last time we saw these two teams face off against one another, VP came out on top, particularly on that attack. But then, of course, that means there's tape now, and there is an ability to counter prep it. Falcons and VP are both going to have had a reasonably good idea as to what the maps should be moving into it. They're never really going into these situations blind, especially when they play each other week in, week out inside of EUL.
No, when you get that regional experience, you're always going to have a degree of familiarity. Seeing a decent amount of interregional matchups in the, really honestly, in a lot of the promotion games. We had, G2 Twisted Minds. We had G2 Virtus.Pro yesterday. We got Falcons Virtus.Pro today. We've had Furia NIP yesterday. Or a couple days ago, excuse me. 2 days ago, in fact. And then, of course, we had NA yesterday with DZ wildcard. Now we have 5 Fears wildcard later today. And, of course, Enterprise Weibo right after this game, right after this map. Again, this is Lair, map number 3. We do have another tech pause. We are all very excited. But these things happen. And as we continue, one thing I am intrigued to see, we obviously saw Nako pick the shield in round 1. And it is going to be a part of this Virtus.Pro attack at this point. It's just going to be a given. Win or lose this game, make it further in the tournament or not, it's going to be a big part of their identity. And going to your point earlier, something Falcons will very much be ready for. But how is it going to look on Lair? You mentioned, of course, our 6 room is a position which they might just push straight into the defensive setup, another position. See Falcons roaming on basement. Say going for some kind of extension could push straight into the setup inside of, say, Arsenal or Armory, maintenance, those kinds of areas Virtus.Pro might just push directly into. By the same token, we have had 2 players over the course of this series, or at least 2 players in this lobby for Falcons, who are inclined to go for some roams. One of them was Joom on the Solus. That did not really work on Fortress. There's one other player on this roster who loves some Solus. That is LickyFac, who will bring her in the first round on this defense of R6 room. Joom instead bringing the Azami. Like they're trying to play some power positions, but LickyFac, he'll be the roamer that Virtus.Pro need to concern themselves with.
Bit of a different lineup as well from what we're used to seeing when Falcons play this map. Especially defending this top floor. They like to bring a Clash, a Goyo. They like to bring a Tachanka. All of which available. The breaching is going to be very straightforward for this first 6 rounds. VP opting to give themselves the easier time of things. Choosing to deal with static utility rather than spending their time getting batteries or electrification off the wall. It really is it's a kind of a point that you really fall on one side or another, really. Or you can fall in the middle. You don't have to be so decided that you've made your mind up, but I think it is becoming a bit more of a trend that teams give themselves a slightly easier time getting the breach open so that they can just be more adaptable, more flexible to deal with everything else. Pasha going to be setting himself up a drone on yellow as he's playing on the Snake. He has a great opportunity to go down below and make things happen. Not quite as good as Deimos, who is, of course, banned in this round. You would expect the Deimos to be a player that would go below, and whilst Pasha can fill a similar role on the Snake, it isn't a one-for-one trade.
Now, Pasha will give you a bit more of the lurking, right? Send into a location, try and get some information where you haven't otherwise droned. The Deimos tries to target one particular player, for example. In a Deimos, on this position, maybe would send a Deathmark tracker out to find LickyFac and hunt him down over the course of the round. It is much simpler for Warwick to be on a drone, holding an angle, than LickyFac takes the fight and loses it. No utility expended, nothing really lost by Virtus.Pro in getting that kill, and the follow-up is Joom tries to either retreat into or peek out of R6 room. Well, he unfortunately loses his life as well. 2 of the most powerful operators on Falcons defense dealt with, but Solotov still has something to say. A very quick peek on Disguise lands the headshot on a Dan as well. The Thorn with this Uzi, a menace against Virtus.Pro, who has single-handedly saved Falcons' chances in round 1. Now Yuzus looks to try and channel some of that same energy against a 2-man stack, pushing up rocket stairs. Smoke canister supporting him to keep this attack at bay. Grimby's going out in turn, but Virtus.Pro for the moment stalled out.
Yuzus repositioned, kept himself alive there, didn't overcommit. Can back himself up a little bit along with Solotov. Bride going to be on that smoke. Just making himself a little bit of a rotation here to give a slight option for later. 1 Toxic Babe canister. Pick your doorway at this point. But Naku already looking to take this space. Nothing really stopping him from pushing in right now. It's only guns that they need to be concerned with.
Especially with the shotgun right around the corner, it's going to be a big problem, whether for the Blackbeard or for the Grim, whoever decides to take this fight. They're going to have to deal with this close M59. User's low HP is in the perfect position to compensate that with this gun. Naquo now again looking towards the single door in office. Going back and forth, trying to decide which way should they go. We'll creep in, put the diffuser down. That last toxic canister has been used, and with no C4s, there's no utility coming in to stop this diffuse plant. Pasha gets both lined up perfectly for that F2 and uses the next to fall. Secondary and primary, good for the Snake, and Virtus.Pro get there first.
It's always going to be the difficulty when you've got something as powerful as a Blackbeard there and no utility to fall back on. No C4, one Toxic Babe canister. I mean, that's going to be good for covering one angle. But there's nothing stopping a player from just balling through and running straight past. You can kind of ignore the Toxic Babe canister to a point. Bit of a missed opportunity, it seems, from Falcons. 3 versus 3, time low. A lot of people swinging where they maybe didn't need to. You could argue that was a swing you didn't need to make and Solotov came out on top, but at the end of the day, both just challenging onto that door. As soon as you've already let the Blackbeard cross, you've lost the round.
And again, with that minimal utility, not a whole lot of options. I'm almost curious, are we going to see a Tachanka next time they attempt R6 just to give themselves a little bit something extra?
You have to, don't you? It makes so much sense to bring it. It was a winning formula for them previously when they played this map against this team.
Of course, you could counter-argue, maybe VP got to be ready for it, but it's a Tachanka in sight.
Ready for, you can't do anything about it. It's not got a counter. It's one of the few things in the game that just has zero counter.
It's like, what are you going to do? Like, rush him? You could.
Yeah.
You could try. We have seen that work. But, consistently, it's unclear. We'll have to see when Falcons inevitably try to attempt that second floor again as one of the primary bomb sites. They will need, or well, probably should make another attempt of it at some point. We'll try basement as their next site. June picking up the Solus. Didn't see a lot of success from him on this operator on Fortress. If he wants to play fast and loose on this defense, maybe a good time to try and limit test. It's just unfortunate that it's Dokkaebi and Snake that he's going up against. Two operators that are absolutely perfect to find a roamer playing off-site. Currently, I believe Joom is lurking all the way on the second floor. Meanwhile, the attack is pushing more directly into Dock. Maybe trying to use some of these drones, both on attack and defense, to set up the respective sides. This Glass also with a smoke canister going down. Ooh, look at this. Pasha already in quite deep for a minute into the round. Just sitting inside a Toxin prone, ratting against the defense. Bride next up, though quickly traded by Naquo, as Virtus.Pro taking very fast control, or at least very fast engagements, yet still not making it very deep.
A little bit jammed up there inside of barrels. Rorik will be able to have a look through with Glaz. But a 1-for-1 there. You've lost your Echo for your Snake. Both massive pieces of utility for either side. The Echo, it's late round utility. That's what you really want it there for. The Snake, it's an occupational hazard going down first. You are likely going to be in those engagements a bit more often. So you could say that this favors VP at the moment. Almost a bit of a misdrawn there, but Naku will be thorough. And he's able to call out there is someone just on the other side of the door. You get through lab and exit that door to the right. Do need to be cautious, but defenders, they can move. Naku is instead going to try and push his way through Toxin. Again, a very techie angle to challenge onto. Look at this buddied link play that we've got right now. Leaky Fact, he's happy to put himself in the way, but Naku just fronts up to him.
Just ADSs goes to the pre-fire, and Yuzu's so focused up front. Backend's being exposed to the Blackbeard. Dan, good for the cover as well. June now retreating back to the site. Never really got any impact on that rat play. Virtus.Pro feeling very confident on Lair. Plant for the first round, kills for the second. Both go their way.
Said before, VP were good for 4 rounds on the attack. Last time these two teams played Lair, it was a far closer game, with rounds going 1-for-1 pretty much throughout the duration. This time, a little bit different. VP have streaked a little bit of a lead right out of the gate. And they're not really showing any sign of slowing down. They are just rolling that momentum over from Fortress onto Lair and playing in kind of a similar play style. Everything is a lot around this shield play. And you start to wonder there, at what point do you just ban all 3 shields?
And it's a funny question because not only can you, but we have made arguments on both sides of this equation, right? On the one hand, the shields are a known quantity. You know he's going to play them. So there's a compelling argument to just ban every single shield. But by the same token, if you know he's going to play shields every single time, then you know what one of the 5 operators is going to be on the attack. You can also, considering he's available, reasonably guess that there's going to be a solid snake, probably going to be at least one hard breach, and at that point, you're already well on your way to figuring out what Virtus.Pro's lineup is going to be. It's a tricky situation because on Chalet, the shields were basically useless on that Chalet attack. On Fortress, they were useful, but they weren't like necessarily dominant, but these 2 rounds have been some of the best shield rounds we've seen in the whole series. And so I imagine Falcons probably going to take a much closer look at a shield ban for their last one, but the Naqua would still have either Blitz or Blackbeard, one of them remaining. It's a tricky situation, and just so happens that VP shield play is working very well right now. We'll see if Falcons can get adjusted to it, either in round or after a tactical timeout. The latter's likely going to be called if the defense drops another one here as they try bunks briefing their 3rd sight on this defense so far. Something's got to give, and it's probably going to be Julio hitting the button.
I would expect it. I would expect a tactical timeout to come if this round doesn't go Falcons' way. Cannot afford to let that happen. Nakey going to burst on through from Ops. Into mess. Makes a nice little rotate there. Can likely do the same into our 6th room. That's going to be a bit of a focus, clearing out this top floor. Rorik downstairs. Just need to be a little bit cautious down here. There is going to be a rogue defender, Leaky Fack. He's a ways away for the time being, but it is something to keep an eye on. Skies can start to move through this top floor. Ooh, mirror windows up there as well. Solotov again on a fairly unnecessary swing. Maybe just fancying himself to be a bit better, a bit quicker. He'll pay for it. Take a good portion of damage. Still alive, though, and can still start to plug up some of these holes with those Kiba barricades. It's only going to buy a short period of time.
And unfortunately, a lot more needs to be bought. First time that we've seen Falcons really come away with an opening pick. It's the snake down below going for that lurk. But that just means it's an effective 4v4 at the moment. 4 players up top going against both on the attack and the defense. Peeking down through the vertical holes. Nako good for 1. Great C4 by Uzus. That actually ties things up as Brady gets a kill on a Skies shortly thereafter and retreats down green stairs. It's rare we see an actual full clear of this top floor, and one resulting in the defenders surviving and then falling back to the site. Rounds are usually won or lost based off this top floor clear. Now instead, Uzus will be down below as Brede thinks about a retake up green. Virtus.Pro with 30 seconds remaining. I've got 1 in the site, but Pasha actually decides to rotate out. He's heading for the flank through bottom rocket into medical and might just find the 1 HP player! And he might see him, but killing is a whole different question. A lot of damage dealt to Uzus and Brede, but a slim chance at victory for Brede, and he gets both of them. A round seemed like it should go VP's way. Brede with 1 kill in the mid-game and 2 to finish things off.
Brede was the only player with a pulse, it felt like, on Fortress for some rounds for Falcons. He's continued that over here. Finally, Falcons with a round there to talk about and to give themselves a little bit of confidence. I still wouldn't be surprised to see the timeout because they can't just win down there every time. There is something called a site rotation, ladies and gentlemen, and you cannot go to the same site if you win it until you have been to 2 different ones. Blackbeard and Tachanka. Finally, we get the Blackbeard ban, and in a way, finally we get the Tachanka ban. It's just a shame that we didn't see Falcons use it in the first round because
might have been a different story.
Could have very well been a different story. Good clear, though.
Really good clear.
We often judge teams quite heavily on how this clear really manifests itself. And the C4 from Uzus just being able to dig back. Obviously playing Solotov up there. It's not unusual, but when you have both the Mirror and the Azami, you've got no choice. You have to play it. I really liked the Mirror window that was played looking back in toward Mask from like the storage room. It was a direction that you never really see that Mirror window played in, but there was obviously a lot of confidence from Falcons that, well, they're not going to push it from Skybridge, and if they do, we've got barbed wire and we've got ways and means of doing it. We knew that they were going to be coming in through the bathroom side and through museum side, so a good little play there from Falcons. Nice little bit of risk management. Back onto this top floor we go. So, no Tachanka. That's now been banned. It wasn't brought in round 1. Something else that wasn't brought in round 1 that maybe could or should have been. Goyo.
Vulcan Pack's very effective tools, not only for basically knocking away shields if they decide to walk into the fire and just kind of eviscerating their HP if they were to do so, but the more effective and the more common way is, of course, wasting, you know, like 15, 20 seconds of the clock as the attack tries to push in. It can be very good, usually necessitates a twitch pick and turn or some nades being brought by the attack. It's something that always invites and really requires a response from the attacking team. Again, talking about things that we did see or didn't see, one thing we actually saw in those earlier attacking rounds was Dan on this Chalet. Able to take down the Kiba barriers early on, also using a lance to crack that mirror window. Not an operator we often see, but a focal point of VP's R6 room attacks, oddly enough. Another Kiba goes out to plug up the hole, allow the ops player the ability to retreat. Joom not doing so, only now, once LickyFact has had the opportunity to set up that fallback mirror window inside of Office, now is when the Azami and the Mira fall back, and it's not like last time. We saw Joom caught falling back into Office, or somebody taken down below. No, this time, everybody from the defense falls back, and nobody, not a single person off site.
They're looking to try and play it a lot tighter, aren't they? They know that VP are going to push fairly one-dimensionally. They're always going to be buddied up in some way, shields or not. I mean, of course, we've still got a shield. You've still got the blitz to play. That hasn't been removed from him either. Solotov getting some good damage in down range now and can start to use those Zoto canisters to just slow a little bit of the progress onto that site wall. It's a DMR for DMR battle, though, as Dan also has the sniper on Chalet and is going to be good with it. LickyFact did manage to take Pasha down before that, but any sort of stall that Falcons were hoping to have with those Zoto canisters has now disappeared. More importantly, that position behind desk, super powerful. Someone's going to need to plug that gap.
Joom might be in the most immediate spot to rotate. He doesn't have any Kibas to block off the door and get behind there, but he is playing in a tucked position. Could very well do it, and indeed, you'll see. Thinks he's got the opportunity. Will take the forward position behind the desk. Get no Kibas, so if any of these get shot, get hit by that sniper, Joom could be in for a rough time. No other nades, to be fair, from the attack. No Bs either, but Joom's got to hold out with 30 seconds. He's been droned, can call the smokes, which are still present with 30 seconds remaining, by the way. We did not see this in the last R6 room. So going for a plant will be much more complicated. LickyFact taking Joom's spot, but going prone instead. Trying to evade the eye line of any drone, any intel gathering. Nako and Ged doing this dance, trying to decide, do I go through the single? Do I go to A? Do I go to B? He made a decision last time, but he had a better opportunity. No post-plant utility, man advantage, and Diffuser in a clean position to do it, but this go around, it is just not the case. Instead of roaming, Falcons all play on site. LickyFact not first dead, 3 kills by the end of the round.
Falcons did such a good job of taking their foot off the gas there. They recognize, look, guys, we don't need to peek them. We don't need to play into their trap. If they want to play this game, let them. Let them take a little bit more space. We'll keep them at bay with utility. And as we saw in that round, Naku, bless him, didn't know which way to go. Was he going left? Was he going right? It really, there was no clear option because the work hadn't been done. There were still razor blooms hanging around the museum. There were still toxic babe canisters that hadn't been baited out earlier on. The only big kill, really, was the trade on the entry when Solotov fell. After that, it was just so one-sided. And I don't know if that's because Naku's trying to do maybe a little bit too much in that he's got to take the space, push players out of the way, then try and plant the diffuser. And it just seems like a lot when sometimes a blitz is better just to be thrown into the mix. Take space and get a kill. Take space and get a kill. And push through that way. Or have someone behind you working on your shoulder. They had to play for the diffuser because of the time. But I think that was the problem.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, we haven't seen the shields really used to make space all that much for VP, all things considered. They've consistently been a vehicle for plant, and even when they've got kills early in the game, they're still in a very stagnant position. Again, I'm still thinking about Dan's 4K, just sitting and as people ping him, just swinging into the line of fire. Dan's like, okay, well, I'll kill that guy, I'll kill that guy, kill that guy. But very rarely have we actually seen Virtus.Pro really use the shield that, like we saw, it didn't work, but like we saw Breedade try an attempt on the last round of Fortress, running up the staircase, quickly taking control. It's been a lot slower play from VP on this site. Basement down below, they got some quick control, but even then it was still a pretty steady push through Toxin, through Doc, and eventually reaching the site. As he's bringing the blitz again. Nako back on this operator. We'll see if VP decide to switch things up. Pasha throws down a boogie drone. Joom gets the first pick, and it seems maybe they might have tried to go for something similar. And unfortunately, the blitz caught lacking. Sola swings around the corner, takes down the core shield player. This is where VP can struggle.
Unfamiliar territory, really, for VP. Things have been going their way, and by quite a considerable margin. We haven't seen them come up against any real hostility or hardship, really, since Fortress. Now, with Falcons chaining a couple of rounds together, remember the magic number last time that VP attacked was 4 rounds. We're going to have to do that and better here. Nice burst through from Pasha, though.
Excellent burst through. Ends up getting Rourke in the process. Unfortunate, he's lost his support and might have just lost the round off the back of it. Joom and Lickyfac both get 1 apiece. I'm not saying it's a different story, but Virtus.Pro thinking they could just run straight through a barricade with a Goyo canister on it, and they only realize when it is all too late. A lot more went wrong that round, not just Rourke getting burnt alive. Falcons now taking the lead on Lair.
Back in the driver's seat now. I think the blip that we experienced on Fortress is just that. It's a best of 3. Win your own map, win the decider. Falcons starting to show more signs of life as this game ticks on by. VP, timeout. 1 round prior to the mandatory halftime show that we have now as well, where we get to listen in to both the coaches. Both coaches get 2 minutes at the end of round 6. But Dark wanted a bit more. He wants a minute before round 6. He recognizes how important this round is, though. A 3-3, I'm not going to say it's a requirement, but anything less, and it's going to be extremely difficult. We know just how good Falcons have been on the attack today. Their attacking rounds on Chalet are some of the best that I've seen this whole tournament.
They have been very good. It is just, again, such an odd timeout position. As you said, 1 round away from the half swap, but of course, as you also pointed out, the attacks would be gone. Wouldn't have any opportunity to try and tie the game. Well, you wouldn't have any opportunity to better your chances at tying the game. It's very rare we see that much importance placed on the end of a half when the end of the half isn't like, you know, you're down 6-3 or 6-4 or 6-5. The 3-2 instead. Kind of a gamble by Dark to use it at this point, not only betting that it'll be effective to get this attack round, but that they won't need it on their defenses, and something so important that he decides to use it now. The final site we'll see Falcons defend and Virtus.Pro attack. It will be another bunks and briefing defense. Last time we were here, Virtus.Pro went for a full clear. They got the advantage, and were almost able to close out the round until Brede decided to get active. But it was a very close one in which Virtus.Pro had a lead in terms of control and manpower at one point. And it was snatched away from them at the very end.
And again, as you said, it was a full clear of this top floor, which is a little bit uncharacteristic. Often we'll see times teams will play a Solus or something of that nature and maybe even rip open a lot of the floor themselves so that they can retake up on that top floor as and when required. No Solus this time, but still an ability to retake and plenty of explosive potential as well. 4 C4s. They are just going to try and lock themselves in and keep as tight a hold as possible inside a mask and use those C4s to just deny entry at the windows. No hard breach this time. We saw the thermite last time, and that was a good way of really opening up a lot of that top floor. Now that they're stuck to windows and doors only, those C4s become a lot more powerful.
4 C4 is always just a daunting number to stare at, especially the information that Valkyrie could enable, or the Zotos that could slow them. You always got to worry about a C4 getting tossed some which way. Aqua moving quite quickly through, not going in office instead. Cutting straight up the bathroom hallway and looking to take things from the R6 side. Won't move just far. 4 players they have to worry about. Bit of an idea at some flanker, and Rourke's got the perfect cutoff. He's been roaming down below every single round, it seemed, on Grim, on Snake. He's had very little impact. This time, catches Solotov when VP needed a lucky break the most.
Starting to try and get something going upstairs. It's not a thermite, it's a Selma. It's not as good for pushing through. It's much more of a line of sight. It's still going to give value to these C4s, 3 of which are left. Solotov, I'm sure he's on his cameras. Nice bit of vert play here from Lickyfac. Great C4, but shot out midair.
just able to find that bit of secondary utility. Naquo now still waiting, but this clear is not working like it was before. Virtus.Pro were able to move in, get these trades, whittle the man count down, but now they're stuck because of these toxic canisters, because of these Zoto canisters, because of the Falcons' utility and their complete unwillingness to take fights against these attackers. And yet still VP are at an advantage. Still they widen it. Pasha able to find another, and it's another 2vx for Bride and a lone defender. Now just Bride, now nobody. Dark bet everything on that timeout, knowing a 3-3 half might be necessary, and it is exactly what VP get.
Try to reinforce the wallet.
Okay, guys, good 3-3. Okay, like, I'm just gonna summarize what they do, and then if I say what we can do. Okay.
Yeah.
On office, they usually play default. They don't play a lot of traps. Okay. They play. The guy can play between bathroom windows. Okay, Josh. And then they're gonna like try to waste time. Azami is gonna help these guys falling back from bathroom and main stairs, and that's it. The rest is default Tachanka. Okay. For bunks, same thing. Default, they're gonna have Solis, Warden, Tachanka, Smoke just to stop the plant, green plant. And paint side, the guy gonna double reinforce paint. Warden will play there. He will not live there, you know. If you go there, okay. For labs, they can do full turtle, okay. Like they're gonna start like a machine stairs, get a drone full turtle with Smoke and Tachanka and Echo and go like full turtle, okay. And then the other one we can do is more aggro. One guy starting top floor, one guy medic side, one guy armory, and mute kids, okay. That's the summary. You can say long effect. What
Yeah, and on bunks, guys, they play 4th floor with
Free for us. Let's see what's going to be more strong. And the basement, we talked so much yesterday, right? We're going to do that a new setup on Pasha. Like he's going to do other than with shit or the solid shit. But that's me. If they're going to attack with Danila, or Pasha going to help, or Pasha going to hide. Anyway, we have to play in the same key. Because if Danila is alone, just play to give and the play to execution. And if you think the execution not going to be good, guys, we try to play something. On this setup, they want to kill Danila, Chris, and Pasha is playing Solis. Remember, you can go up garage stair, yellow stair. So you control lobby, and Pasha just think about Danila. Because we're going to play just safe in base, right? That means we're going to domain garage. So you and Nikita. Yeah, and the bunks, guys, bunks is bunks. You guys know the options we have. Don't have nothing too much to say. Be careful about in the first round, if you don't have a ward in control being breached, they like to use glass that. I know Tuba Mira is threat, Arch player, Pasha going to take care about that, so it's fine.
Go to Bamiro, maybe. I think I'll go Solis.
One thing is important here. We are, for example, we are playing garage defense, and they fucked up. They cannot domain.
Dark using every single second of that tactical timeout. Julio again giving some high-level stuff. Liquifact taking over as we swap. But that will be one team's last midway tack pause for this tournament. It is map 3, tie game between Falcons and Virtus.Pro. One team to make it, one team to go home. These will be almost your final set of bans for Lair. Hard breach denial, Monty, Damos. Of course, we saw that round. The Virtus.Pro can carry with this momentum. Things could not have gone better in round 6.
VP did a really good job of stabilizing there, I think. Again, quite a swingy game. 2 rounds for VP, 2 rounds for Falcons, round for VP, round for Falcons. You know, it really was that sort of a game. However, Dark came in with a genius timeout, executed by the team perfectly, guaranteed the 3-3. Mentioned it a couple of times. Last time these two teams played this map was in kickoff, qualification for this event. This was a map that was played, and it was won by VP. They were good for 4 rounds on the attack in that series. So, they've either underperformed, Falcons have overperformed, or it's only 1 round and we don't look too far into it. This is a tied game, and this is where Falcons need to show that they still have life. They need to give us what we saw on Chalet, not what we saw on Fortress. To give us what we saw on Fortress, VP are just going to dog walk this game all the way to its conclusion.
And dog walking is kind of the name of the game with this line of the VP are bringing. They're saying, oh, you've got some really great players. You've got Joom, who does like to play Blackbeard on this roster, one of his higher picked attacking operators. Well, we're going to throw Goyo at you, Tubarao at you, Tachanka at you. Mira, we are making sure you need to spend double, triple the amount of time you normally do to take control of power positions, to move into the site. That's how we're going to win this. We're going to stop you from getting active. We're going to keep you immobilized. We're going to just burn 20 seconds sitting outside of our 6 room, just on this Goyo pack. nothing really gained from it beyond that, and it's just about sending a message.
Already some big differences in the way that Falcons like to attack versus the way that Virtus.Pro do. Falcons more than happy to sort of spread out, operate in different areas. We've got Doom threatening a backstab. Brede now starting to make that link with him over on the other side of Skybridge. But then aside from that, you've got players really dug in. You've got Solotov all the way outside of Ops. It's not like they're just all flooding and piling the same place where that shield's playing. They trust each other to be a little bit more individual about it. It's not worked yet. It also hasn't worked. It also hasn't worked yet. we are yet to see the result of it. It is just the fundamental differences between Falcons and VP and the way that these two teams like to operate. Leakyfax, he's going to be in below. Looks like he's got the run of his teeth down here, and he's going to likely find something. There's too many holes for him not to at this point.
And even if he doesn't get a kill, still got half his skeleton key remaining to apply so much pressure to these defenders. Build up some flashbangs as well, can just deny people from playing in safe, important positions. You can see the impact of it. Dan running back and forth, ends up walking directly into the crosshairs of an attacker. Rourke taking a bit of some scattered shots from the skeleton key, but Leakyfax switches and just barely saves himself from death. Mirror taken down isn't the biggest thing in the world. You might lose a C4, but the active utility's still there. The Zotos, the Shumikas, and the C4, but Ali, we've only got 6 Shumikas left.
I was just about to say, you get a lot of Shumika launchers, but to only have 6 left, it's great. You've used them, but there's also 45 seconds. You've got 2 C4s, so you're not short on ability to deny with right here, but that fire isn't going to be a factor for the whole round, and Falcons know it. Sky's next player to fall. Solotov pushes in.
Trying to make his way deeper. You can still give Virtus.Pro credit. If the goal was wasting as much time as possible, they've done the best they can. But Falcons, despite that, in their entrenched positions, are still getting kills. Leakyfax got 2 just through the verticals. This horizontal push has been problematic, sure, but out of 4-2 with Pasha and Dan on reduced HP, something has to break. Pasha might break Joom at the entrance. He might get a 3rd kill, as a matter of fact. And neither attacker with the diffuser. Saltop picks it back up. Leakyfax needs to win this fight, and with the vertical angle, it's the element of surprise that does it for Falcons, and they retake their lead.
Leakyfax underneath on the book. He was given way too much space there. His team did such a good job of catching everything that he was throwing up and offering to them as well. As soon as that floor gets ripped open, defenders start to move, people get uncomfortable, and you have to move out of different positions. Doom played so patiently. Brede, arguably even more so. He was the other side of Skybridge, just watching flank for the majority. We had Doom threatening at the door. Dealt with the barbed wire, dealt with the player. Doesn't need to make this too complicated. Doesn't need to overcommit. I must admit, with the line that Pasha had, I was a little bit worried. I was a little bit nervous. Pasha goes anywhere else there, by the way, and he might get away with it. He might, if he pushes in and just lands a couple of bullets, that's Kit on the floor cold, and Leakyfax can't really do too much. Just so happens he chose the worst doorway to go for.
One, and that vertical play being of the utmost importance, because even though Leakyfax on 1 HP, if you don't end up checking your feet instead of in front of you, Leakyfax still going to get you and probably be the favored one in that engagement, even if he's 1 MPX bullet away from death. A good play by Falcons. Probably the most effective vertical play I've seen for a little bit at this major. Leakyfax doing so much work with that skeleton key. 9-4 right now for Falcons. Now going with the Snake. Him and Joom sometimes kind of trade these operators back and forth. Snake, Dokkaebi. Both have a bit of similar lurking tendencies. I think that's one difference we've seen between this Falcons lineup and the lineup with Shaiko in it. Shaiko always on operators like that Deimos, like that Nomad. We all know the habitual Shaiko operators we've seen when he was on Falcons, formerly BDS. But Joom and Leakyfax have a bit more overlap, and will trade hands with some of these important operators. And even Joom bringing up the Blackbeard every now and then. Brede with it this go around. As the Dokkaebi call begins ringing out across Lair to enable Brede on this full clear. There's nobody from the defense really on this first or second floor. Everybody down below on the site. I think Naquo, the one exception, playing around the blue stairs, but even then he is in an easy position to rotate back.
It was spoken about in the timeout, wasn't it? Dark was saying that they were going to play quite heavily inside a warehouse. It ends up giving up quite a lot of map control away, but that was something that they were comfortable to do. It was a compromise they were willing to take. Falcons, they will know this, and they have already taken good control, like you say. You can get that boogie drone in, start ripping open some of this floor. EFAC still got that Soliton scanner that he can flex about in and see what he's able to find. And that's it almost becomes even worse, doesn't it? Because we're not using the Dokubi Call and the Soliton Scanner to get opening kills. We're going to be using them in late round when defenders have just got nowhere to go. It's not like they can just slip away into the night. Bees as well getting thrown into that mix. The info here is going to be excruciating.
You have the Dokubi Call and the Soliton Scanner for a brutal 1-2 punch. Grim also could get involved and displace some more players. Falcons have a lot of important utility with that Dokubi Call, the second of 2. Ringing out, everybody silencing their phones. Rourke face-to-face with the Blackbeard to begin to have the melee exchange, and it's Brede hit in the process. Rourke only needs the one. Just the one bullet. Put Brede's life to an end. Good trade by Liquifac. Pre-fire around the corner. He had the information, made the play. While you lose the Blackbeard, you gain a bit of a forward position. The Blackbeard could have broken that stalemate. It won't be a factor you have going forward.
4 versus 4. Soliton Scanner active once again. EFAC needs to win this engagement with Dan, but wasn't even ADS'd. That's going to give a huge opportunity over here to Virtus.Pro as they've got the extra body to trade with.
They've got the extra body. You make that 2 as Solitov's down in the process. Dan with that off angle, making things just that much sweeter for VP. Joom creeping in through the site, gets 1, but as his position's known, only so much he can do. Dan, 3 kills on the round, and neither team able to get quite a lead over the other.
This is shaping up to be a real good third map in a best of 3 for a qualification to the main stage. Neither team giving up an inch right now. Falcons, with all of that map control, still unable to make it happen. And it was just down to a couple of kind of sloppy plays. Brede gets shield bashed. Rorik there immediately to take advantage of it. Brede ideally should have closed the distance a little bit there and not given too much of an opportunity away. You could also ask a question of Joom. Why was he so far back? If he'd have been a bit more forward, maybe we would have kept Brede alive a little bit longer. EFAC swings the corner on ADS. It's basics, isn't it, at that point? I mean, he had the info on the Soliton Scanner. Just a couple of key moments there in that round that you can really start to look to. Because the strategy was fine. The strategy was good. You know, it was genuinely just down to a couple of misplays. And VP, they are so up for the fight right now. Sky's a little bit quiet at 2 and 7, but Pasha, 10 and 5, double positive at the minute.
And again, a big defensive player for Virtus.Pro. Dan as well in that round, 3K, and that moment you mentioned between him and Liquifac with the Soliton Scanner, he had it out. He literally was like, surely somebody's not going to be peeking this off angle. Surely I'll be fine. Decides not to use it, and of course, that's the exact moment he gets swung. It's always unlucky when situations like that occur, and it's likely one of the key moments that enabled VP to get that last round. Our 6-room defense now, as the attack was able to get a win here last time, and if VP can do so again, we'll continue one of those games where it's back and forth, but VP maintained their lead. And Falcons have switched things up a little bit. You, of course, have the Tachanka and the Goyo. Gotta mention that. And the smoke as well. But overall, actually, the more that I look at it, I actually don't really know fundamentally if there really is all that much difference between these setups.
I think the main difference is coming in the approach from Falcons. Instead of playing the Blackbeard, instead of trying to work through from that Skybridge side, we've got the breach open now. Main breach open, Thermite, proper job of it as well. No real need for messing about. Let's just get that done straight away. And Brede's gotten himself around there. We've got the sends. So that tells me that there's going to be some sort of a plank go down. We're going to see Solotov no doubt get himself into a position at the top of Mez, hence uses his position at the minute outside of balcony. He's going to be able to open up onto bathroom, hopefully affect any players and cut off anyone that's trying to rotate around and take control of Mez. There's still a bit of work to do here. The Vulcan packs are going to do a little bit of slowing down, but we do still have some nades kicking around for that. The biggest problem is, of course, the Tachanka. The fact that we've still got 18 Shumika launchers left.
We've got 18 Shumika launchers left, and I think to both of our points, while there are some changes in the operator lineup, like I said earlier with smoke coming in, it's still the same strategy. VP have just doubled down on what worked before, or at least what they tried to make work before. Continue to stall time, alleviate some of the pressure on Naquo, so as you mentioned, he can still have, 15 Shumikas when, not 5 with 45 seconds remaining. And also an important variable, Liquifac's barely used any of his skeleton key. There is no vertical presence whatsoever.
That's a big part of this, though. I think they're trying to get Liquifac to be forgotten about, because now when he starts to rip it open, this is when he sees the value. There should be nowhere for these defenders to go right now.
And especially if you can imagine him locking in on Dan's position or somebody ratting in a corner, there would literally be nowhere to go. It seems Dan might not be droned a key moment, though. Brede keeping watch from the off position. An important kill for the Thermite. Salatov up good for 2, and Pasha, who was trying to tip the scales, has unfortunately had dead weight attached to his ankles. A flawless for Falcons. Back in the lead.
Brilliantly executed round from Falcons. And you know what? You can't even discredit Virtus.Pro because they played perfect. They played great Siege. They had loads of denial. They had Goyo. They had Tachanka. They had Smoke. It was all used very well. But the X Factor, Grim Bees, leaky fact below. As soon as you got the information, that's why Grim's banned so often, because whereas you got a Deimos and Deimos' death mark works for Deimos, the Bees are just, you're just exposed, you know? You're just caught out there. So you are easily able to be found. And it can happen at such a shorter time period as well. It's like swing a corner, bam, bam, 2 canisters sent off, and you've got info on 2 corners now, which could be 2 positions. It's a heck of a lot of Grim banned, and it's no surprise to see it banned here ahead of round 10. It was a big reason as to why Falcons found themselves successful in the previous round. However,
what?
Still got plenty to be going with.
What was the phrase used earlier? Knocking your head against the wall?
VP like it.
Well, they'll go for a 3rd slam as not Armory Maintenance, not Bunk's briefing. VP, for the 3rd time this defensive half, will try Master and R6, a site they have played twice and not won once. The first time, we all remember, we just talked about it. Naquo with very little Shumika's left. Pasha gets a 3K at the end, but massive vertical play from LickyFac. That round, LickyFac plays late. Grim gets a lot of good information. Falcons take a pretty convincing round. And so Virtus.Pro decide to go for it again. And I think the only change they make is a Thorn.
It's not enough. The change of the Thorn alone is not going to be enough. Now, it can't be the exact same strategy from Falcons because the Bees have been banned. Equally, it's not going to be the exact same strategy from Virtus.Pro because the Goyo's been banned, both of which played in the last round, the last time we saw this site played. LickyFac is still going to be going underneath, but he's going to have a little bit less information to work off. It's going to be much more drone-focused and call-out based than necessarily just finding out where people are based off utility. Another important addition here for Falcons in the way that they're trying to approach this round 10 in particular is going to be the Roarer. Got the Roarer, got the Nomad. It's a different landscape right now. We've also not got the Thermite, we've actually got the Ace, so breaching will be slightly different as well, but that is a little bit more nuanced. Doom, probably going to look to try and Roarer off in and around Ops Room at the moment, and just give a little bit of an option for some early foothold to be taken.
That's just a little bit of a doorway blocked off bottom rocket as he takes a line outside of the single window. He also looking towards the breach as one of, well, I guess actually the hard breach charge that was used to open that angle. The first Selma is used by Salatov to open up the elevated angle in Ops. But it is about as slow a round as you could get on Lair so far. 1 minute and 40 seconds in. Some Shumikas have been used, a toxic canister used as well, but Falcons are taking their sweet time with this. LickyFac letting some skeleton key shots go, so they'll be aware of his presence, but this, at this rate, this is going to be red time when this execute hits.
Quite possibly. Salatov opening pick there onto Dan. Azami removed. The player that's looking to be behind that desk in a power position with those keybers has been taken out of the picture. Brede has the diffuser right now. Salatov has eaten just about everything and dies to Naku and the Shumika launchers. Leveled up then. 45 seconds left to go, and still there is no pace been taken out of this attack.
No, Falcons are moving so slowly. LickyFac runs into 2 different Razor Blooms. He's not used to being upstairs on the 2nd floor. He's like, there's no utility I have to worry about. I just have to get the vertical destruction. Direct line on Aurora, hip fire headshot. And just like that, Falcons back in the race. With only 25 seconds left. Naquo and Sky's both low with these canisters. They've got to bring out the guns. The LMG, it's been good for 2 so far. Tachanka with 15 seconds remaining. The first line of defense. Him and Pasha setting up the crossfire, but again with no utility. The defense has to play this with guns. They've got to win these fights, and they couldn't win one if their life was on the line. Virtus.Pro now on elimination point. Falcons up 6-4.
Usus and LickyFac covering the plant as it's going down. basically body blocking there, not wanting to leave anything to chance. One stray bullet, and it would have opened the door for Virtus.Pro. As it stands, they need 2 rounds here to take us to an overtime. I'll be honest, I'm for an overtime. This has been a banger series. Let's just have it all at this point. I'm sure Falcons feel very differently, and they are going to want to try and convert this as soon as possible. But they found that spark again. The spark that we saw on Chalet. Those attacks, that teamwork, the synergy, the plan. It has all been working. It has all been clicking here so far.
But also, look at those defenses from Virtus.Pro. It was almost basically the exact same kind of finish as we saw in round 7. Both the smoke and the Tachanka using all of their utility by the time Falcons went for the plant. So when they go tucked in that corner, the main thing we see is a smoke landing or a Shumika being banked across and the plant being denied. When you don't have that, you're kind of screwed. You can't go flank around from the Skybridge stairs and run through Ox and backstab them. They tried that site 3 times. They lost it 3 times. And basically the same way each time, particularly the first and the last one as well. Virtus.Pro have been consistent, but so far in SLC, Virtus.Pro have been a bit predictable. And it seems Falcons have begun to figure that out, because I know for a fact that they were keeping track of the site rotation, and they knew that the next site was going to be basement, because when you're down 6-4, this is the only one VP have taken a victory on.
And it felt like a bit of a lash-out round as well from Falcons. They got a little bit of control early on. They maybe got a bit of a false sense of security. And then we kind of just saw people trying to walk in and trying to make something happen. They lost the opening pick. They lost Brede on the Blackbeard. And that was really the big part of it. That pushing power had just entirely disappeared. Brede, again, going to be playing on this Blackbeard. But I hope he's going to keep himself a bit further away from Rorik and not try and close that gap anytime soon, because that was the recipe. That was the downfall. Good info being had on the drone right now. Skies just gets forced off by the nade. Uses. He knows that somebody's going to be inside the barrels at the moment. It is going to be Rorik. Just needs to wait for Brede to get into position and maybe try and pinch this player together.
They've had information for a while now. Almost half the round has transpired. They've got 3 players. Nade moving in, though hit by a Grishmot. He just can't provide the support he otherwise would like. Impact at close quarters will do actually more damage to Rorik than it did to Brede in turn. No gun flying around the corner to provide support for the shield, so both the Azami and the Malusi taking shelter, taking refuge inside of the site, and basically every defender now shoulder width apart. Pasha, I think the only one who's a little bit further up, but even then, he's by blue stairs. Falcons have, by the same token, taken some aggressive control.
Solotov, bit of a danger man for me. He's looking to make his way in through Missile and Toxin right now. Sky's going to be dug in there. He has a bit of support from Rorik, but other than that, fairly on his own right now. As you said, bit of a line being drawn in the sand right now for these VP defenders, and Hughes is going to be the first one to fall. Solotov, the danger man, as predicted, will deliver, and he takes Pasha down.
Just a line directly on the rotate. June with the pistol, good for another. From the vertical angle, still continuing with his work, using the sledgehammer. Now Brede moves in. A dangerous spot as Rorik falls, and Nako, without utility, has so much to do. Famous for the shield, it's got to be the SMG-11 we know him for. As the plant goes down successfully, he spotted one. But is Brede going to expose himself to the ADS? If you're counting shots, you know that shotgun's got to switch around the corner. He lands it. It wouldn't be main stage without Falcons. And VP, your next team eliminated from Salt Lake City, and this new look needs a little bit more work.
A valiant effort there from VP, but the storyline here is Falcons. Bit of a change. No Shaiko anymore, it's Doom. But still as formidable and still making main stages.
Nothing else to do, really, if you're Falcons. This org has a pedigree, it has a reputation. Say what you will, they might have struggled to get it over the finish line, but not many teams can say they have been second in as many grand finals as they have been over the past few years. It would be quite strange if we didn't have them on the main stage at Salt Lake City. It would also be quite strange with Brazil leaving so many gaps in the lineup as FaZe the only team making it. If Falcons didn't take that opportunity, to maybe have a good shot at closing things out where we've seen them struggle before. And struggle they have, Ollie. It's been a rough tournament for them so far, at least by their standards.
It has. I think that Falcons are going to be happy to put this Swiss stage behind them and just focus on the live stage from here, because things have been tough. They've suffered some embarrassing losses, but they've also bounced back and they've shown us what they are capable of as a team.
Obviously, sportsmanship by both sides. It was a good performance by Virtus.Pro. All of these games were close. 3 mappers against G2, 3 maps against Falcons. Close games against Shopify. Win or lose, Virtus.Pro have fought very hard for every single bit. Just unfortunate, not enough to get to main stage. Falcons are your next team to qualify to main stage. We've got 2 more best of 3s coming up right after this.
EO's back on top, no?
A big win for Falcons. They make the main stage. Joom, this matchup was, it was so storybook because we saw them beat you not too long ago in kickoff. What was different this time?
I think since that game, we have just been improving after every loss. Like every loss, we just learn something new, and I think we're still just getting better, and that's why we beat them today.
Does it feel like you're also getting more used to this team and building that synergy?
100%, yeah. It's so good playing next to each other. It just builds so much synergy.
Well, talk to me about the main stage, your first chance to compete with this team on the main stage. It'll be an incredible experience for you, I'm sure. Anyone you're looking forward to beating out there?
I think mainly FaZe and getting that revenge.
Yep.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Incredible. Well, we look forward to seeing you out there, Joom. Congratulations on the win. We'll see you on Friday. Here with VP after the loss. Dan, a hard-fought game. You guys take it deep to map 3. I talked with Falcons. You guys obviously beat them before in kickoff. What was different this time? What went wrong for you?
I think, of course, on majors is different game than during the regular season. But, from my perspective, we just... it's just about experience. It's like first major for our team, not for me and Pasha, of course, but for our team overall. And I think maybe me and Pasha didn't step up too much on this last map. Personally, I think blame myself for defense because I could do a lot better, even though they full counter me and stuff. But I need to do better this moments. But I'm proud of the team. We lost fighting. We didn't lose 0-7, 0-7, and get home. I hope we made our fans a little bit proud at least. And yeah, I think that's it.
When you say they were hard countering you, what were they doing specifically that got you in such tough spots?
It's just not just me, because we played in during Lair. They saw Lair, they know exact positions and they know our strong positions on this map, so they were ready for that, not giving some stupid kills to us, and that's it. And basically we were trying to react to it, of course. But I think we did some good adaptations, but inside these adaptations, we didn't play our maximum. We could do better. I think the minimum of this map should be overtime, but it is what it is.
Well, tell me a little bit more. You said this was the first major together as a team. Overall, are you proud of what you've been able to accomplish getting as far along as you did in Salt Lake?
Yeah, of course, I'm proud of everyone from my team. Big respect to them. We fought till the end. That's the main thing. I don't care if I lose any game, but if I lost that game fighting, that's experience. If I just lose 7-0, just because we are worse, it's not experience. That game was experience for us. All our losses on this tournament were experience for us, so only we can get better from there.
Amazing. Well, we look forward to seeing you at future events down the line. Thank you so much for being a part of this one. VP, of course, will be sent home, and we will see Falcons a little later on down the road. Coming up next, it's our APL matchup. We've got two teams on the verge of making some history, so we're going to step aside for a moment and get that match started when we come back.
3 years ago, my heart specifically was broken because I landed on a flight back from Copenhagen and saw that, well, SSG had lost an event, or not an, well, yes, an event technically, and Scars had made main stage back at the Copenhagen Major. Since then, it has been 3 years, and now we are guaranteed an APL team on main stage, Ollie. On one side from OS, we have Enterprise, and on the other, we have Weibo Gaming, who, I have to say, reminding me a lot of that Atlanta roster, that Bleed roster that made a run so long ago.
Yeah, a little bit. And like you say, a big moment here for APL in general. For anyone unfamiliar, APL, they get spots based on performance. So the performance of this game in particular is going to be pretty important to determine which teams qualify directly, or which regions more specifically get direct qualification into the Japan Major. That is also in conjunction with another tournament, EWC. So there is a little bit of crossover there. But the ultimate point to be made is we all know majors equal SI qualification points. And SI qualification points is what everybody is fighting for. That and, of course, prize, status, credit, bragging rights.
True.
It just gets added on to the pile. So an important game for this matchup for sure.
And also an important game for, I think, both of these teams, as not completely dissimilar. Obviously, they're both in the 2-2, but Enterprise, I think, making a big name for themselves and putting a lot of good teams really close to the brink. We have the map veto coming right up, though, as once again, not to spoil things, but Ollie and I will be making a one-way return trip to Fortress, our by far away most common casted map this whole tournament, and it is Enterprise's pick, and we have Nighthaven coming up after that. Now, Fortress, Enterprise's #1 pref, but looking at Nighthaven, Ollie, Weibo are kind of good at that map.
Massive 7-1 record on there currently. Granted, some of that is going to be against their home region, so it's going to be APL games, the quality of which, as we've understood, is very different when you get to a major. But there's still some key victories in there that they've had, and they have played at this tournament as well. We'll get a little bit more into labs when we start, but we can't seem to get away from it. It's the elephant in our room at the moment, and that is Fortress has been incredibly popular throughout the Salt Lake City Major. And again, it's one that we've ended up casting a lot. I don't mind it in particular. I think the way that it plays, it's certainly suited Enterprise when they've played it so far this competition, being Edward Gaming on it, 7-2. A good record inside of OS as well. Recent history for Weibo on it, so I can only expect that we're going to see another good game.
I can only expect that this is going to be a good series, an entertaining series. Enterprise on one side, who are pretty much living in the all chat for the first half of every map that they play, and Weibo Gaming, who I think for a lot of us are still living in our hearts. We remember when Reaps really first launched onto the scene in 2022 and 2023. We remember when Turd was also an all chat warrior all the way back in Atlanta. Both of these teams have entertained us. Both these players across rosters have entertained us so many times over the past 3 years. And one is guaranteed to make it, and as always, the cost is that one must go home. Fortress being our first map. The ban phase will begin and end just like that. Snake and Monty is our attacking bans, some of the most banned attackers at the tournament. Not all that surprising. But on the flip side, Clash not as banned as often as you think, but Goyo has the follow-up after that.
Yeah, Goyo coming out there as just a bit of an area denial. We've seen already how valuable those Vulcan packs can be, and not how difficult they can be to deal with, but it's just another process that teams are choosing to not want to go through. Very similar to people choosing to get rid of electrification. It's just a process that they do not want to go through. Electrification available here, it's still not being played, so go figure. But we do have a little bit of denial, or a little bit of slow utility in the form of Reaps and those Zoto canisters, so I'm sure we'll see those used as well throughout. A little bit of shield plate to kick things off here. Caro going to be rocking onto that blitz. Players to watch. If you're new to Enterprise, keep a very firm eye on players like Brendo. A big performer, a consistent performer on this roster at the moment. Someone else to keep an eye on is Jigsaw. But however, the consistency, it's a little bit more hit or miss when it comes to them. And in games where we see Enterprise do very well, Jigsaw usually has a good time of things. If he struggles, it tends to be a signal that the rest of the team is also struggling a little bit, and we see those games go a little bit less well for them. Is it going to be a hot or not day? Only time will tell. Enterprise starting off here on the attack, and they're going to be going through the motions, taking a little bit of control on that top floor, and a good old bit of focus toward Old Tower.
And a bit of focus on the flip side for some of the players as well that you should watch for Weibo Gaming. Hoven had an unbelievable day yesterday. It was an 8-7, 8-6, and then 7-1 map on Fortress for Weibo. But Hoven throughout the entire series, not only dropping 17 kills on the first map, not only dropping 16 on the second map, ended the entire series with 43 kills in total, becoming the highest rated player not only on Weibo, but in this entire lobby. An important player to watch, an impactful player at that. At least at the moment, he'll be playing Melusi, so really not the most exciting operator to talk about. But we might see some impact for him in the late round, as Enterprise are taking things slow, not only with the Blitz shield, by the way, but the Fuse shield as well? No, AK-12, actually. Just bringing that for the cluster charges. Fuse play for the love of the game, that one.
Yeah, that would have been a Gigatroll, I think, if we'd seen the Fuse shield. We're not that down bad just yet. There's still a Blackbeard available, for goodness sake. Tuhan, going to be using that secondary utility as well. Of course, Fuse, brilliant at opening things up and brilliant at destroying as well. You can already see some of those cluster charges going off and just getting rid of a myriad of utility, whether that's going to be Ella Banshees, whether it's going to be, Ella Banshees, Melusi Banshees, or Ella Grismots, either or. Bulletproof cameras as well, always a good target for that utility, and it does a good job of clearing people out of position. Barbed wire, that's a bit of a nightmare now. Fuse is a pretty good pick. I think if they weren't as slow, it'd be played far more often. However, Tuhan, willing to deal with the slightly sluggish speed in order to gain some good advantage. Maybe even going to try and get rid of this Zoto canister. Ooh, it looked like the cluster charge got frozen even though it wasn't going to get frozen. And now it's just in like a weird sort of passive state. But his breach went off, which is the big news. It did take a little bit of damage for it, but that's going to be a big part of this push. And now you start to wonder, where do we have to go at the moment? Because there's no real where to hide. Everyone inside of either bathroom or museum at the minute. C4's ripped and ready, and the first kill's coming in.
That first kill, both team get somebody. Brendo and Speakeasy trading death. C4 out will force Cairo out of position. They'll try again. Another C4. It is basically just trade city in terms of utility, in terms of kills. Neither team able to get a quick advantage, but Tuhan, another big player for Enterprise against SR yesterday, gets 2 kills to seal the deal on this diffuser. Hoven, who I highlighted earlier, might find a cheeky little one-tap right here, but even if he does, so much has to go Weibo's way for them to close out this round. Spotting a little bit of Tuhan, spotting a little bit of the Blitz as well, but Jigsaw coming in, some saving graces, making sure Ape can stay alive towards the end of the round, or actually, no, sheltering him into an early death. Doesn't want to save the other team. Instead, they dash Weibo's hopes and take the first round.
I really liked the way that they paced out the utility there. Enterprise, such a good job of baiting out those C4s. The C4 bait being the bigger portion of that. But what was really nice was that once the C4s were baited out, that's when we saw the Capital utility used. That's when we saw, right, they've no C4s left. They can't just throw it from sat behind a half wall. Now they're going to have to swing us. So what are we going to do? We're going to use our Capital utility. And it was just really well sequenced. You don't always see that. It can be a very subtle thing, but the sequencing of utility working very well for Enterprise. And a good pace overall, round top through bottom. They brought the fuse, and I think that was a brilliant way of trying to deal with not only the Zoto canisters, helping them get the wall open, but it just has that secondary effect, that bonus of getting rid of a lot of utility as well, because there is no telling where those cluster pucks are going to go.
No, you always got to be careful. You kind of give it a wide berth before you end up moving into the room. Make sure they clear out all that utility, make sure you aren't anywhere near where it's going off. Juan picks it for a second, then switches back to the Deimos, a much more traditional pick. And it seems like we are just going to roll the dice and pick some of the most annoying and most picked operators at the whole tournament. Ying Glass combo, we've got it. Shield, how about a Blitz? And then Deimos rounding out the operator lineup. There's also a Zofia. She is present. But for the rest across the board, it is a lot of cheesy utility that Enterprise have to make use of to target some of these important players that might be holding some important power positions, which was basically all of Weibo's defense in the last round, was just holding their positions, playing close together. And there is so much utility for Enterprise that is built to dismantle that exact kind of strategy.
They've got the right utility for that, haven't they? Lifelines, Yin Candelas, even the Blitz to a degree. There's players buddied up. This is a good set of tools to find them and root them out. Cairo, just going to be throwing in a smoke. It's going to be something that Bappin can start to try and peek on through. And as that's happening, well, elsewhere we've got drops and we've got flooding into sight. Cairo wasting no time here, taking loads of ground quickly, but finding a couple of problems.
A couple of problems, namely one player in front and one player behind. He's the first one to go down. Enterprise has been good for the trade so far. Though when they came out last time, they were able to quickly move it into a diffuse plant. We only had a minute, 49 seconds, and Well, we're ways away from the side. Tuhon, the next to fall. Bappin also. As it seems, Weibo got the message and playing a little bit further up than they were before. Not too far, just a couple rooms away. That's enough to make a difference. As Enterprise think they can take things quick and run straight into a three-way crossfire, basically, for Weibo.
One of the entertaining things about Enterprise as well is that when you get little quiet portions in the round like this, where Jigsaw's just holding an angle, Brendo, they're kind of baiting, seeing what's happened. Tuhon just fires up the all chat. Baits someone into peeking.
Surely an all chat for that one.
Maybe an all chat after the fact.
Hello there.
Minute remaining. Good spot another right here, actually. Brendo. Oh! I actually didn't think he'd get that. I was kind of humoring it, but a snappy shot on the Hoven. Now we find ourselves in a 2v2. You can see why Enterprise have gone silent.
It's that bait time, isn't it? The diffuser's cold. That's going to be their biggest problem right now. They've got a bit of info on the drone, and now they know where Turd is. All they need to find out is where Ape is playing. 7 Shimikas. Not a lot, really. Especially if you're going to fluff one onto your own feet.
Basically shut yourself off from peeking that angle, but if you have the mission stay alive, maybe a blessing in disguise forces you to play reserved. But Brendo's taken control off the back of it. They still lack that diffuser. Ape and Turd have a crossfire in that position. Both sides waiting to see who blinks. Brendo, a crazy pre-fire. Now moved into a 1v1. Underrated player, but now handicapped by the Razor Bloom. 7 seconds remaining. As Ape lights up his retreat, Brendo, there is just no way in heaven or on earth he can catch up to the Tachanka. An MVP Razor Bloom 3 minutes after it got placed. Weibo get there first.
For it to all come down to a Razor Bloom of all things. And hey, guess what? He only needed one Shumika launcher left to win the round because he just has to block off the corridor. Nothing you can do about that. Maybe a rotate back in sight, maybe pick up the diffuser, maybe bait them in, but that is a bit of a tall ask. Brendo, some really nice shots here. The second one onto Turd. I mean, I'm surprised that's passed without comment.
He was kind of busy. There was a guy right around the corner.
But there's been time. We've had a whole prep phase.
Yeah, I've had a whole prep phase, and we can confirm, aside from one errant comment by Jigsaw, really not a whole lot of talk in the all chat. 1-1. Just a little bit of an exchange at the beginning of Fortress. As it feels like we've been in this part of the map for every single round. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
Pretty weighty change from Enterprise, though. Going for the full lineup 6 pick. Going into a Maverick, of all things. Typically, if you see a Maverick, you would expect to see a glass, because some of those murder holes that the Maverick can make can be pretty handy if you can place smoke behind them and have a glass just peeking on through. We don't have that. We do have secondary hard breach in Bappin as well. This is going to be something very specific that they're trying to go for. Now, we've seen Enterprise move quickly, and we've seen them move slowly. Weibo have adapted very well to the quicker of those 2 play styles so far. So Enterprise likely going to just take the foot off the gas ever so slightly here. They don't need to be really rushing in and making something happen. They've already proved that they can systematically take apart some of these defensive setups. And here, at least for round number 3, it looks like we are going to be going with one of those slightly slower playstyles. Nice line just made. It's going to give a bit of a cut through no man's land.
Just a little bit of a line for Tuhon. Ape reinforcing the wall, backing up. It's another exchange between Cairo and Reaps. But no trade necessary this go around, as the Blitz just wins it outright. And Enterprise, first time with a 5v4. Take their time with it. It's command defense. We've made our way through pool, made our way through dorms. But this is where we always see the defense and the attack run headlong into each other, Ollie. This is where the bulk of the fights inevitably occur. Another line made. 2 players sticking their face in this hole, and Hoven still walks in front of it. Can't quite confirm the kill with the guns. The nade will get the job done. And it's a 5v3 for Enterprise.
It's the oldest trick in the book, isn't it? Maverick hole, don't go near it. If you see it, just run. You are probably being watched as you speak, as you sit there. Hoven not realizing, not getting the memo. 2 picks as the openers here for Enterprise. They're surely not just going to win the whole round through Maverick lines in walls. Ape maybe giving that opportunity away a little bit here as he is going to be challenging onto that. Smoke starts to come in now as well. You can't afford to just hold that one angle for the whole time. Cairo pushing in, but it's Bappin that's got the diffuser.
Now Bappin with the diffuser, but Cairo also on low HP. Got to be careful with this TCSG and this crossfire, as a matter of fact. Here's the reload around the corner. Enterprise running away with this second attack onto command. The first one required a plan. It was basically a slow and very close round by the end. This one, how about a flawless as Cairo begins and ends things on his own terms.
Massive impact being had there. Now the all chat starting to kick off. Jigsaw. Hitting Turd where it hurts.
Oh, that one's rough. That one's mean. You don't have to say that. You don't have to say that. Enterprise up 2-1 though.
I think there's a very good chance that we just have the chat off.
It's like, I think back when Ashen was like really truly an all chat warrior, I think everyone just had chat muted against him, so Ashen was just literally typing to no one.
Yeah.
Literally just for the audience, just
all for us. It's just for our entertainment.
Which I appreciate.
I'll take it.
I'm totally fine with that.
Yep.
I don't need to know that the players saw it. I just need to see it.
You just need to see it written.
I just want to know it occurred, which I appreciate. 2-1 for Enterprise. Banning out the Tachanka. Next, very popular ban today, the Tachanka.
It is.
Which, you know, at first you were like, what the hell? And now we're like, oh, of course, the Tachanka ban. Classic. You must ban this against the shields. Otherwise, you will have the shield knocked out from in front of you, and you'll be easier to kill by Turd or Hoven or anybody who's in the site.
It is the winning formula as well, if you look at it on paper. They've played Tachanka once on Dorms and Games, and it's the only round that they've won so far. So,
you solved it.
Cracked. Absolutely cracked it. 2-1, still very early days, despite how the all chat may be looking here. Jigsaw going to be bringing out an oldie but a goldie. Finka LMG. Locked and loaded. 100 rounds in the mag. 98 now because he's spent a couple, but we've got loads to play with here. And this in conjunction with, I mean, Finka anyway, in conjunction with shields, is a bit of a nightmare because you just get that increased ADS time. So it's great with a blitz. Sometimes it's even better with a Blackbeard because you're not going to a pistol, you're going to the Scar.
I'm taking out the Scar from over your shoulder. Quicker ADS time, very nice for that. Brendo's down. I'm not entirely sure how. I think maybe pushing the laundry position. Maybe Turd just swung, got aggressive with the shotgun. Not entirely sure, but one impact we would see is if Enterprise wanted to go for a plant, would have been able to disable the C4s that likely would have been tossed in by Turd and Speakeasy respectively. So lacking that could be a bit of an issue. Yep. Hopping in through the single window, taken down by one pump of the shotgun. A tale as old as time. Nade over top as Enterprise look to even things up. Reaps been a bit of a victim in these opening duels. Yeah. 3 rounds in a row, either the second or the first dead every single time, save for round 1. And the Solus as well, and can't play retake up through the top anymore, can't relay that information to the rest of the team.
Little impact from Reaps, and this is the series that he needs to shine brightest in. We know them to be a very capable player. Oh, Speakeasy. How does he get away with that? What? But he just moved to nowhere. He's like an ostrich.
He moved next door. He didn't even switch postal codes. He's in the exact same spot.
He's like, oh, if I'm not looking at him, surely you can't see me.
It's like
I'm just going to sit there and close my eyes. Surely nobody can see me.
It's like a T-Rex. He only sees movement. As long as you stand still, he will not get... I was wrong. He can, in fact, see movement. Jigsaw with the Finka LMG gets a kill. Hoven, highest rated player in this lobby going into the matchup, will go down next. So it falls to Ape and Turd. Cover the 2v3. Ape with a quick swing. But he quickly takes... Whoa! What was that? Hell of a flick on a Tuhan. I have no idea how he's pulled that off. And how he even is still alive? That's a question for smarter minds than me to figure out. Through the wall. With a pistol in hand as well. If he gets this one, I don't know what I'll do. Sees another in front of him! And Jigsaw domed by the Ella. Boppin has got 3 kills, but Ape... He's got me to believe. Turd now, all he needs to do is land a C4. Land a hit with a shotgun with 15 seconds remaining. Surely he's got it. Shot by Boppin. but only likely one attempt at this diffuser. He's got to make a decision. Does he play it on time? Does he go for the kills? Turd's making the right move, but look at how far away he is. Got to run over. Oh, but he falls off. There's a chance he might have stuck it, but not when he falls off like that. Turd might survive, but it's Ape with the credit.
Turd got the opening kill, and he was surviving in the end. Stayed alive. All he had to do was play that old bait and switch. Make sure that the time did the job for him. Ape, MVP. Enterprise knew where he was. They had 3 players converging on that one position. Tactical timeout right now from Weibo. I mean, they've just won the round, but that isn't always a good indicator. We see teams quite often win the round and still the call for the tactical timeout was either made at the start or there's something a little bit deeper going on. Gohan, maybe just reminding everyone to turn off the all chat.
I have to believe it's off. We've seen nobody from Weibo participate.
Yeah.
That was insane. Honestly, this is one of those moments where I don't even want to talk. I'm just like eagerly waiting to see some of those kills again because that flick with the Scorpion was nasty. This was crazy. This
was just comical.
Oh my god.
But I just don't know why there was so much desync. It's like Bappin and Jigsaw to that point were just so scared to push in. Like if you've got Brendo 2-hand on the hatch, you know that the down, like they've sprayed a whole mag of Scorpion. The down to that pistol. The pistol's great, don't get me wrong.
Excellent pistol.
Overwhelm. Don't challenge on a long angle. That pistol's arguably better at a long range angle because if you can dome ahead, great. But if you get barrel stuffed, 2-2. Tied game right now going into round 5. Nobody streaking a lead so far and no team chaining more than a couple of rounds together. Ooh. I kind of enjoy that. It's like a little fireside chat.
We'll see Weibo have taken a seat rested. They've gained all their HP and stamina back. They regenerated their flask.
Jigsaw going to be rocking the Dokkaebi here for round number 5. 2-man again on this Maverick. Surely the Maverick lines are old news by now and not a trick that Weibo are going to fall for again. We'll be going with a similar line here, although it hasn't been fully reinforced. Quite like that, because it makes it so difficult now to actually go and put a line in it and to remove that angle away from the defenders. And Hoven's likely going to be able to play in there for a little bit longer. Has to be pushed away for that to fully happen and take course, but you never really know where someone's going to peek from now.
And it's been a tricky position. I really think to myself, like, what do you do there? Like, what is the immediate counter to that? It just seems Cairo will just move past it, so not the biggest worry. Dokkaebi call's gone out. Push a little bit after it's ended. Again, somebody's just caught not looking the right way. Cairo, despite the fact he's stomping around pool, Hoven is very intent on his objective. And Weibo very intent on, it seems, giving Enterprise this round. Reaps, who has been really having a rough game so far. Again, the second dead in one of these rounds. Ape's up. That's something. Doesn't have the yellow pistol, but at least maybe you have a better chance, because aside from that, Weibo have really struggled so far this half.
They're just not showing many signs of life. It's like the players aren't locked in. They're not switched on. People just getting shot in the back. Like, it's not even like it's a slow or quiet person. It's not like you've been snuck up on by a nook.
Blackbeard was sprinting now 3 seconds prior.
Like, have we got volume? Have we got headphones on? I don't know. Strange as well, because in some rounds they've kept pace, and it's looked all right. Bit of a stall out here from Enterprise, but Ape will be the next player to fall. Bappin sees to it. They are handily dealt with. In 50 seconds now, 5 players alive for Enterprise. This is just about going through the motions.
You really don't have to do much at this point. 45 seconds remaining. Just don't, well, I was going to say, be careful sticking your head in Maverick holes. Maybe like Cairo. Take the charge. Bappin's down somewhere, not entirely sure, but there's Jigsaw, there's Tuhan, there's a flawless round for Enterprise. All things considered, very real likelihood this should be at least a 4-1 right now. 3-2 given the way Enterprise are playing, but also given the way Weibo are showing up. This really has not been that close.
Second flawless round for Enterprise. The only rounds that Weibo have won have come off the back of clutches. Ape, inside of round 2, Turd in round 4. Turd didn't even get the kill in round 4, he just stayed alive. Not that that's a problem, but there's a bit of a theme generating here, isn't there? Hoven, Speakeasy, and Reaps, 3 kills between them. Reaps, by the way, 1600 DPI god. And not having the desired impact. Crumbling at the moment against Enterprise. If you remove those 2 clutches, this is a 5-0 half.
And not a particularly close 5-0 half at that. Not even really close. 3 of Ape's kills came 2 rounds ago. And if you exclude those, which obviously you can't actually do that, but the numbers just get even worse. And the numbers are already quite bad, as Ollie pointed out.
10 seconds to go.
It's Enterprise's pick. Nighthaven, obviously. Weibo have a great streak, 7-1. But if they're showing up like this early on in the game, this is a hard kind of loss to bounce back from.
I get that it's Enterprise's pick, and Weibo did play it yesterday, but they played it really well.
They did.
They beat Los.
7-1, by the way. Los, not a bad team. Just to be clear, here over Team Liquid Alienware, for what that's worth.
I don't know. SL, a bit of a washed region these days.
It's you know.
Worth nothing, apparently.
It's a bad time.
They're a 1-region team now, or a 1-team region.
And you know, that the one team is the 2-time world champion, one of the greatest rosters ever assembled. So, and the region has 2 of the greatest rosters ever assembled. So that's a really nice feature.
Round 6 then. I think with the way that these rounds go on and as this series develops in general, we're likely to see Enterprise swell with confidence as time goes by, especially if they keep finding nice catches early on into the round. A reinforced action there at the top of this old tower. Skyro, he's just walking through with 0 consequences, removing utility for fun right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was curious by that reinforcement. Normally we see that opened up and it allows defenders to not only challenge onto the old tower, but I think also just makes it difficult to really rotate onto the staircase. But this time it has allowed Enterprise full entry for free by the same token. It's also given Weibo a bit more protection. Won't have to take that angle. And honestly, all things considered, I don't know if gunfights really are what Weibo should be doing. Ape, the smoke, taken down. That's a big win by Hoven. Speakeasy also getting active. Might be traded out soon after, but this is the closest round it's felt like we've had for Weibo so far, ever since round 1, and that was still one they ended up losing. These rounds, other than that, their wins have both been 1v1s. We could be trending that exact same way. Hoven with low HP. Brendo, he's got 3 Grims. We've got 2 nades. We've got a smoke and the Glaz still on board, Ollie. There's so much for Enterprise with a minute to go. Enterprise
have got a lot of tools to play with, haven't they? They can recover this diffuser fairly easily as well. The Razor Bloom, not particularly well placed. Hoven, super low HP. They're just a little bit split right now. Jigsaw, Bappen, playing somewhat together. Brendo, a little bit on the periphery. But he's going to be working his angle through that breach and seeing if he can catch anybody rotating off. Reaps is tucked in just to the left, so it's going to be quite difficult right now. Weibo, their strength is in not moving at the moment.
It's about the only strength they have so far. Utility isn't really a factor, not all that much for this team. But staying still, playing this crossfire, that could be quite good. Ooh, neither player getting the kill there. Boppin and Reaps just passing each other. I have no idea how neither player took a bit of damage in that engagement. But again, with no utility, no time to deny the plant, it's got to be gunfights. They need to win this. Jigsaw and Brendo, they haven't really been losing many gunfights this tournament, have they, Ollie? Brendo with both the final kills, and Enterprise, a dominant lead at 4-2. And it could have been a whole heck of a lot higher than that.
Deep breathing. Okay. It is 0-0. Okay. What is the focus of defense going to be? It's going to be communication and angle delegation. Okay. And win condition. Okay, those 3. We just need to care, guys, please. At the start of the round, we need to care some absolute blitz bombardery or some silly rush plans, okay? So let's make sure we work together, okay? If they don't ban the Clash, we can spam the Clash because we're banning the Monty, okay? And they're going to be fucked with our shields. Let's make sure we're counting numbers, okay? These guys, they like to sweep. Andreas will know more than me because he did Fortress, okay? But from what I saw, they like to sweep with a Flores hit in the back, getting util, okay? Nothing we haven't seen before, so make sure the site player is always ready for those lurks.
Reaps on Flores, just lurking?
Yes.
Okay.
And Hoven likes to lurk as well.
like
Marco. Voorbij zijn kitchen.
You know, the another one's more passive. So the thing is, you know, you need to read. When you have the advantage, relax. You know, deep breath, control the round. They will try to move. They will try to refrag. So punish them, and yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna ban the kid.
We're gonna do it
as default.
Okay.
And then yeah, guys.
No,
And then
no,
Hover
we're
can do
gonna
the
ban.
name.
We're gonna ban the clash, bro.
Oh yeah, kid clash. Sorry.
Kid clash.
And then if anyone top grade, can just call Hover and he will knit for us. Line up.
This guy, yeah, bro. Let's go.
So guys, deep breath, relax, no problem.
Exactly, bro. Let's go. Let's go for it, guys. We can do it right now.
Go,
so guys, we're gonna see the bans. If the ban is snake, we need to see, you know, how we're gonna keep making progress. If you don't have good runs for this, we're gonna have what? We're gonna have the Monty or another shield.
Again, another kind of differing philosophy. We got one that's a bit more decentralized and one that's a bit more top down.
Mag has got his work cut out from those boys.
He's trying to say it. You just hear Reaps.
All I was thinking throughout that whole first minute of listening to Mag was just, he has got his work cut out with those boys. Because they're so focused, and it's fine, by the way, they're winning. Like, this is no diss whatsoever. But they are so focused on the individual players that they're against, and not just, they're not nameless faces to them. They're playing against Speakeasy, Hoven, Turd, Reaps, and Ape.
They played so many times against
They're not playing against a Blackbeard, a Blitz, blah, 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 blah. They are playing against the individual. And I mean, and that's why they're so good, right? Because they can get a little bit on that personal level. They can dig in a little bit deeper. But it just made me chuckle because Mag's like, look, it's 0-0. Breathe. Like, win conditions. Angle delegation.
Angle delegation was crazy.
I nearly, like... But he's taking it so seriously, and he should do.
What was it? Coordination and angle delegation.
He's taking it so seriously, and he's right to. But I just bet I bet these Enterprise boys, they are just out of control without him.
And you know the best part is that whole time you see Mag explaining, and you see Jigsaw's eyes start darting to the keyboard like the Green Goblin mask is talking to him. In 30 seconds, and he starts typing in all chat mid timeout. This team is so funny. They're so funny.
Well, the Clash got banned, and that was something that Enterprise were going to, in their words, spam. So they can't do that anymore. The Monty... I mean, it's just a bit annoying, isn't it? The Monty and the Snake both getting removed as well. There's a bit of talk and chatter about that from the Waveview side of things. Now, we were expecting some... Well, or at least Mag was expecting some quick plays. You know, be aware of a Blitz Bombardery, I think was the comment that was used. Which I just particularly love.
That minute was not real.
There's no Blitz. There is, in fact, a Blackbeard, but it doesn't look like anything's going to be happening too quickly. It seems fairly par for the course right now. Just general setup, get onto the roof, start getting some drones down, and figure out what the lay of the land is.
Blackbeard Bombardery is a bit of a mouthful, but it still kind of works. And also, at least in terms of the strategy, could basically be the same thing. You won't get blinded by the shield, but generally speaking, if you see a Blackbeard, none of these players are going to be like, oh, Mag was wrong with the Blitz Bombardery call. You're going to be like, okay, this is the kind of thing. And in fact, you might have just seen the Blackbeard. Make eye contact as the Vulcan packs pop. You hear him break through the wall. Speakeasy creeping forward. Also heard some calls that might be a Hoven lurk on the backside. Clearly worried about, you know, a very sizable front push, but then one or two players lurking either around the extremities or on the backside, something they're worried about. Hoven on this E1D been quite effective so far. Spotted, I think, 3 different players, but no Deimos on the board for the attacking team, so can't make as much use of that utility as you'd like.
I was going to say, I think the Lion on its own now, we're starting to see the value of Lion, and it needs to be brought as part of 2 or 3 operators that are the wider vision. Because at the minute, Lion on their own, these boys are just going to laugh at that. Ape finds the first kill over onto Two-Hand. Takes him out. A little bit of a headshot there as we can start to see a little bit of progress work its way through, but Speakeasy, next player to fall, that Blackbeard just turning his head.
Yeah, gets bombarded by the Vector, just swinging around the corner. Bopping 6-1 right now. Crazy stat line over on Enterprise. 6-1, 7-1, 6-2 between Bop and Jigsaw and Brendo. Some crazy individual performances in Weibo despite starting out with the first. That backside lurk, it's found out by Enterprise. Might not be Hoven, it's Ape instead. Still looking to try and channel some of that energy, that big 3K got on the Ella. We're still waiting. Reaps redeems himself a little bit. He's been struggling this game as well. It's just him and Hoven. Have to try to narrow this 2-round lead that Enterprise have over them. Diffuser currently out of the attack's possession, but they're still in this round. They're still fighting back as much as they can. But despite Weibo starting off with a 5v4, Reaps now on 1 HP. Gotta recover the diffuser. Get these kills, all with only 10 seconds remaining. Information on 1, but only 1. They'll try to bait out the swing, and Enterprise, they seem to understand the assignment. If Mag got anything through to them, it's do not troll. 5-2, Enterprise take their first round on defense.
I like how they've started to make the room their own as well. They've got a jersey up on the wall. That's the first team that we've seen do that. I rate it. First round on the defense going very well there for Enterprise. And Weibo Gaming, again, the same as they looked on defense, just look a little bit off the pace. They were able to get a couple of kills this time, but again, there's that sort of inability to recognize what really is going on. It's lack of awareness.
It's one of those... There are these weird games that we cast sometimes, and not we as in like you and me, but like I think that a lot of times just kind of happen, and that, you know, when you're a desk analyst, when you're a caster, you have to read the game, you have to interpret the game, you've got to relay it to the viewer. But it's always difficult things where Weibo just don't really feel like a factor. And they were in that round, which is the weird thing. They got the opening pick. Yeah. It was only a 2v1. That is a close round, all things considered. And yet there's just this feeling you get over the course of the series that they are not the complete architects of their own fate. That they're just not. And that round, it felt kind of similar. Even though they were getting kills, and even though they were keeping the round close, it never really felt like there was something going their way. It was more like things were happening rather than Weibo were making things happen. And I get that's not a particularly helpful statement, but it's just one of these weird feelings you get where there is nothing I can quite put my finger on in particular, and it's just nothing seems to be going that well.
For me, it's lack of awareness, and that's kind of what it comes down to. Because we're consistently seeing players caught flat-footed, off guard, looking the wrong way, or...
Defense especially.
Yeah, I mean, it's happened a little bit on the attack. We've got the Blackbeard losing the life because they're turning the wrong way as they're transitioning over past the doorway. Are you just thinking, we weren't seeing a lot of that. Falcons VP. Got to call it when it is seen. Speaking of calling things that are a little bit new or different, we have the Tachanka this time. So these corridors are going to be a bit of a tough space for Speakeasy to work through on that blitz. He will have a bit of a harder time making that happen. Lion Scan comes out, but no one really feeling the pressure in this early portion of the round just yet. We do have Jigsaw just sort of hanging around and threatening an engagement with Hoven, but he's basically just going to be there to greet him if required.
Just waiting for it. How many times have we really seen that museum exterior engagement be a quagmire for the attack? It always feels like we see an attacker, whether it's DS on Furia, really any player on that door, they just get sucked into this game of this waiting game between the defenders, and they always inevitably either lose their life or don't have impact. And it's not just a Weibo thing. It feels like we see it so consistently on this map. You wait, you think you can get it, then you end up failing. You inevitably get Jigsaw, but you've lost the Blitz, and you've lost the Lion, who maybe gave some good information to the Deimos, but who is now dead. Bappin 9-1 currently, potentially 10-1 if he can get that line onto Ape. That's a lengthy pre-fire around the Kiba, a good pre-fire at that. And Weibo continue to struggle. Enterprise continue to set the pace by which Weibo needs to play at. A minute to go, they'll try to fight back.
Jigsaw, astute as ever. Reaps is alive. Reaps and Ape.
That's empirically true.
To try and make this happen. We've got a bit of kit. We're going to see some Rotero drones used. Even if they don't destroy anything, it's going to give a little bit of information away. Reaps choosing to drop off and maybe find a little bit of an alternate line here. It is going to leave Ape a little bit vulnerable for the time being, and they hold the diffuser. So if this does come down to the wire, that is going to be required. Default camera open above Reaps' shoulder, I think, and you can already see with the way that the outlines are moving, that information is getting fed straight away. Jigsaw locked into that old tower camera, and it's no surprise now to see Reaps on 1 HP. Can't land the shots.
Oh, it's windy.
It's Cairo able to get the job done. Enterprise They've nearly got map 1 done here.
If Ape doesn't clutch that 1v1, that is the end of map 1 right there. Weibo just have not been a factor on Fortress so far, not at all whatsoever. And I think a good moment in that round is at the very end. You see Reaps go for that backstab, and in theory, that's a big gamble that could pay off, right? You go up the back, nobody's looking, they're so focused on the front. But the difficulty with going with a backstab in that situation is there's 2 players left alive, and Ape is ace. What's he gonna do to distract them?
Yeah.
He's got no secondary utility, no primary utility. He's got the diffuser, so he can't really go for a plant since you're going for a backstab. Who's covering him? Reaps is just betting it all on himself, and maybe it works out, but it didn't. If you get spotted, he's maybe not the first that went down, but there was nothing to distract to make that backstab more likely. Reaps was literally just betting that Enterprise would do something they have not really done in this game so far, and that's not been aware of their surroundings. Enterprise have had good awareness. They've had good coordination. You can't get multiple people all at 6 to 9 kills and not have a decent idea of what's going on and where there might be a gap in your setup.
We're doing it the Rainbow way. Whatever you say, Red Hammer.
6-2. Enterprise poised and ready to take their map pick of Fortress. It is worth remembering at this point in the proceedings that, yes, this is indeed Enterprise's map choice. And we will be moving on to Labs as Weibu's map choice next. That much is guaranteed. But often the way that map 1 is won can certainly shape for some teams how the rest of the games will go, or the rest of the series. Jigsaw, and caught out on the drone there. Route to the spot by Lion, but again, there's no bite off the back of this Lion scan. It's not the same way we were seeing Falcons use it, where they were Lion scan, Snake, Deimos, everything. What a shot from Jigsaw!
Let's just move on. Let's just move on.
Deimos, track or not, happy to one-tap through the window. That could be the first of 5 nails going into the coffin right now for Weibu on Fortress.
You can hear Mag hammering right now. Just getting the lid ready, attaching it. Feels like Weibo have been gone for a long time on this map. Last round they won was in round 4. That was a 1v1. One before that, round 2. That was also a 1v1. Basically 50-50s. A coin flip or would have given Weibo only 2 victories on border on Fortress. And it might not be their pick, but Enterprise are going to have a massive momentum boost going into Nighthaven if Weibo cannot get it together soon. The Deimos and Lion, objectively a great combo. I'm glad they moved to that after the solo Lion in round 1. But with the Deimos dead, you don't have a lot to fall back on. The E1D, not great when you don't have a lot of utility to back it up with. The Roteros have all been used. And Ash and Ace, as we said before, aren't really going to get the job done. Turd is just walking through. They've got no idea Jigsaw's position. And based on what's happened, I kind of favor him to just wide swing this breach and get this kill. Maybe he won't. It is Ape who's had a good time. It's Ape who will now be on cameras. As Jigsaw is at 3, how about another 1v1? Maybe this will be the difference. Just one more 1v1. That'll do it. Now you've got to win 4.
Speakeasy eventually shuts Jigsaw down, but Jigsaw knows the damage has been done at this point. Whether he's only speaking to us and the viewers and his own teammates, or whether the old chat is in fact on, it doesn't matter at this point. 35 seconds, diffuser recovered. Speakeasy needs to double his kills if he's going to hope to keep Weibu in this map.
He's got the 417. A good gun to do it. But again, Enterprise have generally been patient. Some information revealed. The shotgun spotted around the corner. And hey, there is a 1v1 right here. Brendo got to be careful, but Tuhan will finish things off. It's a 7-2 for Enterprise, but it could have been even better than that. It is not a contest on Fortress, and Enterprise 1 map away from main stage.
Enterprise are fired up for the fight right now. They are giving us some very exciting siege to watch. They can only play the opponent that's in front of them, but they have made mincemeat of Weibu on map 1. Fortunately, we have a map 2 in the series, and we'll be back with Labs right after this.
Basically nothing different between Series 1 and Series 2, both beginning with a 7-2, and somehow, despite the same scoreline, I don't think we've seen a performance quite as dominant today as that from Enterprise.
It felt a bit different, didn't it? It felt very different to the way that Falcons beat VP on their first map. It just felt a little bit like we were off the pace here. Lack of awareness was one of the words that we used to characterize the performance that we've seen so far from the 5 players on the right-hand side of your screen at the moment. 33% cost for 3 players. Reaps, by the way, 22%, 2 kills. Only good for kills on that defensive side. He got 1 entry on the defense. And other than that, he was either the first or the second dead in nearly every single round.
And then Ape, obviously, up top, 78% cost, 8-8. He got Weibo one of their rounds. Remember? That massive L3K Scorpion in the pistol. Objectively, crazy mechanical skill. That was literally one of the only good things that happened for Weibo that round, and it was still a clutch that needed to happen. It just was not a factor. The team was not a factor on Fortress, but that was Enterprise's pick. We've got Weibo's coming up right now, and Ollie, I need you. I need you. This is a promotion elimination game. We are in the 2-2. Weibo have a 7-1 record on this map going into this game. 7-1. That is +6 if you can't do math, which I can't. I prepped that ahead of time. I've been practicing it all day. Surely, Weibo can come back. Surely they have something to offer.
Well, across the major so far, they've played it twice.
Okay.
Looking a little bit further back, yes, that's when you get the magical 6-1, 7-1 record. Across the major, they've played it twice. They've won 1, lost 1. They played it against Twisted Minds, who, by the way, qualified in top seed, or second top seed to FaZe Clan.
Yeah.
It's basically top just because of the way the games are played. They beat Twisted Minds on there, 8-7. Sorry, they lost Twisted Minds, 8-7. They beat Lost.
That's a close game, though.
They beat Lost, 8-7. And they beat him yesterday.
And hey, they had a lead against Twisted Minds that game. If you recall, Twisted Minds had to come back from a deficit in order to defeat Weibo Gaming. What I'm saying is, was Fortress bad? Yes. But Nighthaven Labs, this is a map with a good record for them. 2 very close games this whole tournament, and what could very well be 2 victories. And if they had closed out that regulation against Twisted Minds, who qualified quite quickly, might I add, they could be 2-0 and have a really good record on this map at this tournament specifically, alongside their victory against Los. Weibo are not out of this yet. This is a comfortable map. This is a good map, and one that they can perform well on this tournament.
I appreciate what you've done there. You've given the Weibo fans a little bit of hope.
I have never met a hill I wouldn't die on.
I'm about to dash it.
Why would you do that? Dash is out of the tournament. Why would you do that?
I'm about to just pour water over the fire and the flames that you have just tried to kindle.
Can I sit down at least?
Falcons. Team Falcons.
I would assume not the animal.
They lost to Enterprise on this very map only a couple of days ago.
Okay. What was the score?
86.
Okay.
Enterprise also narrowly lost to SR on this map. Another overtime game.
And
had it not been for Spoit having an incredible series.
Incredible tournament, might I add.
And an incredible series, or an incredible map on that specific day, Enterprise would have walked away with a win there as well.
Okay.
I think that the opponents that Enterprise have beaten and come close to beating on this map outweigh Weibo's record on this map currently. And I do not believe for 1 second that Weibo are out of hot water here coming into Nighthaven Labs, particularly given that they're starting on the attack.
Okay. I hear what you're saying, and all of that is fair. I acknowledge all of that. Counter-argument. It's bad map 1, but Hoven is still, going into this series, the highest rated player in the lobby. One of the highest rated players in the tournament, might I add, after his insane 43-kill series yesterday. An extremely close series, a hard-fought series to get them to this point. He's on Deimos currently. So much investment can go on that one operator, and particularly in tandem with the Lion, Ape, who had a good game last game. We got some good utility, some good ideas from Weibo out the gate, and maybe we can invest in this star player. This person who has basically made the whole tournament for Weibo, Hoven, especially in the back half. Maybe that is what they need to bounce back from a rough Fortress and to seal the deal on Nighthaven. For the defense, we got a pulse down below, a few different things to talk about, some tools that Enterprise will have to stop that from happening.
Enterprise also bringing the Clash. They were wanting to spam the Clash, in the words of Mag, on Fortress.
Such a funny phrase.
And they weren't allowed to do it. Clash was banned. This time available. Interestingly, opposite side of the reinforcement that is more typically done inside of Connector. And it is just going to give a little bit of a corner for Cairo to hide in. Can look to try and play that Clash, not aggressively, but in an information gathering role. Are they coming through Connector? The stall out in this round has been pretty severe. They've got good control of mid-floor, but they've got no idea that Jigsaw's below, just feeding all this information to the rest of his team. Hoven is looking to try and get something done vertically and doesn't realize Jigsaw's working vertically on him.
Hunter becoming the hunted with 1:15 to go. More gadgets being used, but every 1D, 3Bs, going hunting for the pulse. We'll find him. I was about to say, surely Hoven gets that kill, and indeed he will. Might cost a lot of damage. That's the pulse dealt with. That's a C4 from below you don't have to worry about. Only issue, though, we still got this Clash up top, and in the zombie as well. There's something for Enterprise to work with here.
There's nothing that Weibo have got to deal with this Clash and the shield. They've got a couple of nades. That's about it. They've got to be in the right position to throw those nades, and they're going to have to go gun down to do so. Tuhan still playing inside a Fish. Ape now going to be joined potentially by Hoven as Hoven makes that rotation over toward storage. He's got a couple of people that he can track on the death mark, and the first target is going to be the Clash. But at the 30-second mark, it feels like that's a bit too late.
It feels a bit odd, and I mean, Speakeasy hopping directly into barbed wire. Bappin just is playing the normal angle on Generator, swings around the corner, but Weibo keeping it close. In fact, even Turd has made his way into sight. Playing on the B bomb chassis. You've got two different players in this position. Oh, Poppin almost loses that opportunity. Taking the kill on Reaps a little bit for granted. Now Turd finds himself in a difficult situation, but a 1v1. Oh, just sees the Azami's head. But camouflaged enough by the monitors. Tuhan around the corner. Ooh, thinks the diffuser's going down in the wrong spot, but too much time has passed. Big 3K from Turd, but not enough. It's a 1v1 for Enterprise to end it, and they continue their streak.
Enterprise have been very well disciplined in those late round moments where things could go wrong. You've got Twitch, you've got the F2, you've got Turd, skilled player, talented. Who's to say he's not going to flick 2 heads? Who's to say if you don't line up a misplay? You don't need to push that. The time's running low. Force him into the plant. Use your utility. It's always a safe bet that someone's planting behind pillar. That's where you'd usually end up planting. It was a very off spot that Turd found himself in with the diffuser. It was a decent clear from Weibo. It just all took far too long. Jumping into barbed wire. 2026? That thing's going to damage you. It gives the game away. You get slowed down even more. You're just going to get swung. It's electric. What do you expect? Ways of dealing with some things and then a lack of ways of dealing with others. They had 3 nades as we've got players jumping into barbed wire, for goodness sake. Like,
that's what I was going to say.
It's crazy.
Like, 3 nades. Didn't used to deal with the clash. The clash died of her own means. So
natural causes, I think.
Natural causes, yeah. It's a killer.
It happens.
It happens. It's natural, some would say. Circle of life and all that. But not even being able to clear the barbed wire. Not even really seeming like they knew about the barbed wire. You got Bappin flanking. He'd already killed the guy from that position. They're still open to the reinforcement. You kind of pointed it out, and it's really taken a map to set in. They're having so many people on Weibo that have been shot with either their side or their back turned. And it's like, it's enough of a phenomenon now at this point that I'm thinking about every game that we've casted, and it is like, it is insane how often it seems to be occurring in this series.
Mudrib has placed on the wall, and Reap's reluctant to put those exothermic charges down. Feeling like they need to go for a bit of a full clear here. I mean, they've got the ram, they can do that. Reap's danger now is that he gets caught out before being able to rotate back downstairs and actually get the main wall open. There is a little bit of redundancy. Turd going to be playing on the ace. And the could be phone call just to make these roamers think twice. You can hear those boogie drones now. No doubt going in through IT and starting to open up towards storage. This top floor is going to need to be cleared. And Speakeasy at the minute is inside a kitchen. I'm far more worried about this top floor than what's going on side of that kitchen site. Because with the site being downstairs, you can't just ignore it. You can't ignore that vertical hold.
And you'll see Weibo starting to consider it. Speakeasy turning the corner. Blackbeard, I think, just quickly making his way towards Exo. Reaps. He's had a rough performance. 3rd kill over the whole series. He finds an important one to cover the Blackbeard as they make their way down Exo. Up it might fall. Dokkaebi calls not a factor. But Weibo are making some very good progress right outside of the site. Need some support. There are these vertical angles as well. You can see that the Blackbeard's concerned about it. Can he put the diffuser down? He's right in front of the vertical hole, and there's nobody at the window. There's no utility being used to cover it. Turd in a 1v4. There's barricades in his way. There's a shotgun around the corner. And it's Enterprise with another round.
Enterprise, again, doing a really good job of sticking to their win conditions. They know holding that top floor, spreading themselves quite thin, and just supporting the player that's going to be inside of storage. We didn't see a single body from Weibo get into storage. That's always a big problem. If you're going to clear top floor, it's got to be the whole thing. You have to start on that top floor, go through, clear the mid floor, flush the defenders down, lose a few bodies, kill a few, whatever, however it takes. It's always a little bit messy. It's always scrappy. But the end goal, if you're going to try and get the plant down in that default spot, is you need control of storage. And if you don't have control of storage, you are going to struggle. Enterprise know this. Hence why they are playing, or they were playing, inside of storage. Because they know that is the win con. Mag has got this team very well drilled at the moment, and it is showing in the server. This is a game. Okay, are we playing the best siege? No. But are Enterprise playing the best siege for the game that has been put in front of them? Yes.
Absolutely.
And would it be very easy to slip and to start just playing like a massive troll? Absolutely.
And that's what I was starting to think about as we saw the end of round 1, is that I think really the true hallmark of Enterprise so far is that they're up 2-0 right now. It's not a particularly close series, but in every game they've played, they have always been very quick to trash talk. And maybe they've let a lead slip here or there, but one who hasn't. They're a bit of a newer team, the international stage, though some players with quite a bit of international experience. But they haven't really let I really feel like a massive lead slip consistently. They have, against teams that I think we would unequivocally say on paper are their betters, they've taken them the distance. Shopify Rebellion, in one of the best tournament forms we've seen from that team in quite a long time. All 3 maps, really close series against a vintage Spoit performance in what Spoit's best tournament in years. They've been making good progress. Also, you gotta say, Brendo has been on a heater in Salt Lake City. He was plus, what, 37 or something going into this game? Unbelievable stuff from Brendo so far this tournament. Him and Jigsaw have been lights out. And it's just kills like that that are one of many for Brendo in Salt Lake.
5-1 at the moment. That is giving the plus column a good deal more. Speakeasy ratting at the bottom of Fish Stairs. Takes Cairo down. Has a chance at an angle onto another. Impact just as he retreats up those stairs. But he's kind of cut off right now. Bappin maybe knows that he's popped the Vulcan pack and doesn't want to take that less than favorable angle. It's never good firing up the stairs. You always kind of want to be the one at the top. Speakeasy holds the high ground at the moment. Still, it isn't going to help him too much. He's had to expend Bs to just ensure that he isn't going to get flanked up on. Still not too sure at the threat of a flank from below. Two Hands gone like a thief in the night. He's well out of there. The three remaining players for Enterprise just kind of consolidated after an early burst from Brendo. They don't need to overcomplicate it. They don't need to do too much now. A minute left, and only a super shorty to make you vert. I'll take those odds.
And this is another good example of Enterprise not making things more difficult for themselves. It's a 3v3. It is already hard. You also don't have a lot of great utility for this late round. You've got whatever Vulcan packs, whatever Banshees might survive. You've got a C4 that I think is pre-placed actually right now for Tuhan. But that's it. That's all you got. And so the recipe here, as always, Ali, is don't peek if you don't need to. Take an off angle if you think you got a chance. Take a fight if you think you're favored. But just do not peek. Do not make it harder than you have to. And Tuhan, I think, is a good example of this. Playing passive, holding the off angle in Gen, that immediately backs off once the Thermite peaks. Because with 30 seconds remaining, there's only so much you can do. When you have the vertical angles, you've lost the control there. You're going to need to play a bit reactive. Ape hops in. There are no angles actually directly above this planter, and that's where the C4 was pre-placed. The whole round, it has been in that exact spot, on default, ready for Weibo to move in. Tuhan detonates, and that's the round. Hoven can go pick this back up. He can try, but Speakeasy needs to cover. Needs to get all three as he's worried about the vert. Hoven actually should be able to get this diffuser down as Enterprise, instead of directly challenging the diffuser, go to retake the vertical instead. Speakeasy sprinting into the garage will actually spot the Goyo before Boppin spots him. An important kill. The first of potentially three as another walks down the corner. It's now just Jigsaw and Speakeasy. This might be their third 1v1 so far, but Weibo need any round they get their hands on. Speakeasy got to push. Speakeasy needs to push, and he'll push all too late. Enterprise have been consistent. It's their first clutch of the series, but it's another knife to Weibo's heart.
Even when things start to look like they are going right for Weibo, they go wrong. The post plant. Where's the post plant? I've drilled this into you. Please don't let me down. Where is the post plant for storage?
It's in garage.
Outside of the window. Get yourself outside. All you've got to do is get yourself outside.
It's outside garage in the window. I don't even think the wall was open.
No, I don't think the wall was open, to be fair. It's always going to be tough, isn't it? And that was one of the was it one of the worst examples? It was one of the examples where Enterprise kind of throw himself at the problem. We got people jumping over the top rope inside a warehouse and maybe just flooding.
Some mistakes.
The door was open. Speakeasy very much had the opportunity there, but he'd just given too much space to Jigsaw, and I think the call was brilliant. Because the player was not downed and not finished, there was a lot of information that Bappin could exchange. Didn't get finished straight away. Now, oftentimes we'll say sometimes you don't need to chase after kills, sometimes you do need to chase after kills.
It's a varying standard.
That was an occasion where you need to chase after the kill and you need to get him gone quickly, because all Bappin's doing is just looking at Speakeasy. He's just killed him, and he can give all the information in the world and say, hey, Jig, he's still not moved. He's still not... And if Jigsaw's already started to disable that diffuser, you just got to stick it at that point.
Crazy kills from Brendo to start, by the way. That double was insane. Also, good lurk from Speakeasy as well. Sure, doesn't clutch the 1v3, but in this game so far, that was a really big kill. Not only to take down the Clash, but also just sneaking in, gaining a bit of initiative when Weibo really needed an opening. It's what put them in a 3v3. It took down a big operator. Speakeasy, you talk about impactless kills, but I think if we want to also like give credit where credit's due, really big individual plays from him in that round. Not only with the gun skill, but again, that mid-round lurk. It's a shame it did not pay off. And I'm still thinking about that C4. I mean, when I first noticed it, was like 30 to 40 seconds before the diffuser went down, and it was already pre-placed.
Yeah.
I cannot imagine how long it was there.
It's been there for a while.
It's been there for ages.
Which is a big risk because
it is a dry age C4.
You should be kind of aware of that. You hear the beeping, even a drone underneath. It's not uncommon to play a pulse on that side. So little drone underneath, you might have spotted that C4 and gone up. Yeah, okay, we'll deal with that when we go in. We'll EMP it, we'll shoot through the floor, whatever it might be. Enterprise, 3 rounds in a row now. And to be honest, round 3 feels like the sort of round that Weibo would have won on Fortress through a clutch, because the 2 rounds that they won were 3 clutches. It's now asking too much. That isn't going to be a consistent theme here. We can't constantly be asking for players to clutch up so that Weibo can win a couple of rounds. They're going to need to dig a little bit deeper than that. They've still got a timeout, which I'm kind of surprised they've not used yet. Time will tell.
Oh. I was about to say, if 2-on is winning engagements like that, we might be in rough shape. Just a little one-tap SMG-12 at the single window. Not today. All 5 scanned for these Deathmark trackers. Really great information that Hoven has at his fingertips. Line really not even necessary at that point. Could freeze people, of course, but for scanning, you've already got that job done. Be helpful alongside the Blackbeard. Zoto canisters. Again, a good bit of insight into Enterprise's mentality. Waste some time, but also you're up 3-0. They do have direct information on this Tubrow. I was going to say, that's the easiest pre-fire of Turret's career. Winning the battles we need to. That's what's important. 5v4 now. Taking garage control at the back of it. Again, I like this as well. With the Azami ban, it's going to be easier. Brendo throws out a C4. That takes down the Blackbeard. That's unfortunate. We still have the Deathmark trackers as well. Hoven can go below. Use some of that verticality. Maybe clear the mirror window. Maybe clear the players on B. We still got a minute 20 seconds. So much time to work with. There
is enough time here. Enough time for both teams, really. Enough time for Weibo to continue to tighten this net. And enough time for Enterprise to just reposition ever so slightly. 2-on and Brendo, both dug quite deep. Not being given too much of a reason to move at the minute. 2-hand still with a C4 in his pocket. Players now starting to congregate at the bottom of these fish stairs. Hoven thinking about a bit of a walk-up. For me, he's got a minute and he's got everyone available on a death mark. He should probably try and make that happen a little bit. A little bit of vert through the floor.
Now look at this with the fish player falling. I think Weibo correctly identifying that this side is completely exposed. Brendo taking an angle. You got to be careful, but you can play the trades on this side. Bappin and Cairo can only do so much. Double swing, good trade. Weibo playing this very well fundamentally. Reef's now moving in with the diffuser. Bappin with his back turned. That is unfortunate timing on the ARX. They've got this player locked in IT. They've moved into the post. Bappin on low HP as well. Okay, Afe tagged up a little bit, but they've also spotted the backside player. Cairo running straight into the air jab, flashed as well. This might be Weibo's first clean round in a while. No 1vx necessary. The first genuine full victory from Weibo coming exactly when they needed it.
Round 4 of Labs. A big pivotal moment there for Weibo. Is that going to be the sign of the momentum starting to break here in this game? We're already starting to see some cracks starting to show on Enterprise. Now, that might sound strange. They have won 3 rounds. 1 came very close. Came down to a 1 versus 1. Turd, 3K in round 1 as well, but a good recovery from Brendo. A player that isn't stepping up at the moment for Enterprise, who has been not only a big talker, but also a big performer, is Jigsaw. And it's the games where Jigsaw lacks behind that we see this team struggle. Now, Brendo 7-2. He's doing a reasonable job of carrying his buddy there. But who's carrying Cairo at 0-4? Because between Jig and Cairo, they've got 1 kill between them in 5 rounds. Okay, we've not seen all of round 5 yet, but you get the picture, you get the premise.
Get the idea.
There's a game here if Weibo won it. Just depends how badly they want it.
Depends how badly they want it. Depends what they can find, what they can do for themselves. They've got the first, and they played very good trades in that late round. I think also, we always talk about playing the team in front of them. When Enterprise slipped up, gave them a little bit of an opening. They were ready to take it. There's a lot of good we can look to in that round. And think about for Weibo going forward. One thing that we'll need to see here, dealing with this vertical play. We literally did not see a single player, a single bit of utility from Weibo last time this site was attacked to deal with that player up top inside of storage. We need to see it this time. With the Solus there, she simply cannot be allowed to survive. Or, at an absolute minimum, cannot be allowed to play in that position.
They've gone for a slightly different approach as well. They've got the Dokkaebi and the Deimos this time. No Lion to round it out as a trifecta, but also no Ram. Going for Hoven on Book instead of the Ram. Maybe going to be a little bit more precise, a little bit more accurate with where they are making those rotations or making that vert. But either way, it's going to have to be done. The better clear of the top floor is going to be required, but that also needs to transition into a successful clear down below. Brendo caught out on the remnants of the Logic Bomb, and Reaps doesn't know which way to turn. Cairo putting him in a blender right there as he finally gets his first kill.
Panic Smoke just trying to disappear out of that engagement. Cairo blind will fire one shot with the Boss G, hoping he gets lucky. Not today, unfortunately. Jigsaw, they're trying to deal with him inside his storage. We give them credit for that. But he takes one in the process, and it's the Deimos to be taken down. Be such a good player to hunt down any of these remaining defenders down below, but as he falls and Speakeasy's out of Dokkaebi canisters, or Dokkaebi calls. Again, in a position where Weibo are lacking tools when they need every advantage they can get. And a 3v4 to bring things back. Oh, Boppin. Oh, the long flank. And he's playing it patient, too. Sitting behind the pillar, waiting. Ollie, he is going to hit this with the perfect time, just creeping up through garage, vertical angle. He just might spot Hoven down below. The Buck instead, moving to the side, just slips through. Again, more information as another goes to clear. He gets one up top and another down below. Boppin across 2 dimensions, making it work. The third might slip past, but he's sealed the round for Enterprise.
Speakeasy again left in this clutch. 1 versus 3. Has the diffuser, but only has 18 seconds to play with. No major denial. But Enterprise, they're doing what they do best. And that is not move. Wait until the opportune moment presents. And for Brendo, that was then. Swings round, cleans things up there. And another round chalked up for Enterprise. And a better win on the balance of things, because we've seen a couple of clutchy rounds so far from Enterprise. We've seen a very top-heavy contribution.
Seen a top-heavy contribution, and also to give Weibo credit, some actually genuine attempts there to throw off Enterprise that really came down to some individual players getting important kills. They pressured Jigsaw. Jigsaw is able to get a kill, but he's quickly traded out. Really, the big moment is this kill right here. The fact that Kairo's able to get Reaps in Garage, that kind of affects the rest of the game. Like, yes, obviously a big 2-piece from Boppin. But imagine if Reaps doesn't go down and they're able to at least maybe get a 4-4 onto Jigsaw and then isolate onto Cairo. It's kind of a different game. Then you have an advantage. You can focus a bit more on controlling the flank up top. You don't just have Ape going up, taking a 1v1 with the Ella. It's a bit of a different situation. And unfortunately, to spin that positive into a negative, it is Reaps again in these moments. How consistent has it been? One of the first 1 to 2 dead in these rounds, not having really any impact, and again, being easy fodder for Enterprise. He has 3 kills through maps 1 and 2. 3 kills in 14 rounds.
It's just uncharacteristic at this point. I think about Reaps as a player, and the first thing I think of is obviously the super high DPI.
Everyone goes to that.
It's a bit of a meme, isn't it? But aside from that, like, crazy player, crazy potential, loads of kills usually, but in this structure, in this team, he's just not able to find him as easily. But then again, who is? Like, Speakeasy's been a bit of a standout in this series so far, but even there, 4 and 4, Turd, 6 and 4, Hoven yesterday.
Yes.
But look at what happens when he goes 2 and 5.
It's just, and that's the thing, like, we can talk, you can focus on any given round, you can focus on Reaps, you can focus on Hoven, you can focus on anybody, but it's a team issue at the moment for Weibo. It is just pure and simple a team issue. People always, I think, win as a team, lose as a team, but right now, Weibo as a 5 are just not there currently. There's still some good moments. I think Nighthaven has definitely looked better. I think last round there were still some moments in which they were keeping it competitive against Enterprise, and it only broke away towards the end. But it's still 4-1. It's still a chance that this half ends at, again, another basically nice 6-0, just like how Fortress was. Clash on the board right now, keeping things at bay up top. Blackbeard thinking about hopping in down below. It's exactly what Speakeasy will do. Nades flying in over top. He's good for the first. But again, the Blackbeard traded very quickly. Boppin with another. Jigsaw winning his fight on IT. And literally in less than 10 seconds, it goes from a 5v5 to another Enterprise dominant advantage. We have seen so many 5v1s, 4v1s, and it feels the worst Enterprise can do at any given moment is a 3v1. Maybe around here, maybe around there for Weibo, but they are still at only 3 rounds over 2 maps, and there's no other way of putting it. If Weibo want to survive, if Weibo want to make an argument, it must be better.
Yeah, everyone get on the attacks now. Get on the attacks. Everyone turn to the teacher.
Third.
Go on, lad.
Alright,
Guys,
listen
wait,
up.
I just want to say something.
Yes.
We've been here before against Falcons.
Yes.
We need to not lose our heads, Andreas. Okay? This is where I didn't mean that in a bad way.
Alright.
Let's let the teacher speak.
Alright, guys, listen. 0-0, we reset, okay? This is where we have to really dig in and play as a team, okay? Labs attack, okay? On attack, right? We need to care the thorn traps. What are we banning? We're banning, Andreas, tell me? Mirror's-Army, okay? Speakeasy will be pulse, okay? If we want to play the buck below and buck them out, we can. If we want to play the Deimos, they have a lot of mute jammers, okay? But we can still play the Deimos, okay? If we want to. Snake clerks will be really strong kitchen side no matter what fucking wherever they are, okay? We know how they play, we've played them 1,000 times, okay? These guys are fucking nervous as fuck.
Yeah,
Look
it's
at
a
them
Swiss
play.
stage cars.
So we play as a team, guys.
Talk, Martin, talk.
I think we just start basement, you know? Yeah, start basement. What you guys feel like doing? We can do anything in the world, guys.
Look, bro, look. We start with this top Mira, you know? If Mira is open. Right?
Samira, top floor?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll go top floor.
Azami also. So yeah, we're gonna wait for mistakes. Just hard hold.
No,
It's about that.
listen. I think we play the double C4, but instead of Warden, I play we play Clash, because
Yeah, me to trick
Gohan
the
want us to play a
IP.
lot of Clash.
Oh, just put it.
Yeah.
Okay,
The
mate?
sound is the clash.
Yeah, I'll play. I can do all the Rios lah, cause the Mira's making all the rotates.
I trick ITR now. Left.
What do you think? I think don't need lah.
Okay.
Guys, remember now, we need good energy. Remember, the pressure. They will feel the pressure to finish the match.
Yes.
We're gonna start to win rounds after.
Trying to bring the mental back, trying to get Weibo locked in, and also Enterprise being quite deferential to authority. Listening to the teacher, all sitting around. Listening.
Turn to the teacher.
Turn to the teacher. Turn to the teacher, please. For Mag, it is not about a salary. It is all about reality. Just trying to teach and impart something upon the youth. And really, he's done quite a good job. 5-1 currently for Enterprise. Still playing lights out. Really good fundamental siege. And the best highlight for me, Ollie. What's the first thing they talked about? We were here against Falcons before.
Yeah.
Please, let's not lose our heads.
That was for me as well. It's 0-0, treated as fresh, and let's not make the same mistakes that we've made previously. And I think that's massive because it shows growth and it shows learning, and it shows that they are very mindful of the fact that it doesn't take long for things to slip. It doesn't take long for something to just
one round at a time.
Slide out of your control. Mag again, giving some very key words of wisdom. Very different timeout from Weibo. I don't know if I'm like misunderstanding. Obviously, we come through. We listened to the Enterprise timeout first. We got the first minute there, so we didn't get the first minute really of the Weibo timeout. But it just felt like they were kind of planning for one round. Like it didn't feel like they were planning for. It wasn't very top level. It was very like granular. It was like, oh yeah, we'll play the Clash, you know, and maybe play a mirror and do this. And should we go top floor or should we go basement? It's like that ain't gonna matter because you need to win everywhere. Like it shouldn't matter where you start because you all right. Maybe if you want a certain operator before they get banned out at the start around 10, then whatever. But it just felt a little bit too granular. It felt a little bit too caught in the weeds. And I think that's maybe one of the reasons why we're seeing Weibo struggle is they need to just step back and look a little bit more big picture.
I think everyone just really wants Weibo to reset. APAC team's guaranteed to go. We don't lose either way. First time in 3 years. We're all happy no matter who wins this game. And so that means the only thing we want is something competitive. We just want something that will make us all happy, something to give us some good siege, something to give us something to talk about. And people might be talking at the end of this game. But even Enterprise aren't talking all that much.
They've quietened down in the off chat, haven't they?
We'll talk after rounds, but
Yeah.
beyond that, it's just like, what do you say at this point? What do you say? Well, for Turd, he says, you're not getting that angle. I've seen that one before. I've seen that at this tournament. You're not getting that over me.
A nice angle, but a predictable one. Two-hand going down. Best thing you guys have done. Oh, Turd's turned the all chat on, so it's at least going to be a participant there. Reaps trying to reactivate that laser gate. As Cairo is looking to start to push in now. He's able to bait out a Thorn Trap as well, and with the laser gate reactivating, it's going to require Jigsaw on the Thatcher to do something about it. And Cairo, not really got the space to take that control yet. We kind of joked and dogged on seeing a Fuse Shield earlier. We've got it here for round 7.
Yeah, Cairo trying to make it work. Don't know how effective he's going to be able to use these cluster charges. Just already we've seen some struggles over on the connector side, so I think getting into position might be quite difficult. And so we see some diversification. Boppin going down below with the Deathmark trackers. Thatcher creeping into IT. Launcher in hand. Garage control fully taken by the attacking team, and so the cluster charges will go out as they try to open up some of these angles. Explosives hitting all around Reaps' feet, though doesn't actually lose any HP in the process. Will even take a very aggressive line on the hole opened by the can opener. He's got 3 different players that might turn towards him.
Some great information being gathered by Cairo at the minute. It's going to be only a matter of moments until we see a player rotate onto this fish side. And I think that Weibo are recognizing that, and they're starting to understand that that is going to be a factor. Bappen gets the kill over onto Reaps. Cairo himself is going to be the one to make that rotation over towards Fish as nades start to come up from below and further displace some of these attackers.
Just continue doing damage. Ape tagged up from behind the shield. This can only be safe haven for so long as Enterprise recovering from that deficit. Weibo holding on. Nails biting into the grip, just trying to keep a hold on this round. Trying to stop match point. Ape has been trapped behind this shield. It has become a prison, and yet just 3 more seconds are all that's required, and it should be enough to keep Weibo in the fight. Enterprise understand they will let it slip through, and Weibo, for the first round on defense, get, I don't know, any more important victory than this.
Clash being a really key factor there. Ape able to set up shop and continue to play that Clash shield despite the Deimos from below, despite Fused Cluster Charge, despite nades, despite the Thatcher. The Clash saw incredible value there for that top floor. Big opening kill as well. Turd taking down Tuan. See the old chat kicking off in between these rounds now. As we start to get toward the business end of things, it's more than likely going to heat up a little bit in there. For round number 8, we're going to be headed downstairs. Assembly room and tank. No Clash this time for Weibo. Instead, a little bit of castle play. Going to try and reinforce some of these areas upstairs. Just give a little bit more fortification to play from. Hatch is being reinforced as well, so know that they're not going to be looking to try and firmly hold up here and then drop back at the hatches at a later point. Instead, it's going to be far more typical. It's just going to be a case of holding space for as long as they can and then making their way down exo and cargo appropriately.
Some big changes by Enterprise in the attacking operator lineup. We got the Monty coming through, but also some switches towards the Dokkaebi and the Snake. So much information that Enterprise are trying to gather. Turd picking up on something outside of the house single window. He'll dip off and move into kitchen. This gives Enterprise an idea. There might be a solo roamer moving around the middle floor, and with a Monty and a Dokkaebi and a Snake, can't think of any better tools you have to isolate Turd and finish him off. It seems like they might move away from that idea, though. Cairo taking a lot of damage. Not entirely sure from where, but below half HP. That could be problematic, especially if they decide to go for a single pinch later. Great C4 by Hoven. Brendo sent out early on within the first minute.
That's the soft breach as well. They've not brought a ram, they've not brought a book. They were relying on Brendo to make a lot of this soft destruction happen. And without that, it's going to be very difficult from here on in. That top floor pressure that they've got, it's not worth as much because they're not able to open up and effect onto that mid floor. And then when and if they do get that mid floor control, there's even less that they're going to be able to do later on. Bappin trying to flash out at the top cargo and make something happen, and they're just going to have to go a little bit more direct. Any advantage they were hoping to have from above is now entirely nullified, and a lot's going to have to happen off the back of Cairo and this shield.
A lot really has to happen, especially when you consider there are 4 defenders on this middle floor right now. They're a bit spread out, but they can all trade each other, move into the right positions. Such an important kill as well. That Monty was softened up, and Turd makes good off of that earlier effort. Both Dokkaebi calls used. Jigsaw's utility becomes more and more important, and Enterprise need bigger and bigger performances in order to bring this back. 1 player spotted of many still around the middle floor. Speakeasy gets another through the wall. It might have taken a long time, but Weibo just finding their way back into it. Could have been a flawless round if Chuhan in a 1v5 didn't get that kill. But so long as Weibo don't give engagement after engagement to this Thermite, they are beginning to claw things back. And if they can close this out, round 9 might be the moment, might be the 3 minutes that Nighthaven hinges on.
Another big round there for Weibo. They are starting to fight back a little bit here. 2 successful rounds on the defense. And all that was banging around my head as we were listening and watching to the close of that round was Mag's first words in the timeout. Obviously, aside from look at me and, you know, look at me when I'm talking to you. 0-0. This is Nighthaven. Oh, this is Labs attack. Recognizing that this is maybe something that Enterprise don't necessarily have a problem with, but it potentially doesn't come as easy as Fortress attacks did to them, for example. Because they are coming up against considerable opposition right now. That is not a complicated hold that Weibo have just pulled out by any stretch. Fairly straightforward to deal. This gets a lot more techie.
It
got a Scopos and a Thorn.
That's true, it does. But also keep in mind, they played SR yesterday, who have been running a Scopos kitchen dining strat basically since Spoit joined the team, who was playing that up when he was also on M80 on this exact site. When Maya was on Liquid, they ran a similar strat. This is not new either. Maybe it's new for Weibo, who knows. But Enterprise have literally ran into this exact strategy or something very similar to it in the past day. Clash and Thorn, as you pointed out, they are added variables you have to consider. They're going to complicate things. But even then, Enterprise, they've been in something comparable before. Even if it's more complicated, there is a core that they've experienced within the past 24 hours. Here we go. If here they still really struggle, Mag's definitely going to call that tactical timeout, but Weibo might be fully back in it. Just a quick push. As Boppin moving in with the bearing 9, maybe moving a bit more comfortable. Just creeping up, hoping that castle pushes through, doesn't even need to do it. As Cairo instead, with the M762, gets his man. Boppin as well, just pop Turret's head. Speakeasy down for the count as well. Enterprise just needed a reminder, needed some indicator to jog their memory, to knock things loose. And again, it's a clash. Stuck behind her shield, it's again Reaps. We're 2 players on Weibo with so much to do. He's got an important pick. But Ape now creeping around the staircase could catch the Capitao off guard. It's a good flick. He needs to get another, but Boppin's ready for it. And Reaps now marching back down Fish Stairs. Information on 1 at the end of the hallway, but using the Clash's own shield against the defense. What is he to do? As Enterprise keep moving in, Cairo now down. Information on another. Reaps has struggled so much this whole series. He's damaging them so much. Sophia down, Glaz 1 HP. Just something needs to break his way as he spots the Ram. They are all tucked in one corner. A C4 would have done so much. But a Thorn with no hope to do. It is now 6 rounds. Promotion point for Enterprise.
Enterprise just needed a little bit of a brief reminder. A slap around the face from Weibo with those 2 rounds, 7 and 8. And round 9, Enterprise come out swinging. Very quick entry into the map. Very quick entry toward that first kill. Turd, hoping that there's a comeback on the cards. Trying to manifest something in the all chat. There's only been one king of the all chat so far, and it's been pretty much everyone on Enterprise. Mainly Jig, as he comes out with some of the funnier stuff, but they sit now on promotion point. The game on Friday. the live stage. Only a couple of minutes away. And Weibo. They've only got themselves to turn to here, Lynx. They've shown us that they can do it. I guess that's one of the frustrating things. Round 7, round 8. If they'd have been playing like that from the start of the series, we maybe would have seen a little bit of something. There was a lot more togetherness about it. Enterprise have obviously dwarfed them today. It's been a night and day difference. There has been a contest there, but it's mainly come off the back of clutch plays. It's mainly come off the back of individuals with Weibo. Whereas you can look at that Enterprise side and you can't really pick. Bappin, Brendo, either one of those two as MVP for the Labs in particular. But then Jigsaw, massive contribution on Fortress. It's difficult to say. Everyone's had their own part of the puzzle to play.
Everyone's played a factor for sure. Everyone has been involved to some extent in some way, shape, or form. Just really impressive team that we've seen. And could very well be our first APL representative to the main stage in 3 years. Well, it's guaranteed they'll be one of these teams, but it might just be Enterprise who do it.
This location.
Weibo just need 3 in a row. Just need 3 in a row. But they won second floor. They won basement. This could be 6-5. And a 7-5, all things considered, that'd be close. That'd be competitive. We know Weibo can win these sites. With the Clash ban, it's going to be different. Clash was very important to these defenses, but in particular to this second floor. Turd, also been important for these defenses as well. Got the opening pick that round. There was a lot of good for Weibo throughout. And so, as Enterprise do the normal stuff, they open the exterior breaches, IT, connector, all the stuff we expect these Night Haven attackers to do. Weibo are just playing their positions right now. Nobody's pushing too far out. We've got some players down below, but they are inviting Enterprise to come fight them.
I think that's the key at the moment for Weibo. Leave that invitation open. Make Enterprise search you out here. Brendo taking a little bit of damage. Jigsaw slightly softened up already. A little bit of a HP deficit so far for Enterprise. You can almost feel the weight of this round.
Oh.
As it's slow. Bappin gets off the drone at the wrong moment. Rooted to the spot. Hoven doesn't want to move. Bappin should be dead. There should be a flank on the cards here. It all depends on how Hoven plays his hand.
He just has to push up. That is all he needs to do.
Oh, Jig might know.
No,
the Soliton scanner.
Jigsaw going to check again. Sprinting through, but Hoven's making his way up. If he just makes it to the next floor. If he just makes it. Oh, but he's looking. Even if he doesn't know, he's got a feeling. 48 seconds, though. A lot of energy being wasted, and now turning his attention back. It is not clear information. They are not certain. He's looking the wrong way. He misses his first chance, but he gets it on the second. And Jigsaw's down below. That means there are only 3 attackers on this top floor. Hoven can just bait the attention of the rest, and that'll be uncertainty. Playing in the minds of Enterprise, casting doubts on their plan, and they are still not committing. Cairo stuck outside, frozen by the Zoto. Hoven having more impact as he moves up house stairs. Jigsaw now trying to join the fray. Trying to outflank the flanker, but it feels like the moment's gone. One shot to the back of the head, as clean as professionals can do it. Cairo with some crazy picks, but still only a 2v2 with 2 seconds remaining, and a Razor Bloom does in their chances. Weibo still some work to do, but another round and just one more brick in the wall.
Hoven playing a masterful flank when it matters the most. Round 10. He attracted so much attention. Not a lot of utility, granted, but so much focus. So much time was spent on a ghost. And eventually, he makes his way up Exo stairs. And eventually, he is able to move through and take down Bappin. But Bappin, distracted for the entirety, was never able to focus on his primary job. And that is, use the skeleton key from below, rip open the floor, and clear the way for the Monty. Clear the way for the players upstairs. Was it the second kill as well? I think that was a really kind of big problem, because Hoven, not only does he get the kill onto Bappin, if he gets traded at that point, okay, fine. But then he continues the flank. He comes full circle almost. Eventually getting taken down by Jigsaw, but 2 kills on the round was massive and a very big swing. Enterprise, I do worry, because that's very different to the way that we've seen them play rounds up until this point. There was a little lack of confidence. There was a little lack of bite in closing out that round.
10 seconds left.
You can't help but worry that it's starting to slip a little bit. Kitchen dining was good. They got the tertiary site. And it feels very silly to say that round 12 might be the most important round in a 6-5 game if we get there. But Weibo are just keeping pace right now. They're winning the sites again, which is very good. It's very good that they're doing that. But Enterprise, as you said, beginning to stall out. Not decisive. Giving Weibo a lot of chances to get back in, and Weibo playing well on these defenses. Feels like we're starting to see the team that they've had the reputation of being, going for these flanks, being exciting, being quite adept in the gunfights as well. Hoven as well, 8-8 now. It's a paltry scoreline compared to some of the heights he's achieved, but in this series, this is exactly what we need to see. Reap's hunting for some of these drones. Now fall back. Weibo look to defend basement and keep Enterprise on the back foot to keep them guessing and also keep these attacks as slow as they've been.
The attacks have definitely slowed down as soon as Enterprise get themselves onto map and series point. You can feel that level of pressure starting to seep through into the gameplay just ever so slightly. Jigsaw will be making his way in upstairs. Shouldn't have too much standing in his way. He's got Hoven over toward Rafters. I think there's going to be some drone information on Hoven's location just through where Jigsaw is aiming right now.
Oh, I actually don't know.
Two Hands got a drone over toward Fish side.
Oh, they don't know.
We aren't seeing a full commit though, and Hoven will drop off.
That'll give the sound cue. Now the boogie drones go out, so Hoven and Reaps in a bit of a tricky position. They got to be careful where they play. This might be exposed to these vertical angles. Don't know if there's intel on that top floor, but not detonating the C4 just yet. It's pre-placed. Hoping to catch an attacker as they go. Talking about slow attacks, 2 minutes into this round, we are still on second floor. We have not even applied a single bit of pressure to these mid-floor defenders. Jigsaw blinding himself as he walks down Fish stairs. It has been a struggle for Enterprise just to get to this point, and this point is basically step 1.5.
Enterprise have been really quick on the first 3 rounds of attack as well. All the kills coming in around the 2-minute 15, 2-minute 20 mark. This coming in at the 45-second mark, but it's a big one. It's Reaps going down.
Now a weird engagement between the Monty and Speakeasy. Trying to keep them at bay. No, ADS! Speakeasy staying a bit too long, and another player found on the roam. But again, it has taken so long for Enterprise to get to this point. Weibo again just need to hold on. Ape, a big pick onto Ram, onto Jigsaw, another spotted through the hatch. Cairo might get the trade, but Turd on 1 HP, 7 seconds. That's all he needs. Just one gunfight, one chance. He's got to win it, the one that matters most. And he falters at the finish line. 3 years it's taken, and Enterprise have their day. They are your first APL team, your only APL team to make main stage in SLC.
There it is. We finally get some Aussie representation on the main stage. It has been so long in the making. This team of players right here have done a fantastic job. We have more Siege coming up, another qualification game right after this.
I'm here with Enterprise, the winning team, and a historic win. Bappin, we've talked about this a little bit already on broadcast. Haven't seen this happen for 3 years. An APL team make the main stage at a major. I mean, what's this feeling right now for you guys, having worked through a long, arduous battle here over the course of these last couple of days and made it to the main stage?
I feel like it's definitely been difficult, but overall, we've been here last night till like 1 a.m., 2 a.m. putting this prep in. So I think the results show like the work we're willing to do. Main stage, that's just another achievement for us, for Australia. Get another spot for our region. It's grateful.
Well, the prep, it seems like, obviously the trash talk has been a huge part of your identity, but so has the prep, right? We're hearing in these pauses at the halftime just how much work you guys are doing. Tell me a little bit more about that, what the process is like for you guys as you're studying up on an opponent like Weibo today.
Prep basically just consists of Andreas, Cairo. That guy's brain for the game is insane. Him and Mag just bounce off each other really well. We all sit here, like, pitch into each other's ideas. Weibo, we've obviously scrimmed them like all the time back home, so we had a lot of info. Nothing too crazy going into it. We know they'd play like a bit like APAC, so we just predicted them all and got the result.
Well, tell me more about your performance here, because obviously you've been having some good games, some more off games coming into this event, or coming into this game. You were like -5 on the KD, playing decently well. Yeah. 20 and 11 or 21 kills over the course of this series. What was different about today for you?
I don't know. I just had a feeling today, you know. You just get that feeling, you're just into flow state. Had to do it. I don't know what to say.
No, you're totally fine. I mean, you were absolutely electric out there. Now going into the main stage, you have all these teams again to face, to prep on, as I'm sure you guys will do. Anyone you're looking forward to beating? Anyone you really want to trash talk into the ground again?
I don't think there's anyone specific. Like, whoever wants to verse us, they can come verse us. Nothing else.
Amazing. Anything else you got to say to the fans out there, the supporters of the Aussies, of the one New Zealand player on the team?
I just want to shout out my mom and my dad who are watching at home. Appreciate the support. My grandma, everyone supporting me from home. All the Australian people watching our games. Enterprise, of course, and appreciate Blast, and this major's really good.
Well, congratulations on this win. We'll see you at the main stage in 2 days' time. Congratulations on your performance. You played incredible. That is Enterprise after the win. As we've said, a historic win today. We will see them competing on the main stage this weekend.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back for the thrilling conclusion of the Swiss stage. I'm Harrison, and I'm, of course, joined by my recently completed leg surgery caster, John. I don't know what else to say. I came up with that.
You can just keep coping. Keep coping, bro.
Well, we have another inter-regional matchup. It is Five Fears versus Wildcard, JJ Nation versus Spiker Mafia, and a rematch from the NAL Kickoff Finals.
And in that matchup, specifically Harrison, it was 2-0 victory for Five Fears. They've had a rough start to Swiss stage. They played against FaZe and lost 7-5. They played against Virtus.Pro. They lost 7-5. But in the lower bracket, they've been near perfect, having a great display of performance just yesterday against All Gamers, especially on Chalet. We've seen some inconsistencies towards, again, the beginning of stage, or phase 2, I should say, but they've looked significantly better in terms of improvement. Their entry stats almost all positive, except for Rival, and he's one of their support players, so that is still pretty impressive.
Yeah, they have, at the very beginning, if we remember, after the first couple best of 3, Snake was basically the only player positive by more than a couple points, everyone else lagging behind, and since then, the entire roster has woken up. Your lowest rated players being your support players at 91 is really good. Let's flip over and look at their NA opponents. Wildcard, the number 2 seed coming out of NA. It's a very different story. Their highs are higher, but their lows are lower.
And again, their 2 top performers, Bay and Baby Shark, double, if not quadruple on their entry stat. Bay 12-3 is such a polarizing stat for entry. This guy has been going crazy so far this event. It'd really be awesome for them to make it to that top 8 position. Same thing for Baby Shark. We got to cover Wildcard earlier this event. He dropped double digits against Los, I believe it was. But we'll take a look at the map bans, try to waste as little time as possible heading into this final best of 3 series for phase 2. It's Chalet, Cafe, and Clubhouse, which these teams still have a past playing against each other, but those 3 coveted maps that we've seen Five Fears play almost religiously, you know, Fortress still being 4-0 on, Lair being one of their best maps, and Nighthaven Labs, they've all been banned by Wildcard, which it makes perfect sense. I feel like this has been a really solid map ban phase for both Five Fears and Wildcard specifically, again, with those 3 target picks.
The first 2 maps, though, I think do lean a little bit more Five Fears' way. Since kickoff started, Five Fears have played it twice, right? We remember this is kind of the map where everyone started to take Five Fears seriously, almost 7-0ing Shopify Rebellion during the kickoff, and then we just saw them defeat All Gamers here 7-4. On the other side, Wildcard, a little bit more of a mixed bag. They recently lost this to FaZe 1-7 after beating Falcons 7-1.
Another point that we had noticed before coming into this broadcast, Harrison, was the amount of times Five Fears specifically choose to go on attack in these maps. That's statistically been their best side. They've had a really big struggle on defense, keeping those consistent entries. Plant denial as well is something we'd like to highlight probably later on during this broadcast, but for attack, they've been doing a lot better, securing those first opening picks, getting the plant down, and overall for their plant statistics, they are 10 for 15 on successful plant conversions. So no matter what, they've gotten the plant down and have won it 2 out of 3 times. 66%. That is pretty impressive given the amount of plants they've gotten down at this event alone.
On the flip side, though, they have allowed 9, I believe. I think it's 9.
Yeah, they've
and
allowed
they
9
have
plants.
not won a single retake. So you kind of think to yourself, okay, Five Fears, they play very much for the objective on the attack. They play very much for the denial on the defense, but should that diffuser go down, it's almost a guaranteed loss for this team, which Wildcard may look to take advantage of, but they also only have 4 plants throughout this entire event so far. So we'll see how that works out, whether Five Fears' denial is going to be stronger, but they will start out on the attack. As we mentioned, Five Fears have been pretty consistently choosing the attacking side, which is counter to what we normally expect in this game as a whole. Defense being usually the much stronger side. But speaking of attack, Snake, the opening pick onto the best entry player of Wildcard. They cut down the Wamai fairly early as well. So just like we say when the Azami gets picked off, Wamai, he's got that regenerating gadget this early. I think he's only probably got 2 discs down.
And that was the power position held over by Mezzanine. We did see the Twitch drone trying to disable that Mira, but hey, you know, if you can't get rid of the mirror window, get rid of the player behind it, you'll still get the job done just fine. One less person to have that utility for the late round, bolstering up towards site. Minute burned away, and again, you've already got that first entry. You still have Snake alive on Deimos. You still have Forrest now positioned on Highway, a prime cutoff position when attacking Office, the bomb site in play for Wildcard's first round of Chalet. He's in a great spot with that Snake scanner to really help give info for the execute. Speaking of the Devil, he's the next one to find a kill for 5 Fears, now in a 2-man lead as they rotate over towards Solar, because I believe they want to try to get this plant on off the back of these smokes held by JJ.
Hot and cold on the board now too, but Spiker gets refragged. Now it's a 4-2 advantage for 5 Fears as they start to take into the site. JJ planting now. We'll see if Hot and Cold can deny. There's the C4. JJ able to reposition, though, and then get back into his plant spot as Baby Shark now dies, and there's the coverage behind the bomb chassis from Fens, and 5 Fears with a fantastic opening round.
And that's why they choose to go attack almost every single time, Harrison. They are so clinical off of that information. Again, Snake able to be a very consistent solo player. He puts himself on an info role like Solid Snake or Deimos. Those are 2 of his favorite operators so far in the Swiss stage. He has a lot of chances to gather his own information and work a play off of someone else's initial attack somewhere, like that library extension from Mezzanine. He creates a massive diversion, gets the first entry, and now that you lose that Mira over from Mez, the rest of your library clear can begin to unfold. You can start getting other positions like blue stairs. You can start applying pressure towards the Office double wall, looking for more frags. That gives Forrest the opportunity to go Highway and also get a 1-for-1 kill favoring 5 Fears. With 2 trades being unsuccessful for the defense, they're at a massive disadvantage, and I believe 5 Fears spotted a gap towards Solar for a plant opportunity, hence why they went on that rotation. They weren't successful on the plant, but they did get the round nonetheless, so I'm sure they don't care that much.
Yeah, honestly, I expect 5 Fears to continue to run up the score here. Of course, this is their map, so if you're a Wildcard fan and that happens, not necessarily a cause for alarm just yet, but 5 Fears, through their couple plays of this map since kickoff started, they have an 83% attacking win rate on this map. That is just absurd as a map that is typically 50-50, which is reflected in Wildcard's defense stat. They're perfectly 50-50. So again, I expect JJ and Co, 5 Fears, to continue to be successful here on this starting side as the Snowmobile Garage is starting to get breached, so that way JJ can move in with the blitz and 5 Fears can ensure that no one from Wildcard will be able to roam in the basement.
Rival gathering some info as well. The impact being made up above JJ's head. There's Vert now established from that Mez balcony, denying him of trying to walk up the staircase, but he's got a smoke grenade. They can maybe try to walk past it and at least get this stock wall opened up. Good space made there to now clear one of the 2 biggest power positions that's used to stop a plant from that game's window. Now 5 Fears getting that wall opened up. They'll begin to rotate and try to commit not only to clear out library to deny the Vert pressure for a plant, but also pushing their way into site again to play for the objective they're so consistent at establishing.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be a clear, but I guess they must have already have had info that there was no one playing down there, and now the library clear can begin. Droning out, spotting Spiker plant, spotting that he has support by Bay on Mezzanine. Just waiting for this Aruni gate to get cleared. Now that no one can play in bar stock, John, not only does that deny an important power position for the defense to deny the plant, but also makes it so that it's a lot harder to play the Vert on the sandwich jump in. We might also see a lurk here from Fens, but he doesn't know about Kanzan on blue stairs. The Snake gets cut down trying to go for an early play, and 5 Fears, curiously enough, this has been pretty rare, don't have a response.
It's a slow start for them as well. Still unable to clear out library entirely as Baby Shark now hiding in the mini box. JJ at least getting rid of the position Doc usually likes to play when he's in this round. He'll finally drop in to go for the execute, spotting the Aruni. He needs to win this fight. No one's here to help Spiker. The IGL's gone, and there's site control now for 5 Fears.
This is such a great call, and Snake has the cutoff by the main door, so he kills Bay trying to fall back from Mezzanine. Baby Shark falls as well. The plant goes down from Rival. this call from 5 Fears, I mean, what a read. Wildcard had basically the perfect library hold going on with the Aruni, the support from Mezzanine, the reposition of the Warden, and under the cover of those smokes, I'm sure Wildcard thought to themselves, okay, here are the smokes, they're trying to isolate our angles, here's the library clear. But instead, JJ just drops through the hatch, kills the guy Barstock, and then everyone else from 5 Fears is set up on cutoffs so that when the defense panics and tries to rotate back to site, they just kill him on the way there.
Because again, even if you don't necessarily win any gunfights upstairs, those smoke bolts you highlighted, JJ still entering into library, that still clears that position where you need to hold Vert to stop a plant. So now, JJ having all of library control for 5 Fears, he can drop the hatch. The rest of his teammates are hopping in through the bar window. They can play for his trade. They just look for isolated defenders. They spot Spiker over in stock. No one else is playing by sight to assist him. That's now a tied man count. And you have literally every which position to go for a plant because you've already cleared out library. Great step-by-step process there from 5 Fears. We'll see Wildcard now attempting to go in through the dining room and kitchen defensive bomb site, emphasizing at least a few more trap ops. They've got Baby Shark now on the Thorn, hoping to alleviate some of the issues that a Blitz could continue to cause if he would be in play. It's probably why Wildcard opted to ban the Blackbeard and Montaigne off the rip, because 5 Fears really love to emphasize the shield ops.
And that's another successful plant conversion, by the way. So they're now, what, 11 for 16 in successful plant conversions? Technically, 11 for 15 if we're not counting the plant that Snake got in a 1 versus 3, which was kind of unwinnable to begin with. But either way, 5 Fears, that's 2 gap hits in a row, playing for the objective twice in a row, and that is their MO. Wildcard need to find a way to try and stop the 5 Fears advance, either bank on just a ton of utility on the site to stop that execute, or you have to disrupt this team before they can set up.
Speaking of the setup, Harrison, we saw that Rotero drone breaking the west main barbed wire. There's less information now if there is a lurk to be had from 5 Fears. Not a lot of utility overall that the Rotero drone is necessarily needed to get rid of. So the barbed wire, that's priority number 1. No bulletproof cameras as well in this round. Could maybe look for that shield bays brought on the smoke. But again, the emphasis on the entry for 5 Fears. That's now a third or a second entry for them in this first half out of the 3 rounds. They did at least trade after losing the entry fight back in round number 2. And plenty of info, once again, provided by this Snake playing from Highway. They're looking to dogpile onto Bay as he's now alone in Piano.
Rival also has been recovered. The nade forcing Bay out of position. He tries to just go for a desperate run out, but Forrest is more than ready for it. JJ trying to make his way into sight, gets softened up, but still survives and is waiting for the Bandit to try and peek in from office as he makes his way to the corner plant spot. Fens from bathroom window has a perfect cut onto said Bandit, collecting more information, seeing that there's still a player in Solus. Baby Shark, that player he spotted, does kill Forrest. Spiker, though, trying to retreat to the site, dies. Baby Shark pushing back up Trophy, drops JJ and drops the case. It's now still under his control, but the trade attempt from Rival is successful, and that's 3 in a row for 5 Fears.
And 5 Fears continuing to pick apart these extensions from Wildcard. You saw 3 different members of 5 Fears dedicating their utility, dedicating their time to just hunt down the smoke upstairs. They had a position from Highway. They managed to have the office double wall opened up. They had someone swinging the piano double as well. The smoke had no more options left except just to hop out of the Highway window and hope they could at least go 1 for 1 before being traded, most likely. Kansan, who at one point was close by to piano to assist, was forced to fall back off of, again, the information provided by the Grim, I believe it was, in that round. Harrison, just, again, impeccable coordination and team play. I feel like every single time we've covered 5 Fears this event, they just continue to improve on the foundation of their attacks, and it's clearly showing. They're currently flawless on Chalet. Wildcard have already forced their attack timeout, hoping to at least tie their better half on Chalet, but again, it's been so impressive for 5 Fears. And a Snake ban, I'm not too shocked because of how, again, the info has been netting 5 Fears so much early success in this half.
Yeah, Snake being played in both rounds 1 and 3. Or sorry, all 3 rounds. I forgot Fens died on the entry in round 2. But rounds 1 and 3, he found a lot of value. Tons of information being gathered. 5 Fears, of course, again, they have played against Wildcard before. They played in the NAL kickoff finals, and 5 Fears won 2-0. Though the maps, one of those maps was not Chalet, so this is a new one. I'm actually pretty surprised that, yeah, Wildcard banned Labs and Fortress, but, or sorry, banning Lair and Fortress, but Labs is not a super good map for 5 Fears. I'm kind of shocked Wildcard allow Chalet through because 5 Fears have been so consistent on this map so far through their lifespan. Again, 83% attacking win rate is nuts.
Could also be the lesser of two evils, Harrison. You know, maybe. Fortress, a map that 5 Fears are still flawless on this year, I guess. The stage for both the NAL kickoff and, I believe, have they played and lost here? No, they are still 4-0 overall. That's right. So not losing at all on Fortress is still incredibly impressive, but 83% Chalet attack is pretty darn close to 100% as well. Here comes the bottom floor clear by 5 Fears. The opportunity to rush up Solar might be possible for them as JJ already working his way through the staircase. I believe all they're beginning to set up now is maybe someone to come in through that master rappel just to have a keen cutoff. Nitro Cell dodged here from JJ, but off screen, Rival on another lurk is dealt with by Wildcard. So they do lose that first entry, but again, they're now setting up to try to get this cutoff established here by Forest and maybe making enough space here for another post plant.
5 Fears having Fens rotate over towards Highway, I believe. Snake down below on the Deimos could maybe start to track people from below. Search for a pick. There is nothing to stop these tracks, nothing like a mute or anything, so no matter who Snake chooses, it will successfully go onto them. Fens and JJ looking to push through Trophy as Snake also now joins. The nade will force Spiker out of Owl, and that gives enough space for JJ to walk up the stairs and start to take control of Solar, though he backs off a little bit. He and Fens not terribly confident yet, and I think it's because of this position from Kansan as he continues to be tracked. He got spotted by the Lion scan, I think it was, from Forest and through the floor. Snake will take him out of the closet. Fens also from Solar window, killing Baby Shark. JJ, though, losing his one against Bay. So you lose your player actually in Solar. Here comes the drop from Bay, looking to pressure out Snake on the Deimos, but then gets tracked. Flash, the nade, he's stuck here. There is absolutely nothing that Bay can do to stop 5 Fears from killing him.
What a use of utility there from 5 Fears, shutting down the chance of a rotate, holding the cutoff, and the flash, making that grenade impossible to dodge. Man advantage now secured for 5 Fears once again with 50 seconds left to go. No Nitro Cells and plenty of info for 5 Fears to work off of.
They knew exactly where this mute was, but Forest, in his desperation to get out of range of that Razor Bloom, runs right into the waiting arms of Spiker. The rappel, Spiker misses a couple key shots. He needs Hot and Cold to come in to support. As he repeats, he goes down to Fens. Now they know exactly where Hot and Cold is. Snake tracking him, calling his position out in bathroom. Fens is going to take that opportunity to push deep and flank as the Deimos goes down. Where's Fens? There he is. Shotgun out though, and Hot and Cold with another clutch. He's been so good for Wildcard, and he gets them on the board.
And by the skin of his teeth, Hot and Cold will secure the first round in this series for Wildcard. A nail-biting moment as 5 Fears tried to go for the smart play, sending Fens on the rotate to sandwich Hot and Cold, keep him trapped in bathroom to find a potential 4th round in a row in this first half. But Snake, being on such low HP from the first 2 gunfights he's had, is one shot from that P10 Roni. He dies, and hearing the audio call behind him, the Mozzie has just enough time to react, pull out the Super Shorty, and put 5 Fears down 6 feet under. What a recovery there by Hot and Cold, especially after Spiker lost his life there. I feel like through the entirety of that round, 5 Fears did such a good job working off of each other's contact, right? The Deathmark trackers for information, the Vert to get Snake that 4 versus 4 position, but now he's low in HP, so he's forced to play passive. That's where Fens comes into play, utilizing that flash grenade to blind the Denari so the nade can kill him and keep Snake alive to continually use those Deathmark trackers for more and more info, which again, 5 Fears had so much info that round, they were able to work a ton of picks in the last 50 to 60 seconds but it still wasn't enough against Hot and Cold as he's now tied up his kill count as well.
So close for Fens there. Again, seeing that he had the Roni, I'm surprised he backed off. JJ smoking out the objective already, trying to bait some utility out from the defense, the gas canisters, keep the shield at bay as Snake takes in through coat check as the glass. Wildcard expend 1 gas canister, though, and really nothing else for 5 Fears using 3 smokes.
It is again a slow start for 5 Fears, but again, their biggest priority is just getting library cleared out enough so they can start pushing their way into Sightless. This time, they're going for something different. JJ beginning to work his way in from office. Here comes the lurk from Forest. No information for Wildcard. That's another entry in their favor. Rival to follow suit, and all of a sudden, it's a 2-man advantage once again with everyone disjointed by Wildcard. They're on 3 separate floors.
Yeah, Wildcard trying to extend their presence all across the map, but they get incredibly punished for it. There's Forest on the Lurk main stairs, and Rival was playing the cutoff on bathroom window, killing Baby Shark all the way. I believe he was trying to play inside Master or Closet, one of those 2 positions. That leaves Bay all alone on the top floor playing Mezzanine. He has some support from Kansan on blue stairs. Is that going to be enough against this shield now rushing in from JJ, already in the bomb site? Has the pings on the guy main stairs too. Thought about maybe working to isolate him, but Hot and Cold instead stuck outside the objective. Here he comes, trying to gas out the rotate. JJ gets off the plant, distracted by the player dropping the hatch. He kills him, but is swiftly refragged by Hot and Cold. Kansan a kill for himself as well before he goes down. It's now only a 1-man lead for 5 Fears. Wildcard have gotten some good trades back. Hot and Cold, very low HP though, so is Snake on the glass. Rival spots a player through the rotate for a moment. There's Snake and Rival, each with their own DMRs, getting a kill each and solidifying a 4-1 lead for 5 Fears.
And what it looked like there, Harrison, was just a bait. You know, the last time we saw 5 Fears attacking Baron games, it was a fairly quick execute. They took time to set up, deal with library, utilize those smokes to make enough space to then pressure site and go for a plant. Wildcard expecting that once again off the Thatcher EMP sound cue, off the smoke grenades they saw visually. They're thinking, okay, everyone's going to commit themselves to rushing into site. They start spreading out, preparing for a retake. That's where 5 Fears adjust by doing an office overclear with Force lurking through bottom main, and it catches them completely by surprise because they were focused on the entire other half of the map. That's now 2 picks uncontested. Once again, the lack of trades from Wildcard is a really big red flag going into this first map, Harrison, that we've continued to see for them throughout this Swiss stage. And although we had that heroic moment for Hot and Cold just a round to go, it's still a 3-round advantage for 5 Fears. And, you know, if Wildcard don't even get this 2-4 split, they could be in a lot of trouble on their attacks too.
Dining room, the kitchen, where Wildcard will mount their last stand on this half, try to at least salvage 2 rounds and get a 4-2 split, which is certainly not a death sentence. Very easy to come back from that lead if it just happens to be, or from that deficit if it just happens to be an attacker-sided Chalet. 5 Fears, once again, bringing the Dokkaebi and the Deimos, so they've got information, bringing JJ on that Blitz shield as Wildcard once again has an extension, both upstairs and horizontally with Baby Shark playing inside bar and games, but he is a bit isolated. He has no help. And if 5 Fears can establish the cutoff main door and one on Ivy window, maybe even lurk someone down below, they should be able to pinch him out pretty easily.
Forrest might want to set up for that cutoff, perhaps. Dokkaebi for the Logi Bomb, still tons of info at the use of 5 Fears. Logi Bomb goes off, maybe allowing 5 Fears just create more space in this top to bottom position they've had. Working over through Mez, they might want to try to get this double wall opened up. There's Kansan for the opener though, onto Forest. So that highway position now gone, that allows for more fluidity for Wildcard upstairs, contesting against this blitz, dealing with Snake up above, and allows for the run out, perfectly timed from Kansan, but Rival responds with 2 of his own. Here comes the fall off from Wildcard, they've worked 2 picks in their advantage, and they've burned about a minute 30. Now they can fall back closer to site and wait for 5 Fears to either overcommit towards going down trophy stairs, maybe holding some of those longer angles and forcing a plant to have a 3v2 advantage in theory, or wait for them to waste more time to go back through lobby to get an angle opened up from dining and towards B site.
It's a pretty good position for both teams, although 5 Fears with only 3 players remaining will have to really worry about a flank upstairs from Wildcard. And you can see Kansan on the library stairs right now, maybe going for it. Rival, I think they have info, is just going to wait for this Valkyrie. Here's the silhouette working up towards Piano, and he has absolutely no idea that Rival is holding his rotate. Now a man advantage for 5 Fears, and probably no retake attempt again from Wildcards. They've already lost a body. You have to assume that the attack had information with how easily they dealt with the Valkyrie. Smoke grenades coming out from JJ. Does he know about Bay in the corner? Right next to him. He's backed off behind the bomb chassis. Bay can't spot him, and from the hatch, Snake's cover is perfect. They even had information on the other player down in the basement. His Spiker now looks to retake from West Main, but he's staring down this Blitz shield, and he's got tons of support.
A massive 2K upstairs for Rival to equalize the man count. Kansan had a great performance dealing with the highway player of Forest, then hopping out and being able to at least get those first 2 picks, but a 5-1 split now favoring 5 Fears. We'll hear what the coaches have to say after that one.
Damn, I'll take that. I'm just messing.
All right, guys, listen. We're up 5-1. We got a fat lead. Keep taking the shit a round at a time right now, okay? If they are literally confused, they're going to go to their defaults that we talked about on attack on this map, okay? Do not stress. Take this round at a time. Press the fucking entries. Make it hard for them to get in the map and walk, okay? Do not let them walk and plant nuts for free, okay? We do that, I promise we're fine on this defense. You guys are playing amazing right now. We're locked in. The fucking composure's there. Just keep it there. Do not get ahead of ourselves. Round at a time. 0-0 every fucking round until that shit hits 7, okay? I'm proud of you guys right now. Keep it the fuck up. This is how we play fucking proper Siege right here, boys. This is beautiful.
Yep, let me talk real quick. Boys, Brian, say one thing, Brox, and then you can take us home on the strats, okay? Guys, this is the best Siege I've seen us play all weekend, okay? Best Siege I've seen us play in a while. This is fucking 5 Fear Siege, okay? We keep this up on defense now. Play with no fear, press the entry, play the strat.
Make sure to open that stock wall, okay? If the mount is open, let's see. If the mount's open, but that's it. And Bay, one gap for you, pay attention. On this bar bunker, they reinforce office wrong. You can play the buck, Bay, and you can buck from office to kill the guy on top fire. From the office to the K9 balcony right there, they don't reinforce, so you can buck kill the guy on top fire.
Okay.
Okay, Bay, heard you about it. And Spike Reflex on this one, you can play dash if they have mirror, you can play the Dokaebi if it is needed like to the fast pace, so that's it. Kitchen, they do the Mary shape, okay, Mary setup. Let's get the opening kill on the bathroom player. The closet player, he also start bathroom now, okay? We're gonna do a setup right here. Spike, you playing the Blackbird on the bathroom window. Sharkon start with you. Sharkon can play a smoke. If the Doka's banned, he can play a sense. We're gonna start grenade this guy on bathroom. Jake start on the solar rappel on the kitchen attack, and then after Jake start on the solar rappel and after go to library. Okay, Jake.
Where does he start? Sorry, Owl.
Yes.
Yeah, he start our bathroom.
Okay.
You and Sharkon gonna be in the bathroom window.
What attack? You want me to play trophy for level?
On the kitchen attack. Okay, kitchen split. Bay. For you, can playing the hip.
I agree with JJ. This is probably the best 5 Fears we've seen so far this event. And I think part of it is probably the fact that these two teams know each other really well, right? Like, this is a domestic matchup. 5 Fears have already beaten Wildcard before, and it really looks like not only are 5 Fears playing really, really well, it looks like they know exactly what Wildcard are going to do almost every step.
My point that I was trying to finish out earlier as well was, 2-4 split, that's not entirely bad, but a 5-1 split, you only need essentially 2 default round wins from 5 Fears, 2 opportunities to outbest Wildcard on their attacks, and map 1 is already over and done with, so there isn't a lot of room to breathe. I know it is just a 1-round difference, but still a tough spot to be in now for Wildcard as they transition into the attack. Again, 5 Fears just had such an impeccable recovery at the end of this first half. Rival with those 2 big kills. The info that they had was top-notch at denying the flank. Even noticing there was only 1 person on site and that their vert coverage could even cut off the chance of stopping a plant there. Again, I think that plant was also gone down successfully, so they have a 100% conversion still with 2 plants in this first half.
Yep.
Yeah.
2 for 2.
Just pad more of the plant stats, I guess, at this point, but they'll have to maybe get a chance at a retake, perhaps, now that they're on the defensive side. It's Office and Master first in play for 5 Fears. They've got an interesting mirror composition as well to assist with the anchor game. I'm wondering if Snake had one deployed over on the library Valk area. I don't believe so. Maybe using these last two over towards site instead. Even keeping the double office wall opened up. So with the help of these roamers from mezzanine, they can apply more pressure, maybe some crossfires, if that's where Wildcard want to start their attack from. They also have a pretty plant-focused lineup, not from a shield necessarily, like we saw 5 Fears bringing a lot, but instead the ROU projectors ran by the Sens. That's what Baby Shark is playing currently, used to cut off a lot of those longer lines of sight. Same thing for Capitao and their smoke bolts, and fire bolts too as well, to clear power spots like Owl, which is something I believe Legionis was talking about during their halftime mission.
By the way, I just realized earlier I had mentioned, right, 5 Fears have that 83% attacking win rate. If you can't do math, that's mean. If you don't know what that is fractionally or how that translates to siege rounds, 83% is exactly 5 for 6. So 5 Fears still with a perfect 83% as they're up 5-1. Forest taking a fight against those solar windows, taking a little bit of damage, and I think maybe softening up Hot and Cold just a little bit as well. He opts to fall back. Usually challenging those solar windows, unless you're up super close, is a losing proposition. So he knows that he can just play along with Snake in tandem here. JJ as well working up to the position that Forest had just recently held. And Bay, again, we highlighted him as the best entry player so far this tournament for Wildcard. He gets another opening pick on the Fens, but it's no advantage as both Baby Shark and Hot and Cold both fall soon after.
And it seems like 5 Fears are still willing to contest Solar. Most of Wildcard unable to even enter the building until Bay finding a second for himself in this round. A lack of utility and a lack of HP now for Wildcard. There's still over a minute to work with, but they do equalize the man count at least. Spiker now maybe looking to reposition over the roof to play close to Bay. They still have those smoke bolts at least to mask some of these angles 5 Fears could hold. You know, now that they've realized the repositions happened over from Library, they could go over into Master, play looking in towards Office to stop a potential plant, but they still have so much HP to work with here, Harrison, and Snake has got a C4 in his back pocket.
Snake, the player. Snake, the
True.
Operator.
That is about half.
Using his scanner, sees that Rival has backed off from Piano. He now sees that Snake has kind of worked his way over towards the half wall. Rival might be looking to retake too. Of course, with those 2 walls reinforced, there's no way for you to get an angle on the planter from Piano. You highlighted, though, again, Snake on the Mira. He's got that C4. Here it comes, and it blows Spiker sky high. And simultaneously, Rival succeeds in his flank. A 6-1 lead for 5 Fears.
And again, they only needed 2 good rounds. That's 1 for 2 by 5 Fears. Match point secured in round number 8. A brilliant job at shutting down Wildcard setup. You did have Bay securing the entry on defense, but a majority of that clear was focused for getting into Solar. The mirror window wasted a lot of time and resources. Eventually, after 5 Fears had found a trade, JJ even retook a majority of Solar, completely shutting out the rest of Wildcard. I didn't even notice that until the replay. That's hilarious. But with the Solar for the Solar execute being unsuccessful by Wildcard at a 2 versus 2, they're forced to reposition. 5 Fears noticed that, and they still have the right tools for the job. That Nitro Cell from Snake denies the potential of a plant there against the Capitao, and the Solid Snake's info, which did initially start the rally call to get in behind the half wall to plant that diffuser, but again, still unsuccessful. And as that C4 is going off, you also have to worry about Fens on the flank, so you'd probably want to try to cover your planter directly looking from Office after that Nitro Cell is tossed out, and that's exactly the moment Fens chooses to flank, and it works like a charm.
Yeah, really smart to flank him because the Snake has to cover. He's got to be gun up. He can't be looking at that scanner at the same time. So a 6-1 lead for 5 Fears. Obviously, there is a very good reason why this is their map pick. I think if they end up winning this this series and going to main stage, this is going to be a map that maybe the strong international teams have to ban against them, because our young NA upstarts have looked unstoppable on this map through the 3 times that they have now played it. Of course, there is still 1 round for them to win. We have seen crazier comebacks. It is not over for Wildcard just yet. The defense is dining kitchen. Five Fears, of course, have plenty of players upstairs. It's a 3-1-1 split with Forrest even down in the basement, likely with that dining hatch open so he can C4 behind the table for that default plant spot. Wildcard mounting their clear upstairs as well. You can see Spiker, I believe, had opened the windows earlier. That's going to be a zombie off. Forrest is down in West Main. I think maybe tried to walk up and, yeah, got likely caught by Baby Shark on the windows.
They didn't confirm he's injured, however, so they are spending some resources to try and get rid of Forrest, or are more concerned about the presence right beside the objective. Again, West Main only a few feet away from the A objective. There's also some vert established by Snake, looking to recover his teammate perhaps, or at least just deny the initial entry from West Main as JJ now rotates to get the res here. Snake, a well-needed kill, and now this res can go off without a hitch, but this is the moment Wildcard choose to go for the site rush because there's 3 players distracted on the player down from West.
Fens, though, still upstairs, kills Bay. He was the man responsible for trying to lurk upstairs. JJ gets one, instantly traded back. Snake almost found on the stairs. Instead, it's just damage. All 3 players of Five Fears are incredibly low HP. But so is the defuse carrier of Spiker as he makes his way in through A, trying to plant behind the bomb chassis as there's coverage from the hatch. Snake maybe letting this go down as Hot and Cold gets a kill onto Forrest. No floor bang successful for Snake. We mentioned earlier that Five Fears have allowed 9 plants, and they have 0 successful retakes. Wildcard looking to keep that negative streak alive with Hot and Cold covering outside the breach, waiting for the drop that comes from Snake. A triple kill for Hot and Cold, and Fens on 1 HP finds himself alone with about 15 seconds to get both of these kills and hop on that case. Spiker knows exactly where he is. Fens can kind of see the crossbow up above, but there's the assistance from Hot and Cold. Another big round from the super sub, and Wildcard stay alive.
And again, well job done there for Wildcard, and Hot and Cold specifically assisting by getting open the main breach, looking into dining, and helping his players from that West Main execute. You had Forrest downed as he tried rotating down the staircase, and that was kind of the initial rally call, just trying to work off of that initial tempo. For the most part, Five Fears did a good job at stopping that. Snake from the vert gets that first official entry in the round, and JJ is able to res his teammate and win a gunfight from West Main. But again, that Selma charge being opened up literally cuts the site in half. You can look all the way from bottom fireplace into trophy stairs, dealing tons of damage with an AK-12, getting himself into the bomb site to cover for while that plant is going down, killing the player off on the hatch drop. At least 1 successful round that Wildcard needs, but it will be another 4 to at least proc overtime as we're seeing Bar and Games in defense picked here by Five Fears. Another heavy emphasis on the utility extension. You've got Rival on the Azami, probably using most of these Kibas for both mezzanine and maybe some assistance towards the library position itself. You do also have some of these Ella Gersmont mines to provide extra information and maybe help counteract the shields as Spiker at the last second switches on to Blackbeard. I'm also interested in seeing JJ on Sentry, another helpful Nitro Cell, maybe to stop a plant or again deal damage to those ever so powerful shield operators. But the proc alarm too, there's a lot of chances for lurks, both up the bottom blue staircase and bottom main. Maybe having those proc alarms dedicated to those 2 staircases gives the Ella Gersmonts more opportunities to be placed elsewhere up above for the initial extension and to keep one in Snake's back pocket.
Yeah, nades already coming out from Spiker to try and burn away these Goyo canisters that are on the window, where Wildcard will likely try to end after successfully clearing library, I would imagine. Five Fears also in losing that round are now 0 for 10 in retakes. Really looking like they cannot afford to let that diffuser down, otherwise it's an automatic win for the other team. Wildcard still collecting information on both the site and maybe these upstairs players. So far, the Snake from Wildcard has been used attempting to lurk. It's been successful 1 round, kind of, not the other, as Vey had instantly died in the round prior. C4 goes out, hits the shield, and Forrest with a dot onto Spiker, kills the Blackbeard, and takes away Wildcard's shield before the execute can even begin.
At least cleared out stock with the help of these Selma charges, but again, losing your Blackbeard, that's kind of your safety net to allow for a plant to go down. You still have Capitao to at least make space, perhaps, with these fire bolts and smoke bolts, but you still have 1 more Nitro Cell in the pocket of JJ. plenty of information left at their disposal, and a minute left to go now for Wildcard. They have completely slowed down because of Spiker's loss early in round number 9. They begin to slowly work their way towards Mez. Bay winning a crucial fight there, looking for another. He's traded, but the rest of Wildcard are still in this fight, completely reclaiming the top floor and even rezzing Bay to make it a 3 versus 3.
JJ, Forrest, and Snake all downstairs now. Snake making a rotation through the basement, maybe looking to cover main so that Wildcard can't get a walk through lobby. JJ and Forrest both on the site, no more C4 in hand, as JJ has also already used his. Bay looking towards the bar stock position, lights up. JJ knows about the prone, and as soon as he gets the kill, Forrest has a response to keep us in a 2 versus 2. Snake hears the drop from Kansan, and there is the position on main stairs that I talked about, instantly making sure that the Flores was not going to be able to walk into sight with that case. Now Baby Shark has to both recover the diffuser and try to find a way into the site, or hunt down both these players who are on opposite sides of the map with only 15 seconds left. He and Forrest exchange a couple of blows, but still the time so low. Looking for Snake, who has since wisely backed off. He gets into the bomb site, now planting right under a prox alarm. He gets it halfway through. 5 Fears maybe going to play for the retake. He hops off as the Ellis sprints in, and time will expire. 5 Fears with a dominant 7-2 win on map 1.
And Snake forcing the solid Snake, funnily enough, off that plant, the clock hitting 000. All that Forrest had to do was just sit in the back of dining room and look pretty. A 7-2 victory to start off this best of 3 series. We're going to go to a quick break and return to map number 2 just shortly, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to 5 Fears versus Wildcard, our Swiss stage finale.
Yep.
Kind of hoping for a better first map though. 5 Fears just dominated Wildcard 7-2 on their pick of Chalet, and as you can see from the stats, it was quite one-sided.
The only person going positive for Wildcard was Hot and Cold, 8 and 7, and he was one of the biggest reasons why Wildcard won those 2 rounds. Again, you had that massive clutch in Bathroom, the 1 versus 2 against Snake. You also had the 4K he got as ace for that dining room attack. The rest of the matchup, however, 5 Fears were so incredibly dominant. Snake, their best gunner on the team by far, going 12 and 2 is so impressive.
Nuts.
And it's funny too, Harrison, because we've made this comment a couple of times about 5 Fears that even when Snake has a bad game, which has happened a couple of times, everyone else has played their part. Now that he's been activated towards the end of the Swiss stage, everyone else is also having a great game still.
Yeah, absolutely. Every single person positive except Fens, who is only -1. If we want to take a look at where our next battlegrounds is, it's Cafe. Now, the interesting thing about this map, John, Cafe is not necessarily a fantastic map for either team. Wildcard do sometimes go here. They're 1-1. Most recently, they played it against 5 Fears in that NAL kickoff final and lost it.
Could maybe the comeback map Wildcard desperately needs against 5 Fears. The social prediction still favoring Wildcard just slightly, despite the near flawless performance by the entire team of 5 Fears on their pick of Chalet. I'm interested for Wildcard if they're going to choose to go for the double shield ban that they had brought last time on Chalet. It was Blackbeard and Montaigne off the board for them. One of those 2 ops will be removed. Castle also following suit for 5 Fears' ban on their starting attack half. I think Castle's a great ban for this map. Specifically, you have a lot of extensions that Castle can assist with upstairs. A lot of those piano over clears tend to be a much longer process, require more utility when Castle's on the board. You need some sort of range breach or just ignoring the Castle barricades outright. So having him off the board is nice. Azami to follow suit, basically for the same reason. She's a great defensive operator to assist with extending on certain parts of the map and forming power positions. And then we have Blitzband for Wildcard. So not the same shield as last time, but one of the 3 shields that's played, almost all the time by 5 Fears.
Again, this map was played in that kickoff final. 5 Fears won it 7-5. And in that game, John, 5 Fears had a 5-1 defensive split. So we will see how they start off on attack. They did choose to start on the attacking side. Before we get into the action, I think we didn't really get to mention it before the game started because we kind of had to go quickly. The game was ready and raring to go. This is a very special match for John and I. JJ and Spiker are 2 guys that we've been casting for a very long time. Back when I started casting in 2019, Spiker was 14 and JJ was 15, I think. So I have watched these guys' careers. I've casted their careers since then for basically the last 7 years, and for them to be in a winner-takes-all game, that's crazy. Also, again, Kanzan, casted him back in T3, Rival, Fens, even Forrest, back on Ape. Snake, I remember when Snake got... Funny thing, I don't know if we've mentioned this or if any of the the other T1 casters have mentioned this. Snake actually one time got banned from T3 because of JJ, because people were convinced he was macroing. And JJ started this movement saying that no one should play in any T3 leagues unless Snake was banned. And here they are on a team 1 map away from main stage. Isn't that crazy?
Incredible ball knowledge.
Like
Harrison.
enemies to lovers story.
It's like we were meant to be here to cast this game.
For real.
Not like a request or anything crazy, but I will say, by pure coincidence, we've also casted 4 out of the 5 Fears matches during this Swiss stage.
Yeah, this is the only one that we're like, yeah, can we do this one? All the others were just scheduling, it just happened to work.
And because they started 0-2 after they officially won against CAG, I think it was their first official match, I made a bet with them saying, if you guys end up winning and making the main stage, I will shave my head. And they've already won 1 map, Harrison. They are just moments away from making that happen, but Wildcard managing to get this second wind on Cafe as they at least start off with the entry. Spiker getting rid of JJ. That's your only shield presence in the round for 5 Fears. At least some destruction being dealt now by the boogie drone of Snake, as you've got this piano overextension beginning to push back. Fens, a well-needed trade, but they don't know about Baby Shark ratting behind the corner. Now good for 2 as he shuts down Snake, backing away through the Humidor, and Wildcard look to be taking away the first round of Cafe in stride, as they only have to secure 1 more pick onto Forest, wrapping around in through Freezer now. He's got the yellow ping onto Baby Shark, but he wins that tussle with relative ease. What a recovery round for Wildcard. You had a rough look going into Chalet, but you come out of the gate swinging on your first defensive round of Cafe. That's exactly what you need.
Absolutely. That is a great start to this game after such a dominant loss on Reading Room 2, being able to win the site without anyone from the attack even touching that first floor. That has to be a massive confidence boost for Wildcard and for Baby Shark, who was so instrumental in that upstairs hold. I believe getting, 3 kills on the Thorn. Strangely enough, for 5 Fears, one of their biggest strengths we saw in Chalet, that information was just completely absent from that attack. It started with JJ dying to Spiker through the train hatch as he tried to pressure the walls, and then 5 Fears just had absolutely no idea that Baby Shark was playing right next to the trash wall. We'll see if 5 Fears amend that mistake as Wildcard now go to the other first floor site. It is mining and dining. They've still got quite the roam presence. They've still bring the Mozzie on hot and cold. It's a pretty similar lineup all around in terms of philosophy. You've got the traps still from Thorn 2. We see Mira getting played again. Spiker on the Solus going to be able to provide a lot of information to the team. Kansan even bolstering this top floor hold with the Cade because 5 Fears not taking the Thatcher.
And one thing we mentioned briefly before map number 1 that I'll say again, with 5 Fears being such a dominant team on attack, it's so important for Wildcard to win these rounds on defense. And another point to make about that as well is when 5 Fears are on the defensive side, they struggle a lot with denying the plant or winning successful retakes once the plant is successful. So again, how well Wildcard do on this first half could really help set them up for success going into their own attacks against 5 Fears. Lack of info right now on the hot and cold. He hears at least the repel of Snake initially, but he might have heard that Claymore as well, maybe requiring Spiker to come over, utilize some of those impacts, or use the Soul Scanner so he knows where to shoot for to get rid of this player of JJ now, establishing info from the piano side of the map. Nothing too shocking so far. I think the most interesting thing we can maybe see is where Forest chooses to lurk from on the Nook, or this C4. If it can land, it does, but it won't eliminate the Nook, only tag her up.
Forest, just narrowly avoids the Razor Bloom too. We saw earlier Fens opening up some of those, I believe one of the mirror windows inside Freezer, and once more, no information on this top floor hold from 5 Fears. The Mira sprints through the smoke on Freezer door, takes out the Nook, and is free to now fall back to the bomb site. He gets away, and 5 Fears, through 2 rounds, have no response for these early deaths.
Still a lack of info being punished from Wildcard. Fantastic discipline there from Baby Shark, saying, you know what, it'll be a matter of time for the Force to clear me out here. Rival at least trapping Bay in a corner to equalize now as the rest of 5 Fears have cleared this top floor, but it's taken almost 2 minutes, and they can't even get any vertical directly in the bomb site. They could at least get some over from Piano looking into Train. That's the basically connecting room between both bomb sites here. Maybe get some pressure established over from bottom white as well, getting some boogie drones down, at least in Reading Room, as a lot of defenders like to position themselves in a crossfire angle, playing by Reading Room to help deal with and execute towards the final 30-second mark. Rival also rotating, using some Grin canisters to clear out that little chandelier position. But in the meantime, 5 Fears still spending so much time just preparing to enter into the bomb site. I don't know if they'll have enough time to clear out these power spots Wildcard have just set themselves up in.
I don't know if they have enough info available either. You could see towards the tail end of that top floor clear, they were face-checking all the angles in Cocktail, etc. Rival even had to use one of his Grims just to see if there was anyone playing Dark Spot because his drone couldn't get through thanks to the Mozzie. Kansan lurking on those brown stairs, just waiting for a flank. He gets the pick on the Fens on Heaven. Or sorry, on Nubal. Hot and Cold also getting a kill onto Rival. JJ is trapped between 2 players. He's finally finished off by Baby Shark, and Wildcard shut down 5 Fears after a successful top floor hold. They do not allow 5 Fears into the bomb site either.
an incredible roam by Wildcard. Again, Baby Shark ratting in the same corner is undroned by 5 Fears. He wins that first entry and immediately backs off. He's overstayed his welcome. And 5 Fears, now terrified to lose more bodies upstairs, spend a significant amount of time clearing every single corner up top. They cleared out all of Freezer, cleared out all of Bathroom, got White Hall control, and they did net a kill off of that. Bay wasn't able to fall back over from the Hell window, or the Heaven window, my mistake, so he at least brought that position into a 4 versus 4, but again, that took over 2 minutes. That had 60 seconds left just to gather vertical, get more information as to where Wildcard have repositioned themselves from, and they still weren't playing directly onto site in the anchor. They were all spread out, forcing, again, more map control to be gathered for 5 Fears before they could push into the bomb site, because even if they get that plant down, the chance for a retake is incredibly strong for Wildcard. An early tack timeout called by 5 Fears, oddly similar to what we saw on their map pick of Chalet, where Wildcard, after 2 unsuccessful rounds, also went for a tack timeout of their own. Interested in seeing now what Bar and Cocktail in play for Wildcard at that timeout could potentially be their remedy. And also, they won't really need to do an official top to bottom clear of an entire floor. Most teams only have to get some outside pressure either from the piano windows or the cocktail windows, and then start harrowing the execute immediately after. They don't have to deal with an entire floor of a roam extension to then put pressure on the site itself.
Early timeout from 5 Fears trying to amend these attacking mistakes. Again, last time they played, they took a 5-1 split on defense, so I don't think they're terribly worried about that other side. But so far, 4 members of Wildcard deathless through the first couple rounds. And again, like we have both touched on, the information game has been a struggle for this team. They'll try to amend it with the Deimos and the Snake, so they'll get a lot of free info there. They've even got JJ once again on the Monty that I got picked off pretty early on thanks to the player underneath that train hatch. That was, I believe, Spiker in train who was able to kill him. Wildcard now on Bar and Cocktail, avoiding Kitchen, at least for now, even though I feel like people tend to avoid the top floor more commonly these days.
Again, it's just such an easy bomb site to attack because that lack of map control the defense really has, besides on the top floor, which is where the 2 bomb sites are located. Wildcard at least have some vert to try to pressure out people like Fens, for example, who's underneath, or was for a moment underneath, as Deimos. No, he is. I forget it's 3 floors and not, 2 floors in a basement for Cafe Dostoevsky. It's been a while since we've actually covered this map, now that I think about it, but Fens is currently underneath the bomb site. If there is a drone detecting a red ping or getting a red ping off on the defense, that could allow for a death mark track to go off and hunting someone down. And Spiker spotting JJ. They lock eyes for a moment there, so maybe Spiker is forced to fall back a little bit. He'll still probably linger down below and maybe flanking up one of those 2 major staircases later in the round, as I would doubt a lone Montaigne could really do much to clear out this Jaeger.
Yeah, if JJ had found him, he'd probably just have to sit there and stare and be like, hey guys, there's a Jaeger. And that's kind of all he can do. The C4 does not land from hot and cold. 5 Fears sitting here biding their time, waiting for JJ to walk up white and create some space, as Kansan is still playing behind that bomb chassis upstairs next to the Senses that we saw. Kansan, the player I had just mentioned, kills rival, the Sens, I believe, on Skylight. Snake is good for a refrag downstairs, softens up the Wamai as well, but does not get the kill. Now 2 players stacked up on white. It's JJ and Fens. The C4 will kill them both. And Wildcard looking for a resounding 3-round lead. What a recovery, considering how last map went. Sorry, Snake's pain noise there really distracted me. That sounded weird. Kansan with his 2nd kill of the round, and now Snake has to try and fight against a mirror window. That is a losing fight to take, and Wildcard are storming back.
And for a 3rd time, Harrison, we continue to sing the praise of the info established from Wildcard. Spiker on the roam, detecting there's a Montaigne already walking through white stairs. That allows the rest of Wildcard to set up 2 bodies near pallet with a nitro cell to stop that initial attack. Spiker may, of course, have died on flank watch from Snake, but again, so much emphasis was put on that bottom to top clear done by 5 Fears, and nothing was gained from it. You lose your Montaigne. The The Deimos downstairs didn't get a lot of information or even work to pick through that vert. The only successful kill was Snake. And
What
speaking
a C4.
Yeah, it was an incredible C4. And speaking of information, not a single sound cue or even a bit of phantom pressure was applied from Piano, so that allows the rest of Wildcard as well to play pretty comfortably from Whitehall without there being anyone pushing behind them for a flank towards Piano because, again, the mirror window and the lack of general presence established there by 5 Fears. We are 3 rounds in a row now for Wildcard, even after the tack timeout of 5 Fears, and they'll go back to Reading Room where, again, Spiker got that initial entry onto JJ. The shield presence has really been lacking in this first half for 5 Fears, and Baby Shark, off a lack of correct info by 5 Fears, got a triple kill. I still feel like that lack of information from 5 Fears has been one of their biggest weak points, and I think that's probably why they're bringing so much information this round, Harrison. Look at what they've got. There's a Grim, a Deimos, and Snake being played by Solid Snake, funny enough.
They also have banned the Mozzie, maybe trying to make it a little bit easier to drone into the building and get information there. I mean, again, just look at the score lines from last map. Snake, who was 12-2, he's 1-3. Forest is 0-3. Baby Shark is 8-0. He is having a tremendous start here, trying to push us to a map 3, which I think we both agree that we would enjoy. We would enjoy for this game to go on longer. So if you are a Wildcard fan, fingers crossed that they can keep up this momentum, especially heading into the second half. Now, the game is not yet over for 5 Fears. If they can still salvage 2 rounds on this side, they're still in a pretty good position heading into the latter half. Like you mentioned, 5 Fears taking a lot of information. But Wildcard have a bit of information too. They've got Echo, they've got Valkyrie, they've got Thorns, they've got tons of cameras, they've got some traps at their disposal to call out the locations of 5 Fears push. 5 Fears right now focused on both the top floor as well as JJ walking in through White, taking some damage from the Thorn, but now walking his way up to pressure through pallets and into Cocktail.
Dodging the anchor at least on the first floor, maybe sandwiching this player behind the Shaiko shield. Hot and Cold still at the initial entry though. Is that a 4th entry now in a row for Wildcard? I believe it is. 5 Fears do get a response at least and are now successful at clearing out this top floor, but at what cost, Harrison? They're still at a player advantage, and now they have to begin pushing deeper towards that bottom floor, maybe to work for picks or at least sneaking their way into sight. It's no longer Mining Room this time. JJ can plant from Reading. Rival does have the cutoff, but Wildcard also can just ignore White Stairs. They could push from Brown, they could go from Red, which is exactly what they've done now. Looking for a 3 versus 2 retake, they're just buddying up.
Rival now establishing the vert presence. JJ almost catches Spiker off guard to even things up. Wildcard may have to go for a top floor retake here and leave JJ alone and try to power Rival 3 against 1. The Gridlock, maybe hearing Baby Shark climbing those White Stairs, is aware of this push, takes some damage, looking to back off. Does this create enough space for the other 2 defenders to pressure on JJ? No, Baby Shark dies. Kansan's getting this counter defuse, but again, the Gridlock is placed upstairs. 3 for Rival, and 5 Fears recover the round to get their first point.
A big gamble there for 5 Fears, sending JJ all the way through to White to assist on that clear upstairs, but it was able to once again cut off the fallback the Roamers initially thought they would have had over from pallets. Again, the open hatch you tend to see established dropping into Laundry, that safe haven right off the bomb site of Reading Room, inaccessible, but the Montaigne blocking him off, and as well the Heaven balcony being guarded from the window rappel outside the map. Great sandwich there from 5 Fears, and once they noticed off the Grim information that both defenders near White Stairs just backed down into the first floor, they had an open bomb site. They immediately get that plant down. Rival goes back upstairs. They've already cleared out the top floor, so they can establish vert now. And JJ just starts taking everyone through circles around the first floor. He's wasting as much time as humanly possible, and it gives enough opportunity for 5 Fears to bring it back in the post plant, still having a now perfect conversion, at least in this game for plants. They're finally on the board, and again, just an identical scoreline to what we had in that first half of map 1.
Yeah, the call to just send JJ in for the plant was brilliant. Shades of the gap hits we were spotting, or that they were spotting and that we saw on Chalet. They are going to need a lot more of that if they want to recover the half, because that round was still down to the wire. Wildcard still took advantage of the lack of information from Five Fears, the improved tradability that we've also seen from the Jesters on map number 2. It's going to be a kitchen defense for the first time this map. They have not gone here just yet. Baby Shark on the roam along with Kansan, who I'm sure has established some sort of verticality in train and around the top of that bomb site. Baby Shark now rotating back downstairs towards red because Five Fears are starting to pressure out Bakery.
Like the call made from Wildcard as well, going to a new bomb site of Double Kitchen. Still emphasizing the roam that Five Fears have initially struggled with, but also for their anchor, having a lot of plant denial focused operators like the Echo, like the Smoke, and with those roamers as well, Baby Shark being alive on Souls could also be massive, but the info game from Five Fears starting to wake up here as JJ sneaks in through prep. Getting rid of the Wamai early is a massive kill to find, and they could maybe start getting pressure directly into sight. But that smoke grenade tossed out, forcing JJ to back away. It looks to be a Bakery direct for Five Fears as of right now as they hop in through small Bakery, getting this cutoff now established. Are we going to see a plant soon, Harrison? It's likely, but again, we've talked about all the utility that Wildcard still have to shut it down.
Oh, but the Solus upstairs is dead. And Kansan is out of gas canisters, trying to delay JJ in prep. It's up to Spiker now, just with his gun, to take down the Nomad. Rival's the man with the case, though, and he's also inside prep. A lot of this is probably going to come down to whether or not Spiker can use his yokais to delay enough time for Kansan and Hot and Cold to make a play, as Hotton works his way through VIP, likely going to either make a move up white to flank or just continue to watch this hatch. Spiker, I believe, through the vert takes down Forest to even the odds at 3 bodies apiece. Rival still not comfortable enough to go for this plant. He's worried about the yokais and the bevy of information that they can supply to the rest of the defense. Spots it for a moment. Down goes one as Snake gives his team the man advantage, though Hot and Cold very quickly puts it back in the hands, or puts the round control back in the hands of Wildcard. Though I say that, John, I didn't realize they picked off Spiker the Echo. So now there's 0 plant denial available for Wildcard. Five Fears, though, still worry about the information they provide. Another yokai being spotted by Rival. Snake now in a position to help cover him. He's going to have to worry about both the Whiskey Double Door as well as those head holes into Carpet. Snake has to watch basically 2 angles at the same time as Rival starts to complete this plant. The C4 shot out of midair, but Rival dusted off of it. I believe he fell off the plant, worried about the C4, and with 2 seconds left, there is nothing that Snake can do.
Oh, he didn't trust his teammate, Harrison. Wildcard stealing the round away after it was a good gap spotted from Five Fears initially. The lack of vert through prep allows JJ to walk in for free, gets the entry onto Bay, and it's a second one to follow suit from Rival. But the composure from Wildcard and the intel off of Spiker's yokai is what kept them consistently battling back against Five Fears. Equalizer pick after equalizer pick from Spiker. You still had your smoke player and coat check that key cutoff to stop a plant from a Bakery-sided attack. Wildcard, despite losing some initial bodies, had a lot of power positions that Five Fears didn't really have a response for, it felt like, in that round. And again, seeing this moment from that C4 being shot, he was just seconds away. I mean, maybe Kansan, if he, overswung a little bit there, could have still killed him, but at least the plant would have gone down in a 1 versus 2. It was a nice shot landed by Snake, don't get me wrong, but with Wildcard double swinging off hearing the plant cue, guaranteed them that pick. And now it's a 2 versus 1 with Snake really out of options there. Wildcard have been playing near perfectly on their defensive half. I have been so impressed by them.
Yeah, this is like a complete 180 from what we saw on Chalet, where Wildcard were allowing Five Fears to set up. When they did roam, they roamed a little bit solo and got picked off by the really good plays from Five Fears. There's significantly less gaps in the defenses that we're seeing, with the exception of that one round that Five Fears got the plant down here on Cafe. They haven't been able to gap hit. Their info has been lacking, and Wildcard have been taking full advantage of it. Now our final defense is on mining. Five Fears unable to crack it on round 2. They'll need to here if they want that 2-4 split. Snake finding some Goyo packs, getting a lot of value out of these Twitch drones. Five Fears set up outside that mining window. I imagine, though, they'll at least have somebody holding upstairs. Yeah, okay, there's 2 players on the roof. JJ also rotates up here as well, and they'll try to deal with Baby Shark.
Getting that Mira off the board now allows them to at least force back this Mira. Get the Hibana in the building, open up that hatch through train. Again, a key position to have for the defense is you can watch over both mining room and fireplace, and even have some pretty strong anchor spots as well through the train to avoid a lot of that verticality teams like to establish. About over a minute burned off of 5 Fears' timer as they start pushing in these boogie drones. Again, establishing Vert over not only the bomb site, but also partially train room. A lot of defenders like to play in from there. And still just double checking to make sure there's no one else left above on this top floor for a potential flank, which has almost happened once or twice from Wildcard's heavy roam. But now we see the rotate down below into the first floor. With Baby Shark having a nitro cell, if placed correctly, that could stop a plant outright from both sites, I believe.
Absolutely. I think there's some safe spots, but not very many. Baby Shark can also, I think he's trying to establish verticality under the window so that if someone jumps in to go for that plant, he can catch them from below. About a minute left now for 5 Fears to mount this push. They've established top floor control. They've got the ram to open up most of that ceiling. I believe they're going to try and end mining, considering that's where the Twitch's focus was in destroying most of those Goyo packs. I think all of the Goyo packs that were actually in the B site. JJ likely going to look to drop train soon. He'll have to worry about Spiker, and Hot and Cold maybe thinking about a top floor retake. Spiker, though, disoriented by the Zofia, killed by Rival. Upstairs, here comes the flank from Hot and Cold, spotted by Fens, and now dealt with as he tries to rush over to the hatch. JJ sticking this plant, dies to Baby Shark below, but all the frags are coming up 5 Fears. Baby Shark may have been able to deny the first plant attempt, but with all of his teammates dead, Rival is able to easily get the reattempt, and now it's a 4v1 retake for the Mira. They know exactly where he is. Rival shuts him down, and 5 Fears take their second attack.
A clinical attack from 5 Fears to at least bring us in a 2-4 split for the half. We'll see what both coaches now have to say after round number 6 is concluded.
Yep. All right, listen to me, please. Stop trying to rush to win. We can take our time, bring the series back and win the same way we did last time, okay? Stay confident. We talked about our defenses. Press the fuck out of them. Don't let them in. Press does not mean blitz and do stupid, crazy shit. It means make them use their util against the fucking building. That way they have no util to clear sight, okay? Play fucking smart here. Listen to your teammates. Listen to Brock's calls. Listen to the win cons. Don't get ahead of ourselves round by round. We get one more round here. We are fully back in this game, okay? Stay locked. Stay composed. We're fucking good right now, boys. Beautiful fucking half.
Remember, guys, it's attack now, so Baby Shark is useless. It's 5v4 every round.
We have so many strats, but maybe we could start with reading Castle JJ.
Just do it depending on what they ban.
Yeah, let's do the bans first. Yeah, no, yeah.
Do you want to ban Dokkaebi?
Yes, I still do.
Rival having problems? Rival?
Alright, so I think we just do
another one. There should be another
one. Want to do a Ying or Glass Procs with Dokkaebi?
Stuff, and remember for the second time that you do the SSG to change a little bit, bait the sense walls, right? Be careful if there's no door peek.
Yeah, I can bait dining.
For next time we can bait a little bit, okay?
Who plays Nomad if I am playing Yin? Evan? Okay.
Hansen, yes, for the raiding bomb site. Okay. And keep your thing. Of course, this is a planet setup, but read the game. If you need something fast, of course, you guys call the reading fast, something fast, of course. But that's it. I think it just focus about the communication, guys. Again, what is the next step? Make sure that we talk about it, right? And this last defense could be a little bit better, right? But right here, same stuff. Okay, we're gonna kill Bathroom. We got the kill Bathroom. Now, who are we gonna kill? We're gonna kill Freezer. Okay, how we do that, right? Talk about it. And remember what you said, Spike, about the execution. Sometimes we're gonna have top 4. We don't need to take 100 times to 100 years to execute. Sometimes guys we're gonna see the opportunity to tempo, right? That execution. If Shaq got killed, you said about the vertical. We don't have much vertical, so we can go for the execution, right? Yeah. Another thing about the mentality. Maybe Forrest gonna do the runouts, right? If you do a runout, maybe we have the gap to push bomb site, right? Remember about that. And of course, in this.
Timeouts have concluded. 5 Fears still confident going into these defensive half despite being down 2-4. Again, I think a big part of that being that the last time they played Wildcard here, they went 5-1, and that will be enough to win the map. There's the Glass ban. They were talking about the Dokkaebi as well to try and take away some of that lurk ability, and there she is. Azami and Castle go down for the attack. or rather the attackers ban Ozamian Castle for the defense. So on Cafe, we see a lot of castle play. We see a lot of Ozami play so that you can extend into locations like Cigar Shop, like Piano, etc. Castle, and especially with this map being so window heavy, those two operators are very useful. So taking those away might force 5 Fears to play a little bit closer to the bomb sites.
First bomb site in play for 5 Fears will be Reading Room and Fireplace. We've got the Mute and Mozzie composition as well to help with that drone denial, and also just keeping this roam alive for a lot longer too. Again, the lack of active information because of the Mute Jammers and the Mozzie pests could make it harder to clear out rat spots, which was kind of a problem, a problemed area for 5 Fears in their first half. You also do have some Nitro Cells you can play for underneath. Once Force and Snake maybe choosing to fall back, you can create a ton of vertical with 4 shotguns in play. 3 of them being the secondary shotgun of a Super Shorty, so that's kind of funny. This might be the most shotguns we have seen in a game because Baby Shark, I think, also has the Mossberg too, and Bay is on Gridlock.
Bay also, by the way, 0-5 so far. Has not been having a great series. Again, as the top-rated player, I believe, for Wildcard, and especially the best when it comes to those entry engagements. Wildcard, now that they're on the attack, the more difficult side, I think they're going to really need Bay to wake up. 5 Fears, of course, extending upstairs. We've got Rival in Cocktail, Fens, and Snake supporting over by Cigar and Piano. So this is still, despite the loss of the Azami and the castle, a very far forward extension on the top floor. Patch is already being opened. Snake maybe thinking about sending one up through on the roof. I think he was just waiting for a quick drop. Wildcard, of course, are going to contest this top floor. They've got a lot of tools to do so. And once they get it clear, we're going to see Baby Shark start to work on that floor.
Some horizontal angles as well being established to maybe assist with dealing with Piano here. Bay finally on the board as he tried walking up through White, I believe, and goes at least 2 for 1. Not a bad start here for Wildcard in this second half. Baby Shark getting himself sneaked into bathroom as well off maybe the sound cue of these Selma charges. Wildcard still with that man advantage, looking to clear out the rest of this top floor. They still have time to get vertical at that minute 30 mark, but again, you got to worry about at least the 1 Nitro Cell still left in Force's back pocket as he now sets up for Vert as well, maybe to counteract Wildcard once they push past this barrier of Freezer, heading into the position of Cocktail deeper to look towards site.
Rival, though, the next to fall. C4 prepped and ready from Forest. Wildcard have quite the advantage now as Baby Shark starts to work on that floor right above B. Spiker now rotating downstairs for a plant attempt through the snow door, supported by Hot and Cold, who of course has the fire arrows to stop any push up. C4 goes up from Forest, but it does not land. Now there's no C4 at all for this defense. JJ contesting Snowdoor for a moment, but ends up falling back. I think 5 Fears now know about the game plan from Wildcard that they're going to try and flood and go through that B door. The rotation not being spotted. JJ gets 1, but he's quickly refragged by Hot and Cold that Forest also finds in kind. Worried about a potential plant attempt. He checks it, is able to get all the way back despite Spiker being inside Pillar. Here's the swing from Forest. They both soften each other up through the wall, but there's no kill as Baby Shark is still playing upstairs. He now drops into Pillar, trying to support Spiker, knowing that Forest is very unlikely to try and retake top floor in a 1 versus 2. Spiker in a very safe plant spot. Forest with no C4 cannot deny. He'll have to forfeit that plant attempt, and through the wall, Spiker gets off the case and confirms the round for Wildcard.
A smart move by Spiker there as well, getting off the default plant and instead going behind the couch. It completely threw Forest through a whirl, having no clue where this plant was going down. He kept getting peeked as well by the sledge of Baby Shark, just slowly chipping away at his HP. When the plant finally gone down, you're back into 2 versus 1. Forest is 1 shot and locked out of sight. Wildcard, an extremely well-paced round. It wasn't fast or out of the ordinary, but it opened up with Bay getting 2 for 1 kills in that minute to minute 30 marker we saw for Wildcard. That gave them plenty of extra time to deal with the rest of the roam that was had upstairs, establish vert pressure, and keep a consistent trade game. It didn't feel like Wildcard were going for any flashy lurks towards the end of that round. They already secured 2 picks necessary to start putting pressure into sight and playing for the win condition of the plant. And unfortunately, Forest unable to win that round. Wildcard, a massive lead still, heading into their attacks for Cafe. We're heading into double kitchen now for 5 Fears. Still a good emphasis of utility over towards that bakery side of the map. Again, that's where they ended up pushing in from whilst they attacked this bottom 4 objective. We saw the Sens being mentioned as well during that halftime phase, Harrison. That is going to be played almost immediately by Wildcard. Again, using those RU projectors to cut off a lot of those long sight lines you typically see held by defenders on double kitchen can make that potential for a plant significantly easier.
Also, shout out Bay. We mentioned he was 0-5. They needed him to wake up on that attack. He finds
and he
2
did.
kills immediately. Reload. And off of those entries, Wildcard were able to storm that top floor and mount that execute. Now 5 Fears, they're on double kitchen. They've got 1 person on the 2nd floor, and that's Snake, but he very quickly just shoots a drone and then falls back. 5 Fears, I think, remembering that their biggest strength through this tournament so far has been their ability to play off each other in the anchor. Their sight game has been almost unbeatable. Really, the only times we saw it get beat was by All Gamers with those Monty plays on Lair. Other than that, it has been they have been incredibly stalwart when it's when they force the attack to push into a 5-man hold.
Wildcard beginning to establish some vert from upstairs. The lack of a roam did, make that initial first minute quite safe for Wildcard, spending time just gathering information, double checking, okay, they don't have anyone playing upstairs. We can now bring the buck in, utilize that skeleton key to clear out positions towards site, maybe even getting some angles towards coat check, as you almost always have someone playing close by to coat check, no matter how you like to defend on a double kitchen defense. There's a lot more presence here by VIP and Brown / Whiskey Bar, however, for 5 Fears, looking to challenge that Brown staircase and put pressure towards White, which, given the fact it's a top to bottom clear from Wildcard, they could just try to drop down through Freezer rather than clearing from Bakery like we saw 5 Fears do in an attempt to secure that plant. And the ROUs are so effective at clearing out the sink position, making that long wall to dodge the red double and give yourself basically a free window hop in to plant by the sink, making it very safe to establish a post-plant setup. But no one's died just yet from either side until the 40-second marker, where Spiker gets a pick through this vert.
Forrest also, I believe, the only player left on the defense who still had a C4. JJ and Fens have both expended theirs. The flank attempt from Snake is spotted by Hot and Cold. He's not dead just yet. There's information thanks to the Valkyrie cameras up in the chandelier. Spiker drops into the bomb site and gets lit up. Close to him is Fens, who's just going to try and sneak through, but he ends up dying to Bay, who's taken deep into bunker. Spiker gets the plant down, and we know just how bad this is for 5 Fears. 0-10 on the retakes, 1 death away from being 0-11. Wildcard up 6-2.
A beautiful clear from Wildcard. Obviously no roam to be dealt with upstairs. They get the vert down at an extremely reasonable time, but picking apart that defensive extension bit by bit and ignoring the parts of the map that weren't required to get a post plant. They only had to clear out a majority of that bomb site with the help of the skeleton key, the help of the ROUs. They get bunker control, so now the Solid Snake can assist Sense whilst they secure a plant by default. There's no chance for 5 Fears to recover once that plant has gone down. Their flank was unsuccessful. They had the opening death in this round. It almost looked like Fence could have gotten away with at least stopping the plant outright, but even then, you just have your teammate recover that diffuser and continue that same plant, and now you've got Vert upstairs to cover the diffuser. Very tough bomb site once the plant is down to come back from as a defender, unless it's a close man count between each teams. Like you mentioned, map point now for Wildcard, 1 round away from bringing us to Clubhouse, where just yesterday Wildcard lost to Dark Zero. So an interesting third map choice between both teams. Another mute extension done by 5 Fears. They also have extra info denial with the help of the Solus rather than Amazi. And Wildcard, another aggressive composition. We almost saw, no, we do have the Ying in play. I almost thought I got 6 picked off. We've got the Ying in play. Spiker is still on Blitz. Kansan's now rocking the Sens instead. Again, just emphasizing how important it is to get this plant down because the lack of successful conversions here from 5 Fears.
And like I said, 5 Fears are now 0 for 11 in retakes. If that diffuser goes down, that's probably why Fens got so desperate to stop it. It's basically a death sentence. And JJ, though, will give Kansan a death sentence, at least in this round. He picks off the Sens, which was a major part of the execute we just saw.
RU's no longer being a threat in this round, but he still have the smoke grenades. No Warden in play. Could make things complicated, but the round might just be over before it started. Forrest and Snake just getting crazy with it. Forrest is just, he's sitting by the van. Spiker at least trades, but it took a lot of his HP, and it's a 4 versus 2 now. 5 Fears in a dominant performance. For round number 9, it's Baby Shark and Spiker downstairs. Maybe looking just to creep their way up a staircase and kind of hope for the best here, but Wildcard have such a dominant lead in the second half. I'm sure it won't be that big of an upset for them to lose this round if 5 Fears keep their advantage with 1:30 left to go. Everyone from 5 Fears playing rather close to each other. They want to keep that trade system alive and kicking to make sure if someone from Wildcard gets a pick, it's almost immediately fought back by 5 Fears.
Yeah, especially up against a shield. It's really hard to take multiple engagements at one time if you're forced to ADS with that pistol. Spiker going to take a moment to drone. Spots Fens lying in wait in A. I believe also saw Snake in the hallway. He cuts off one rotation, but through the smoke, Fens domes him, just following those tracers. JJ Shore goes down to Baby Shark, but there's still 3 more to find, and he won't get another. 5 Fears survive, at least for another round.
Wildcard, I imagine, not too upset about that round loss. 5 Fears doing a good job of at least denying the initial setup from Wildcard. Again, 3/5 of their lineup was strictly for the execute. They wanted the Blitz to make space and cause chaos. They wanted the Yin Candelas to blind and smoke off key positions. The Sens doing exactly the same thing with those ROUs, so they wanted to make enough space to get down a plant and play for a potential retake by 5 Fears. And with a run out from Forrest and Snake happening almost back-to-back in tandem, netting 3 different kills, that is completely out of the ballpark. Those were 2 very interesting bans, though, between Wildcard and 5 Fears. Solus picked out for Wildcard. Again, a lot of that information and intel denial against drones is now gone. For a bomb site like Bar and Cocktail, Solus can also play down below and deny, I think, like every plant position maybe. So can you still plant on the long like bar top?
Yeah, you can plant on the bar,
but you can still see like anyone's body. The bar's a little too thin to be covered from down below. Not only that, the Nomad ban as well from 5 Fears, maybe trying to enable a better flank potential because they haven't picked Clash yet. So the only thing I could really see is maybe, you know, forcing a gridlock for flank watch or having practically no flank watch at all, which we've seen 5 Fears gone for a lot of flanks here in this second half.
Yeah, I think it's just to keep the fluidity of the defense alive so that they can feel free to rotate wherever they want, run out whenever they want, right? Because that last round, again, you mentioned Wildcard not being too upset about it. That was 5 Fears getting a little crazy. They were getting a little wicked, some might say. Fen's about to get even wickeder.
Is that even a word?
No. He hears he hears the rappel. And he's just waiting for something. He and Forrest, of course, extended all the way towards Piano and Cigar, though Forrest does fall back. JJ can support with these mirror windows. They've also got the Aruni gate outside of the mirror just to protect it from anything like a Hibana or an Ashe, someone who can shoot some kind of utility. There is the Hibana, so Kansan will likely have to deal with that before he can open the mirror windows, which is not the biggest deal in the world because you can just, you know, use the 2, open it, and then go about your day. Interesting, too, that 5 Fears opt to go for top floor. Their rotation has been kitchen mining bar instead of going reading.
Maybe just to throw Wildcard off guard. There's another entry now for JJ. Baby Shark gone. That's your Ying and a Nitro Cell to get rid of Hot and Cold. A lot of your info off the board. And again, that key operator to make space for a plant is gone with those Candelas removed from Baby Shark. You still have Grim Canisters and the Snake Scanner as well to at least provide extra information, but 2 bodies up for 5 Fears once again. All they have to do is play the buddy system. They've got 4 people over on Whitehall/Freezer. They are trying to guarantee as much as possible that they can play for a trade game again, just trying to slowly add up this round count.
Losing your Ying this early certainly going to hurt. JJ, the IGL, stepping in and stepping up for his team. Not quite sure how Wildcard are going to break in now unless Five Fears start giving up their lives. JJ kind of overextends in bathroom, overstays his welcome, and gives his life up. Snake, of course, down below will ping his C4 and wait for a call from the rest of the team, but Fens dies to a nade, and Wildcard are starting to push deep into Freezer. Bay and Cans with very forward position. Spiker waiting for his team to make enough space for him to get this plant down, but there's the C4, denying that entry. So does Rival, and now it's all on Kansan. He flips around to kill Forrest, takes out one. Snake and Rival now both low. And they're just going to try and play for this plant attempt. I think no. Rival rotates around towards Long Bar, and Five Fears are strung together 2 in a row.
Again, JJ on the initial entry pick, killing one of the most important operators for a post-plant attempt, and that's Baby Shark off of the Ying. A Nitro Cell kill to follow suit onto one of your info ops. A Lion, Hot and Cold is now dead, and I love this timeout as well from Wildcard. You just lost 2 rounds back-to-back. Five Fears are gaining their momentum on the defense, and you're trying to stop that before you give away any more rounds and potentially have to look at max regulation 6-5.
Yeah, again, a good idea for Wildcard to take this timeout. They've still got a little bit of a buffer between them and overtime. This is also the first time this entire map that Five Fears have gotten 2 rounds in a row. As far as what Wildcard are talking about, I imagine Lagonis is probably just hammering into Wildcard's head that Five Fears will get crazy on this map. We've seen it the past couple rounds. They're running out. They're peeking Wildcard as they enter the building. Wildcard need to be ready at basically every step of the way for someone to shove their face in an angle like JJ did, like Rival did. Five Fears now rotating downstairs once again. This is the first play, the second play of Reading Room since round number 7, since the sides swapped, where Wildcard's top floor hold was not ideal. Bay started out the round with 2 kills in a row. Five Fears kind of with a different lineup. They're bringing the Goyo, the Aruni, the Thorn, so it's a little bit more trap heavy than it was in the previous attempt when they had the Mute and the Mozzie and the Sentry, kind of leaning more into that info denial. They've still got the Mozzie, but I think that they're attempting to, probably if they're going to keep the same playstyle, try to meet Wildcard where they enter, and then once they feel the pressure is too much, they can fall back behind those traps.
Again, that early round aggression from Five Fears. Snake attempted a spawn peek near Garage, and Forrest waiting just under the held doorway for a potential run out. Doesn't seem to net anything, however. Wildcard looking for that default top to bottom clear. They've got tons of verticality with that sledgehammer brought by Kansan. Baby Shark as well, running Deimos, tons of information with the Deathmark trackers, and that soft flooring to get a couple of picks on the Reading Room bomb site. Forrest maybe flirting with the idea of over-peeking from the AC window, looking for a cheeky kill on someone going up on the default rappel, but again, doesn't net out anything for either team just yet. Interested in seeing if Wildcard want to utilize some of these Grim canisters early and off the back of 4 different sets of frag grenades to help clear the initial extension up top to then get that vert down at a decent time frame. Again, the pacing of Wildcard in their initial second half was fantastic. Only until Five Fears secured those early entries were they able to have impact in these defensive rounds. But for a 3rd time, Harrison, in a row, Five Fears have found an uncontested entry kill.
These opening picks have been crucial for Five Fears in the last couple rounds. They started onto Hot and Cold, and with that kill, they back off from the top floor. Now, the only person really there is Fens placed on white, but even then, he's on lower white. I thought he was on upper. Read the silhouette wrong. Five Fears have completely abandoned that top floor, saying, all right, you know what? We got the kill. We've wasted more than half the round. Now let's go back and fall on our strength, anchoring and playing around each other around that bomb site. Wildcard, though, do still have the sledge alive, so Kansan can go and work vert, open up these angles, force the defenders out of these power spots, and you've also got Bay for once that execute starts to come through. Those sends are going to be instrumental in isolating those sight lines that Five Fears would like to hold, and also preventing that trade game.
Again, it'll all come down to this plant, and Wildcard still having the right tools to set up for it. You've got the vert still being established by Kansan upstairs. Grim canisters, several of them in play for Spiker with that diffuser, and like you mentioned, Bay's ROU projectors cutting off those long lines of sight Five Fears could use to work for picks in a 5 versus 4. 30 seconds left to go, and still Wildcard continuing to set up in this top floor, working their way down below, and the rest of Five Fears continuing to wait, hoping they can get a trade. But look at Snake. He's over by red stairs. He might be able to go for a flank, and I'm not too sure if Wildcard would be prepared for that.
JJ instead just pushes out of the bomb site. Is good for one, and his Baby Shark tries to get into the bomb site. He gets traded out by Forrest. Here's the position from the Mozzie. Snake finally getting his kill. Kansan's got to worry about 2 different people, and Rival shuts him down. Five Fears are mounting a comeback. We're 1 away from OT.
Again, a 3rd entry kill in a row, uncontested by Wildcard. It's the initial pick for Five Fears that allows them to fall off the roam extension early without being punished, because Wildcard have to adjust where they're starting their clear from. It failed initially by Cocktail and Whitehall, so they go back closer to red. They still get information on Humidor, still get info by Piano and Bar. Then they can get the vert down. This is spending so much time and resources to set up for the execute that even then, because Five Fears played incredibly aggressive towards the site doorway, Wildcard didn't have time to gather info about that fact or gather proper vert above default, giving Five Fears another point for the element of surprise, a second 1-for-1 that just narrowly got traded. And all the while this was happening, Five Fears had an ace up their sleeves. We talked about the Nomad ban, allowing for that fluidity, allowing for the flanks, allowing for the runouts, and that's exactly what Snake does to guarantee Wildcard do not have a chance of winning that round. And here we have it, Harrison. Max regulation 5-6. One more round secured for Five Fears in a row, and we're bound to see overtime on Cafe.
And not only will they push it to overtime, John, but they're the ones on the streak. Momentum will be squarely in their back pocket. However, they do also start attack should we need around 13. We also mentioned, you mentioned the flank from Snake. I love what we saw earlier too, because we saw him attempt the flank earlier, and what he did was he shot the pot, shot the drone, then went downstairs for about 30 seconds, and then reattempted the flank. Almost starts this round with a bang with that C4. Instead, it'll just be damage on the Baby Shark. And also, John, we talked about right during the timeout where, I don't know if this is what Wildcard's coach, I don't know if this is what Lagonis was saying to Wildcard, but they need to be ready for Five Fears to keep swinging. What do we see from that round? Rival swings top floor, and then everyone backs off. And then as Wildcard are setting up for the execute, they're getting vert down, whatever, JJ just walks at the snow guy. Wildcard have to be ready for Five Fears at any moment for someone on the defense to swing them.
Well, Hot and Cold now enters the building from the hatch drop through red. These gridlock tracks providing a safety net for him as he continues to gather more information. We've got at least one player just around the corner by Chandelier. No Nitroso here for JJ, obviously. He's on the wrong operator for that and just backs away. Doesn't want to give himself to a potential 1 versus 1. He'll now join forces right next to Forest. A majority of this roam now beginning to fall off, but Rival wants to get at least one or burn a couple more resources before doing so. However, with this Montaigne again, it provides a lot safer of a push from the top floor. And because we're on Mining Room, Harrison, you don't technically have to clear out Reading Room. A lot of emphasis being put on red stairs alone. They might just try to plant from Mining Room, but they would need to have someone covering from outside like Spiker to make sure there isn't a wraparound from the back Reading Hall, closer to Pillar.
They'll have to worry about Rival, who's starting to make his move in Cocktail. He's repositioned. And he might go for that push into Piano. If he does, they'll have to worry about the vert. Kansan, though, is still outside, I think, on the rappel. And here's the first fight of the round. Forest out-duels Bay on red stairs. In come the smokes from the Monty. The Thorn wins a second? Spiker, you have to hit those. They knew about him. And yet Forest still wins the disadvantageous fight. In comes Fens on the Mira. He's prone. He dies. But Forest gets a third. Make it four for Roman! Oh my goodness! Off the back of the Thorn! 5 Fears push us to round 13!
Welcome back to the game, Roman Barreau! What an impact play on the Thorn, shutting down the vert denial, killing Spiker on a crucial cutoff angle, and adding insult to injury, gets another 2 to seal overtime on Cafe for 5 Fears. What a round from the support player. That was incredible. But like you mentioned, Harrison, 5 Fears on their weaker half of attack. It's 2-4 split is what we saw last time at the beginning of Cafe. And like you mentioned as well, they're typically a 5-1 split team for their defensive side as well. This is going to be a potentially rough overtime split for them against Wildcard, who, at least at the beginning on defense, looked quite impressive. I'm trying to look back at my notes to see if it was the initial. Yeah, they were practically flawless until round number 4, where 5 Fears were able to spot a gap on this bomb site, actually, of Reading Room to get a plant down. Their lineup, though, looking fairly different for the most part. That could change. Yeah, JJ's now in the Montaigne, maybe noticing that we're here on Reading Room. Wildcard as well. Big emphasis on stall. They have the Mira again looking over towards Piano, and the Cade Electroclaw to also assist, but 5 Fears getting info on that. Also switch over onto the Thatcher, and having ranged breach, of those Ace Selma charges, they could still do a red overtake and deal with the mirror windows accordingly to at least get rid of some of those power spots early on. But we'll have to wait and see if that's the initial play that 5 Fears want to go for, as they also have Lion of Forest now setting up towards the cocktail rappel.
And again, after that 4-round streak, 5 Fears have the momentum squarely in their corner. Wildcard need to shut this down. I'm really surprised that they didn't go back to a site like either upstairs or kitchen, because they had some really confident defenses there. Like you mentioned, this is one of the only sites that 5 Fears were able to crack. It was their 1 and 2 here, and then 1 and 2 on mining. Wildcard, of course, have a top floor extension. It's Bay and Baby Shark as usual. They've got the Mira set up upstairs. Kansan also playing by pallets. 5 Fears with a Lion scan, dropping JJ now in through Red Hatch. Also, yeah, I don't know quite what they were EMPing. I think maybe one of the Thorn traps on the Red Hatch, so that way they could make it through without any damage. And they're just going to swap to a red stairs push, opening the barricade, but Hot and Cold smokes Rival off the pillar of pellets. 3 unanswered kills for Wildcard. 5 Fears still unable to consistently crack these defenses. It's Fens and the hero from last round, Forest, in a 2v5.
Wildcard, a near perfect denial of that rush through Reading Hall. Another kill collected for the man who started this round so flawlessly for his team. It's ended as well the same way. After being forced into overtime, Wildcard immediately put their foot down, taking back the lead, match point, but they've got to go back onto the attacking half as well, where 5 Fears also had 4 rounds in a row of successful defensive holds. They really, again, have to focus on not losing that entry fight. Wildcard have been so slow at recovering after they've lost that initial entry. The lack of trades as well has been a major impact for their attacks. It'll be Fireplace and Mining hovered over right now for 5 Fears. Their lineup, this is, I believe, identical to what they just played for round number 12. Correct me if I'm wrong.
It is.
Yeah.
It is identical. It's
I mean,
also,
hey, if it broke, don't fix it.
Mining is also the only site that 5 Fears played multiple times and won both times. So if there's any time that they're going to re-grab that momentum and force us to around 15, it is right here. We'll see if they have a similar setup where they play a bunch of utility. The Mira is on the top floor, Rival in Cocktail, and then very quickly fall back once Wildcard start to drone their way in. Wildcard also so far with a the exact same lineup as they brought on that fateful round 12. There's no repicks, so once again, they'll have the gridlock to try and lock down the flanks. They'll have the ram to attempt to create all the vert over piano and over mining. And actually, I lied. At last second, Spiker has swapped off of Grim onto the Twitch, likely to deal a lot, to deal with the Mira and the Goyo a lot more easily.
Again, those Vulcan packs also made the potential for trades very challenging after Forest won those first 2 picks over by bottom red. Again, killing Bay as he was trying to stop any vert for plant denial. Spiker playing outside of that blacktop balcony, looking over through the red hallway into that chandelier location and pillar. Forest once again maybe looking for an early entry, this time on the top floor, and Snake as well, holding the red hatch drop, maybe using a nitro cell if felt necessary too. Kansan, ton of damage. Dallas Force went for a run out, but the Claymore claims him. By the skin of his teeth, he'll live. Kansan still being alive to tell the tale. And the hero of round 12 is only left up to Fairy Tales as he's gone.
He wasn't able to deal enough damage to Kansan before the drop forced him out of ADS. That is tragic for Forest. He likely knew that it was going to be a 1-for-1 either way, but not getting that kill is huge for Wildcard's chances here in this round. They keep not only the man count, but also their Hibana, who's going to be responsible for opening those sightlines upstairs, maybe even opening the sightlines into mining. Bay taking a little bit of damage from the Thorn Trap placed in Cigar. We'll see if 5 Fears decide to make a move to try and get a pick back, but no, instead they'll completely fall off the top floor.
And now the vertical can begin to go down off these boogie drones. Hot and Cold also beginning to push up as well, potentially for that plant once the Skyrush charges go off. As Kansan's still alive to do his job as the primary breacher. 50 seconds left for Wildcard to kickstart this execute. Fens is now rotated down below, however, maybe prepared, setting up some vert and having that nitro cell at the ready to stop an initial plant. Even looking all the way through this top floor because of the boogie drones, he can see up into piano and might look for a cheeky kill before the drop eventually begins. He spots Hot and Cold now alone. The nitro cell goes off, but it misses. And now Hot and Cold is officially in a sight, but he's completely by himself.
He's made his way deep into A. Off-screen, Rival had evened the man count with the kill onto Kansan, one of the best players from Wildcard. Rival spotting the Monty before his angle's smoked off. Hot and Cold is getting so much good information, also spotting Fens on white. JJ dies to the vert as he attempts to retake trade. Up comes Spiker. The Mira has absolutely no idea. Snake with a kill. Make it 2 onto Baby Shark and Bay, though. Those are both the players upstairs in piano, and now there's only 4 seconds left as the defense has retaken into trade. Spiker is isolated on white, and 5 Fears bring the round back.
A massive play for Snake, keeping his team alive and Rival to follow suit, sandwiching the Montaigne. But they have to go back to attack once again. We saw the immediate struggle from them going into round number 13, trying to spot a gap towards mining room, and it being unsuccessful. Hot and Cold finds the entry. His team follows suit on the split, and immediately both IGLs communicating as much as they can. The final bomb site in play for map number 2 will be Fireplace and Mining Room, a bomb site that, for the most part, 5 Fears again have struggled with so many times. That first round, we saw it in play. Baby Shark had the entry onto Forest. There was so much time wasted by utility of those nitro cells, which there are several of in play once again for Wildcard and the Thorn. This time being played, though, by Bay rather than Baby Shark, who initially had that operator selected at the beginning of the first half. 5 Fears once again maybe opting just to go for the shield pick of Montaigne to gather extra information and try to make space, but only a handful of times I feel like it's worked out for them. Wildcard have been extremely successful at counteracting the shield play by 5 Fears, and yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Then in the last second, 5 Fears will change course and instead have JJ on the Hibana, an active gun with either the Type 89 or that 2-shot DMR and more ranged hard breach to try and counter the Mira. But unlike the last round we saw from 5 Fears' attack, there's no EMPs in play by a Thatcher or pocket EMPs.
You mentioned Five Fears really struggled with this site in round 2, but also the very last round of that first half that they were successful on was also a mining attack. Now, this defensive lineup is much closer to the one they brought in round 2, with the exception of the Mozzie being dropped in favor of the Tubarão from Hot and Cold, who can work to delay the breach from JJ, as Rival gets incredibly lit up and now finished by Bay on the run out, though he's instantly, sorry, Snake dies. Rival is the one who takes damage, but he does get the instant refrag. So it ends up being a 1-for-1 HP advantage for Wildcard. And you've lost Snake on the Snake. So that's a lot of information now gone. And you've probably also lost your primary lurker. So either Five Fears have no lurk, or someone else is going to have to do it. I think that someone else was going to be Forrest, but he dies to Baby Shark on the vert.
Another run out attempted here from Spiker with the help of those Tubarão Zotos to freeze off the Claymore, but no one's left on this rappel. Cutoff being attempted towards red, but nothing found just yet. Beautiful shot from Kansan, just slipping past everyone, heading back into Piano. Fens completely unaware about this, and Wildcard just 2 kills away from bringing us to Clubhouse, Harrison, unless Five Fears for a second round in a row can clutch this out, and now it's just Rival left atop of Skylight with no one left to help him.
Five Fears really dropping the ball here on what could be the final round. The run out from Bay going 1-for-1. No info on the vert held by Baby Shark. Kansan slipping into red, and Wildcard prevent the Five Fears comeback. They put their foot down in round 15, and we will see Clubhouse.
A little too close for comfort there for Wildcard, but a win is a win at the end of the day, and Baby Shark maybe a little too excited, stubs his foot there, but I'm sure he'll be just fine. Great recovery there from Wildcard in overtime. We'll send us to a quick little break and return for the decider map of Clubhouse in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back for the thrilling conclusion of 5 Fears versus Wildcard. Our final Swiss game is quite the NA Derby, despite a comeback attempt from 5 Fears and the best efforts of Forest. Wildcard still come away 8-7.
By the skin of their teeth, they bring us onto Clubhouse, where previously they played Dark Zero here yesterday and weren't that successful, losing 7-3, if not 7-4, I believe it was, 4 rounds in a row being successful for Dark Zero. Kind of similar to what we had for both teams, actually, on Cafe and Chalet for their respective map picks today. A much better show of team play by Wildcard. Several people in double digits. We had a lot of great rounds from Kansan in the mid to late position. Baby Shark came out of the gate swinging with that 3K back on round number, was it either 1 or 2? I believe it was round number 1 where he got the 3K on Thorn.
1 and then 3.
Still, yeah, and then he ended up getting the initial entry in the same rat spot that we had initially. The only person really fighting back effectively was Rival, if we're excluding that Forest 4K to secure overtime. So hopefully for 5 Fears, a little more composure, a little more synergy going on to our decider pick. But no matter what, Harrison, I feel like it's a win because we're going to have a third North American team making it into Phase 3. And if it's one of these two teams making it, I go in bald, so Chad gets to have a laugh. And if not, I keep my hair, and it's a massive weight taken off my chest. Harrison, what are your initial thoughts for Clubhouse going into this?
So like you mentioned, Wildcard did just lose this map. They actually beat DZ here in the NAL kickoff and then lost it more recently in the major. 5 Fears don't play this map a whole lot. Their only really recent play was also in kickoff. They beat 1 of 30 here in max overtime, but I think, I'm trying to remember, I'm pretty sure that this was also the same map that Bino disconnected for like 3 or 4 rounds, and they still got brought to overtime. So good and bad, I guess, for both teams here on Clubhouse. The most default map in the pool, and what better way to end a game than on a map where your fundamentals are really what make or break you.
The biggest thing for fundamentals by far for Wildcard was just the lack of trades in a lot of Cafe. But great information, I have to say. Again, on their defense, they were picking out where 5 Fears began their attack. Who's vulnerable for that opening gunfight? Which corner can I hide behind that's been misdroned? And even the adjustments when the plant was being attempted as well. I believe 5 Fears were still able to get some plants down back in map number 2, but significantly less to what we had going on through Chalet. An immediate clash pick from JJ as well, an operator that we have not seen at all from map 1 or 2, I believe. Now being locked in as the first pick here for 5 Fears on their basement defense, probably screaming that they want to have a heavy anchor down below. You could still, of course, roam upstairs to waste time and resources, but you've got the Denari. A lot of those tripwires can be used just to stop the initial push from Wildcard. The Warden as well denying smokes, which one of those 2 smoke operators of Capital is also gone, banned by 5 Fears. And even a Nomad also being taken off the board. I feel like Nomad's such an interesting ban for Clubhouse. Dude, Sternab will be malding.
Yeah, it's an odd ban here. I mean, she has been played I won't say often, but it's not a super, super rare occurrence. And I think especially with how Wildcard were trying to shut down the fluidity and the rotatability of 5 Fears on that second map, banning the Nomad definitely makes sense. Against Clubhouse is very staircase heavy, so Nomad can shut down those rotations. Snake waiting here with a C4 will send it out, but it will go fully wide. Kansan completely avoids any and all damage. Of course, like you had mentioned, there is really no roam here for 5 Fears. The closest player being JJ, who's just playing on main. Now he's just trying to see if the push ends up coming through bar and just calling out whether or not this is going to be mainly like a blue and dirt focused execute.
Depending on the resources as well, it could be very challenging to clear Clash from main stairs. Could waste a lot of time. Even if Clash were to die, if that's a commitment there for 2 to 2.5 minutes burned away, then that death is honestly worth it. That's a great sacrificial lamb. Speaking of which, for time, at least a minute has been taken off the clock for Wildcard as they do this top to bottom clear. Baby Shark off that skeleton key vert will detect the clash. It already tries to establish this cutoff, but Fens is waiting for it. Incredible game sense from Fens and JJ, spotting the buck early and expecting the vert to go down. Obviously, with your skeleton key deployed, you don't have your rifle at the ready, so that gives Fens an easy 1-for-1.
Yeah, I mean, and that's how you try and counter the clash on the main stairs, right? You make the vert and you force her to fall back, and then her back is going to be exposed at some point. Beautiful read from Five Fears, knowing that wildcard were basically gonna do what you're supposed to do, but then they had Fens swinging off of it. You also saw the tripwires being established above the Moto hatch, and there's a network there, so that's pretty much gonna be impossible for wildcard to drop unless they have EMPs, which they do not. Spiker also getting lit up by Kitchen, by that hatch. And where do wildcard decide to end? There's trips basically everywhere by Blue and Moto. Some of those trips Blue do get dealt with by the nade thanks to Kansan, but there's still plenty of bodies in and around Blue. Look at that. Snake, Forest, and Rival all stacked up. Hot and Cold just going to try and drop. He kills Forest. Is very quickly felled, though. Bay goes 1-for-1, and the man advantage falls away. We're tied at 2 apiece. Spiker getting the plant down. Kansan watching. Long catches JJ in the rotate as he just completely ignores box 2. Fens now the last player standing. He had the opening pick. He'll have to get the last 2 if he wants to win this one. Luckily for him, both players are downstairs. He doesn't have to retake Vert. He kills Spiker. But in the meantime, Kansan has retaken above. So this open hatch is going to be Fens' worst enemy. He'll need a 4th kill, and he's just going to try and long arm behind the box. But of course, the angle for Kansan will still be very easily found. Despite the 3 kills from Fens, wildcard come away with round 1.
And a good adjustment there mid-round for wildcard. They try to use Baby Shark to clear out Clash early, and it doesn't work. So they give up on trying to get main stairs control. They give up on a Moto drop. They still emphasize Blue, but focus more towards the Arsenal side of the map with Blue control. They have the Grim canisters. They have Snake gathering more info and the nade spam to work some of those fights. Even Hot and Cold taking an aggressive stance from Blue just to be that spearhead to get the rest of his team in the bomb site and play for a trade game, which is something they've been lacking most of this game, Harrison. I love the fact that wildcard fully commit to a new plan B. They get site control off it, secure that plant, deny JJ on that rotate there, which was really funny to watch as well. And although, like you said, Fens got a nice 3K, you've got Vert upstairs on an open hatch, there isn't much you can do after that point. So wildcard biting back after losing the entry to still take the round win altogether.
Yeah, that was a great gap hit. Hot and Cold, again, spotted, like I had mentioned, right? Oh, there's 3 players hovering around Blue, and Hot and Cold just drops Kitchen and kills 2 people. Wildcard now have to attack Cash and CCTV. Five Fears bringing the castle. They're going to try and extend over towards Gym and Bedroom. They've got Forest on the Tachanka as that primary plant denial too. Fens fully reinforced off inside Garage. He is playing this position to die. Wildcard, curiously enough, are rocking a Chalet, and they're just about to spot the castle of JJ. He narrowly misses him rotating back up to red. JJ gets away. That could have been an early find for Bay.
Still now this looming threat of a Cali sniper downstairs on your cutoff might make the rotates for Five Fears very challenging, and the Ace Selma already going off on plat wall. That opens up another angle that, allow wildcard to deal some damage, or by Garage perhaps at least cutting off the rotate between both A and B bomb site. There is still a lot of utility as well for disposal of wildcard, but Five Fears, an aggressive peek from Snake, destroying that castle barricade. Kansan had no idea what just hit him. That is at least one less body for Five Fears to now worry about, but they still have enough tools to open up this Garage double wall with the help of the Habana Skyros charges and maybe start throwing out these grenades or Lance charges from Bay to destroy the Kibas.
But you can see the angle that they got, not very good. Rival was able to shoot off the other half of those Hibana pellets, so wildcard really have no angle into rafters, and Fens can just close it up with his Kiba and force wildcard to waste a ton of ammunition on breaking them, which they do. Fens with 1 Kiba in pocket. We'll see if he decides to use it to bolster the rafters clear, or if he decides to block off Garage. It is for rafters. He just narrowly is able to cover his rotation as he avoids the nade, but Bay takes the life of JJ. Another nade comes in, and Fens is unable to escape it, so wildcard have 2 picks in a row now after losing Kansan, and they have Garage control.
Great use of utility. Hot and Cold lurking from Oil Pit to use his frag grenades with the help of his teammates from Plat Wall to flush out Garage from Fenz's Azami. That was precise by Wildcard. They've got so much map control. They've brought back the man advantage after Bay as well got a kill off screen onto JJ, and they have info about Red and the only player Cash, which is forced onto Chonka. That might mean for Snake, he'll try to go and run out, maybe applying some pressure from that highway balcony. Here comes the walk up here from Red as well. Beautifully done from Wildcard on this execute. Now it's just forced in a 1 versus 4, and Wildcard, 2 back-to-back rounds. Brilliant work from them on the attack, and just like Cafe, an immediate tack timeout for 5 Fears.
Another gap hit by this attack, seeing that really the only thing they had for Garage was Kivas. There was nothing to stop nades. They didn't even need a shield. They just open a little bit of that Garage wall, and it's enough to make sure that Fenz and JJ cannot escape those nades. And then from there, Ella is basically off site, so it becomes a 4v2 on Cash and CCTV. They're able to walk up Red. I think that was the big kill, was Bay finding the Warden despite getting hit by that Ella mine, and that really opened things up for Wildcard to just continue to flood in. 5 Fears, I understand the timeout. You just went to your 2 primary bomb sites on Clubhouse defense, and were unable to win either of them.
5 Fears scratching their heads, wondering the next best option here for their Clubhouse defense. It'll be Gym and Bedroom in play for round number 3. Heavy emphasis maybe on the roam. Once again, you can easily extend with the help of the mute, the help of those Azami Kiba barriers.
Attackers need to locate
Interested in seeing if they're going to have Snake maybe play top Red as well. If you don't have something like a Jaeger or a Wamai when playing for Gym and Bedroom, Warden can easily hold there. You bring your own shield or have someone else do that and bring a Nitro Cell for yourself instead. Have the shotgun for close quarters of Red, the SMG-12 for long range fights towards Plat Wall. Very effective 1-2 combination. The mirror windows as well to help set up the site anchor towards Bathroom and probably Logi, I would imagine, as well, as most of the mirrors like to hold mirror windows there. No! The second one's dedicated towards the main breach, maybe just to stop the Selma charges or any other hard breach from getting the main wall opened up. That could be a really effective way of denying a gap hit for Wildcard. Just another execute in general, because for the most part, Wildcard, despite losing 2 entries in a row, their mid to late round have brought them so many recovered kills and successful executes into sight.
Back when they played 1 of 30, their defenses weren't necessarily great either. They only have about a 50-50 on each side, attack and defense. So 5 Fears only take 3 rounds in this half. It's pretty average, both for them and the map as a whole. Clubhouse currently actually leans 51% in the favor of the attack, so just barely. Wildcard thankful for that, as they've strung together 2 rounds in a row. And they're now bringing Ying Glass, something that can be incredibly annoying for any defense to deal with if your Warden is not in the right place. So a lot of this round, I imagine, is going to come down to how much value 5 Fears can get out of Snake.
A lot of info gathered now for Wildcard. They notice the lack of the extension anymore by Cash. Instead, it's only Rival holding from construction. He has a fallback through Logi, but would like to deal some damage before giving up or at least 1/2 of the top floor. Forrest still down below. Really wants to go for this run out. Impact grenade comes out, but it's mistimed. Wildcard not losing Bay on Jacuzzi is a massive position to hold at this minute 30 mark, as Wildcard now begin to rotate towards Cash.
That was a close one. He just got out of the way. The C4 will tickle Spiker, but it is certainly not a big deal. Gas canister, sorry, not gas canister, smoke grenades coming out on highway to cover Baby Shark, as the gas pipe explodes right next to Snake, who's just playing around this window as Bay now jumps in. Snake spots the Hibana, is able to get 1 kill. Now he's staring down the Blackbeard, and he kills Spiker before he gets traded back. Bay and Baby Shark, though, with 2 kills. Kansan makes it a man advantage now for Wildcard. And Rival and Fenz are both off site. They will have to retake into Gym with Wildcard holding full site control, but they have the case. I forgot. Spiker was carrying it. And since he died to Spiker, Rival and Fenz can continue to just hold Con. What do Wildcard do here? They could go Logi, they could pinch from that and Condor, they could go on the highway and hold the window to cut off the rotation as well. They've got plenty of time to do so. There's still 30 seconds left, and if they're able to get Case safely, then it becomes that situation where 5 Fears have to retake into their own bomb site. 20 seconds remaining. Fens inside Khan. Rival supporting from sheet door. Bay cannot find an angle, but Rival overexposes himself, and Baby Shark has since recovered the Case. Fens has to work his way back in. He takes down one. Plank gets confirmed by the Glaz, though, and with such low HP, this is going to be a tall task for Fens. One bullet from either of these guns will put him down. He doesn't catch the rotation from the Glaz outside the window. And now, Wildcard have a player on highway. The Azami has to run out and take this fight, and it's an easy cleanup for Baby Shark.
And despite Snake in the rack corner getting 2 kills, dropping the diffuser from Spiker's hands, the Jacuzzi execute was top-notch from Wildcard. It was a great split take to basically smother the rest of 5 Fears on that defense. You had the Yin Candelas dropping from Logi, you had the highway presence, and also, again, because Forrest missed his run out on the ace, Bay was able to run in as well and cause chaos towards site off of those Yin Candelas and smoke grenades. 5 Fears had just too much to deal with all at the exact same time and just got a little overstimulated there. And again, yes, you were able to rotate back towards Khan, but you have over 40 seconds for Wildcard to hit that reset button, gather their bearings, rotate towards highway to cut off the defensive rotation as well, and pick up that diffuser to play for the win con. 3 rounds in a row, again, like we saw on Wildcard's map pick of Cafe. We'll see that brought here to the cider pick of Clubhouse, where it will be Church and Arsenal in play once again for 5 Fears, where, yes, off Clash's info, they did kill Baby Shark on Buck, but they were unsuccessful at stopping the kitchen drop from Hot and Cold. They were unsuccessful at denying that information and losing blue control, meaning, again, another plant position set up for Wildcard, where 5 Fears are also still 12 at this point, or even more than that on their retakes. We've seen, what, 2 plants here this game so far?
Yeah, because they were
or not this game, this map, sorry.
Yeah, they're now 0-12, I believe.
Yeah. Oh my, wow, okay.
All right, we'll see if that's enough to turn the tide. Snake with a spawn peek on the Hot and Cold. That kills your Hibana. That is a massive pick on this basement defense. That means that Wildcard are going to have to make a choice. Now, Kansan and Spiker do both have can openers. They can get all the hatches, but that last one, they'll have to use either church wall or dirt. They'll have to make a decision one way or the other. If they had that Hibana, basically every avenue they could have asked for would be open to them.
They at least still have 2 sets of pocket breaches for both the Striker and Grim. So getting the hatches open, that won't be completely impossible, but you'll be very exposed to the Nitro Cells in play for 5 Fears as Fens challenging Bay from main stairs is able to get away with a kill before Baby Shark can establish that vert cutoff. The Skeleton Key ripping the floorboards to shreds as they've got info about this position from Baby Shark off the Valkyrie Black Eye cameras.
There's a guy here?
It's just ratting here.
What?
Hello? Wildcard, unbeknownst to them, there's just a Valkyrie chilling in kitchen. That's now a 3rd kill in a row, uncontested by Wildcard. It looks to be that at least 5 Fears can get on the round count finally, but a very comedic round, I would say, where 5 Fears just kind of doing what they do best of catching their opponents off guard with the initial entry and just continuing to take these 1-for-1s before Wildcard can set up.
I think Forrest getting on the board is also important. Before that, both he and then JJ and Rival, too, were all on donuts. Now he's got support from Snake thanks to the C4 underneath, and Forrest just hops up and peeks Spiker. Kansan not able to pressure him in time, and it's a 3rd. Forrest just got 3 kills in kitchen.
That was not on my bingo cards for today, Harrison. I've got to admit, a flawless round for 5 Fears. Some semblance of life in this first half, but Wildcard, again, they've already won the 3 default attacks that they wanted to before coming into this decider pick. Again, you mentioned how 50-50 this map has been for both teams and just the sides in general for both attack and defense. And also for Church and Arsenal being the bomb site one for 5 Fears, that's one of the more defender-sided objectives you can pick for Clubhouse. So I'm sure Wildcard aren't that upset, all things considered, given how clinical they've been for their previous attacks. We've got Gym and Bedroom now in play once again for 5 Fears. They now have the Clash reintroduced onto JJ and Wildcard. Also, they've got some slightly different ops, but that could obviously change. Maybe figuring out where exactly 5 Fears have chosen to defend. It looks like the extension from 5 Fears is going to continue as well over by Cash and CCTV with a near identical lineup. Not a lot of resources besides, again, the Warden glasses perhaps. Maybe JJ actually could play over from either Khan or also in Cash directly just to provide more information as to how many bodies are dedicated towards that CC over clear and also just stalling it outright. Clash is an extremely effective operator at just wasting time. And with 5 Fears being successful on every single entry, if they can do it again while also having a Clash, that could really cripple the attack here for Wildcard. And they try to go for it, force whip for a cheeky run out, but it was unsuccessful.
The Ying, though, can also help stop the Clash from finding a ton of value just by completely blinding her, as well as her support and trying to make your way around her shield. 5 Fears, of course, do have an extension all the way over towards Cash and CCTV. Wildcard go ahead and open up Plat Wall, and then Bay shifts over towards Con Single as well. So that side of the map is fully up and opened up to mount this clear. We see JJ on the Clash just playing in and around short, but it's Bay with the opening pick, smoking Forest and taking down the Solus, who is likely supposed to play for that late round.
No more information, at least in the Solus scanner. No more plant denial perhaps from underneath or those potential runouts we saw attempted by him previously. Great heads-up play by Bay, either maybe seeing him melee the soft wall and just being gun up for it, or in general just having a sixth sense perhaps. The entry kill finally unsuccessful for 5 Fears, and again, you've got all this utility focused towards getting yourself in the bomb site. You've got the glass to cover that plant with smokes. You've got Spiker as Blackbeard still alive to make that space. The Ying Candela is blinding 3/4 of the members still alive for 5 Fears. The only person to hard counter that is, of course, Snake on Warden. Here comes the push in from Spiker. A lot of damage is dealt, but he's still able to attempt this plant.
Right behind the reinforcement, he's got tons of cover. The glass on the window stopping Fens from making any kind of push, but JJ just steps up big, gets his way into Jim and kills the planter. Baby Shark, though, with 2 massive frags to give his team the man advantage. And as JJ gets traded, Rival finds himself in technically what is a 1 versus 2, Hot and Cold Bin Baby Shark on the floor, out on Highway. Wildcard not looking like they're going to go for the res. Instead, just take this 2v1 against the last lone defender. One coming in from the hallway. Rival, not sure if he's ready for it. He can hear those players out on the balcony, and he gets spotted and lit up by the gas pipe. Excellent game sense from Bay to deal a lot of damage to this mute as he rotates into Lodge. Bay retakes the case. Now planting once again in Jim. Rival knows that Kansan is holding his angle. He spots the Ying for a moment, but Kansan cleans him up, and Wildcard with a commanding 4-1 lead.
And again, just having all the right tools for the job, it felt like. Spiker knew that even if he dies, I've got 2 other teammates outside to get my trade. I just want to stick this plant. And off of a Glaz and Ying, there isn't a lot that 5 Fears can really do to close that distance. The Ying Candela is being used over by Logi, again, getting rid of one of those 2 big power positions on the top floor for 5 Fears' defense, and the Glaz being such a looming threat, because if you don't have Warden close by, those smokes can be a death sentence. You can't see where exactly Baby Shark is playing from with that thermal optic, and him just sitting back by Highway, getting 2 kills with the Bearing 9 was more than enough to cripple the retake attempt by 5 Fears. Another successful post plant. If not a post plant, at least just an execute. I can't recall if the plant
he did not get
gone down. Yeah, no, because Spiker had died to JJ. That's correct. But it will be a reattempt of Gym and Bedroom now again for 5 Fears. I know that the attacking half is their best side for 5 Fears, but just the way they've been losing on this first half and the way they haven't been able to work off of each other's contact has been such a red flag, going all the way back to Chalet where it was the total opposite. Just feels like the wind's been knocked out of their sails.
Yeah, I mean, they had 4 opening picks in a row to start this game, and they only won 1 of those rounds. Finally, Wildcard get on the board in the entry department. 5 Fears are able to immediately get that the planter, and JJ gets 2. I don't know how I don't know how Baby Shark is allowed to get 2 kills on Highway with the Bearing 9. So it's not even like he cut people off through the smoke using his rifle or anything. I think they tried to either peek outside or run out, like maybe run out con, peek server window, something like that, and Baby Shark was just ready for it. Every single time it looks like 5 Fears have an advantage, somebody on Wildcard is able to slip through the cracks.
I think he had his bearing 9 out, just prepared for a run out or a swing because his teammate from Highway was also injured. That's also another key point for Wildcard. They're playing a much better trade game than they were back on Cafe Dostoyevsky, a map they still ended up winning in max overtime versus 5 Fears. Some early damage dealt to Bay, but still alive to utilize these last 2 Rotero drones to be breaking out a shield, just removing more utility off the pool here with 5 Fears. Also a cool trick, if you pre-detonate that Rotero drone while it's up in the air, it can get rid of those surrogate gates while detonating and getting rid of extra utility around Arumi's gadget. No mute jammer left, and the Warden shield up top red is destroyed nearly for free, forcing Rival back. This has been good map control established early for Wildcard, as 5 Fears now forced to respect this clear from the CCTV. Good Kiba usage as well to block off the cut by Highway, letting Snake fall back a little bit safer, but Rival is actually going to commit to holding red. He's worried about the cutoff downstairs to maybe catch him on a flank.
Flashbangs coming through could herald the clear from Wildcard, but Forrest starts the killing off on the Baby Shark. 2 for Rival on top red. He was right to stay there, but Wildcard may just be back in the round. No, Snake makes sure that Spiker is left in the clutch. He finds 1, 2 more to find. Forrest and Fens, the former, holding close on the door with the shotgun. Fens on the main stairs holding the long angle. Spiker pre-fires it, but Fens is not peeking it. He's waiting for Forrest's contact, and there it is. The swing from the shotgun gives 5 Fears a second round. This game is not over yet.
Arcade mirror, we run the bath, okay? Heard?
All right, listen, let me talk.
Not the bandit?
No, arcade mirror.
All right. Listen, guys, we clawed that back right there. We had some really close rounds. Stop letting this moment be bigger than us. Stop letting our emotions get to us. Stop letting our fucking feelings get to us, and just play the fucking game, okay? The only reason we're down 2-4 right now is because we are literally sitting here letting our emotions get the fucking best of us in a super important situation. Stop floating so much. Stop spinning so fucking hard on the map. Listen to your IGLs. Listen to the gameplay and fucking stick to it.
Yep, heard.
Heard that. Heard. Boys, let's get back on the full state attacker now, and we're going to dominate.
Yep. Remember, guys, the way we need to play attack here is clinical. We need to open all the phantom pressure. We need to step by step, just like we've done in the recent scrims, okay? Guys, we are banning and the mirror, okay? So all we have to do is Nikki J play the entry Mav the bottom of the wall without dying, shoot the bandit off. If they tub it, they tub it. We can get everything open. Understood?
Yeah.
Okay? And we bring the good Utahs.
Okay? And cash defense for the first round at least. Metal warding. We're going to do the hold launch, okay? The compact one. Sparker knows. Metal warding. Sharkon on Valk C4, okay? Playing direction gen. I need your C4. Cameras on the bomb site, okay? I have a feeling that they're going to do a direct bomb site. Blitz jumping raid or something direct, okay? So be careful. No, Kenzen, play the mirror. Mirror smoke, okay? Mirror smoke. Bay, echoing packets to read the game for us on cash,
on what
okay?
side? Cash?
On cash, yeah. Couch
Control.
launch. Yes. And one thing on this whole launch, remember, guys, if you guys need a behavior, if they cache clear, do the behavior. We can walk the main stairs. We can power the con, right, with the echo information from Bay. So remember, don't become victims. In for cash and for Jim, same history, right? If they're clean, we're going to fight or we're going to leave, right? And then we take the lead right there.
Jim, who has my shield for the...
I do.
Barb for main. Who's playing Barb for main?
Me. Shark is already. Other thing for basement, guys. Maybe they're gonna see that's bunker build. Maybe the guys are crazy. They can go do direct dirt. Make sure that dirt we're gonna hold strong, right? We're gonna be there, strong, etc. Ken's gonna play.
I like Lagonis calling out, you know, be careful of 5 Fears going for something fast with the blitz and the smokes and stuff like that, because we know 5 Fears love to do that. If they see an opportunity, they will go for a fast execute. And on the other side, 5 Fears, maybe the coach is right. Maybe they just need to calm down. This is an incredibly young team. Basically, the only person who has been in a situation like this is Forrest, at least consistently. Snake.
Yeah, Snake did have that TSM run, but that was also a long time ago, too.
Yeah, so all of 5 Fears could be that the nerves are getting to them. Could be that they're so close that they're starting to realize just what this map means. And that can break a team sometimes if you're not ready for the pressure. So good job calling for the coach. Just saying, you know what, guys, calm down. You know how to play better than this. You have been playing better than this, and you can bring this back. Five Fears know that if they, again, hit that flow state on attack, like Roman said, they are an attacking team. They can crack Clubhouse. Clubhouse is 50-50. And we'll see how this first defense goes. Wildcard up on Gym Bedroom, of course, with this cash extension from Bay. There's going to be a lot of utility for Five Fears to chew through, thanks to the Lamai, thanks to the Mute. They'll even have a Bandit. Kansan could work on Jacuzzi, could work on Platwall. And Five Fears they were thinking about the Blitz. Instead, they're going to run triple hard breach. Just like JJ said, they want to get everything open and keep Wildcard guessing.
Again, allows them to keep wildcards separate from one another, denying that trade. Five Fears, despite losing a good chunk of these rounds in the first half, were still very successful on the entry, winning 5 out of the 6. The only round they did it was Bay getting rid of Forrest as he tried peeking through the dirt tunnel, looking over towards that Jacuzzi balcony. Got JJ and Snake now set up, looking to get this Mav trick going. A good angle here for JJ to look for an early pick. No one decides to challenge it. No Bandit in sight. Nope. We'll be able just to most likely blow it up with an exothermic charge or get a Selma to go over from this position. Nothing too crazy so far from Five Fears. And again, it is a gym defensive hold for Wildcard. So if they need to give up the cash and CC area early, it's not the end of the world. But wow, what an impact grenade from Bay. That's now a second thermite charge dedicated to this initial breach, which it's not the end of the world. You do still have Selma charges and a Maverick and Pocket Breach from Forrest, but that was perfectly tossed from Bay.
And it's not quite as big a breach as you would like. It gives you a lot less time to kill a defender should they be sprinting past the angle to get to CC window. Hot and Cold does take a lot of damage from something. I think a nade from Snake. But he still persists underneath that Logi hatch. Jacuzzi the next wall to fall. JJ gets that one open with basically no trouble. And Five Fears, we mentioned, they said during the timeout that they want the phantom pressure. They want everything open. And that can make it confusing for both Wildcard and us even to figure out where they eventually want to end. And it looks like it's going to be a Jacuzzi execute into Gym as here comes the utility. Flashbangs going out to make sure there's no Wamai, and opening bathroom to make sure no one can play in there.
Yeah, because JJ was in the thermite, Rival still having all 3 of his Selmas to open up this wall leading into bathroom from a safe distance. No one having to run into the building, overexposing themselves to the line of fire held by Wildcard. That now clears out a majority of bathroom. Snake on the lurk as well. A majority of this presence held from Cash has been forfeit, excluding Kansan, who's still holding close from the Cash wall, but JJ lands a critical entry kill for Five Fears. They've now got red control and are slowly constricting Kansan.
Five Fears have been so excellent in this entry department. Their problem has been being able to convert, but Rival gets another kill before Snake is refragged. Fens finds Kansan. It's a 4-2 lead for Five Fears, as Baby Shark is now forced out of Cash. Worried about the player on the window. Forced, maybe looking to play JJ's contact. In comes the Thermite. He dies. Baby Shark can keep playing around the Kiva and gets back to site. This is massive for Wildcard, but Rival in the meantime has already made his way into bathroom after Spiker died. It's all on Hot and Cold. He's been so clutch for Wildcard. Can he do it again? There's one on Rival, looking for the other 2. Fens is dead, and there's barely any time remaining. Force needs to go for the swing, and Hot and Cold, he just keeps getting away with it.
And a third clutch for Hot and Cold in this entire series. A star performance from him, the super sub that Wildcard need to keep this advantage against Five Fears. And Baby Shark now lighting the all chat as well. It can't get any better than this from Wildcard. The recovery from Baby Shark, netting 2 kills on the con extension to fall back into sight. And Hot and Cold, 3 separate 1-for-1 engagements that he played so perfectly. Recontesting bathroom, fighting the guy from con single wall, and playing close with 5 seconds left with the Mossberg, as Forrest has no chance in hell of planting that diffuser. A buddy ace for the Azami and Warden. I was about ready to sing the praises of Five Fears because, again, their early round was 3 kills in a row with 0 response from Wildcard. but their discipline and composure again against 5 Fears has been impressive to say the least, Harrison. A new defensive site chosen for Wildcard. They'll continue to hold this top floor, but now from CCTV and Cash instead. We've got an interesting lineup as well. Tons of stall here with Goyo being selected by Cans and Bay as well on the yoke or on the Echo with these yokais, gathering early information and red pings to figure out what operators exactly 5 Fears is running. Kind of like a pseudo default cam, except, well, you can't really shoot this one. It's kind of flying in the air all over the place. So a little more challenging than that. There isn't a lot of utility that 5 Fears have to directly counter the Azami, except for Capital. Luckily for them, there's no Jaeger or Romai, so one firebolt from Forrest could be enough to overexpose Spiker, but you'd want to have another set of guns here to assist Forrest, as he wouldn't be gun up to take that fight, so it'll take a lot of coordination here from 5 Fears if they want to go for this garage take.
Yet another opening pick that 5 Fears were unable to capitalize on. Again, just like I said in the defensive half, 5 Fears get these entries. They've been great in the early round, but then somebody from Wildcard, one guy, slips through the cracks and has been changing every single round for the better for this Wildcard squad. Like you mentioned, this is likely going to be a garage take from 5 Fears. They've already opened one of those garage walls. Fens lurking in lounge, making sure to cut off any rotate, either bottom garage or down red. With that camera being shot, Wildcard should be aware of his position, though. They also spot the Valkyrie in oil pit, so Fens can hold his rotate blue. If Baby Shark wants to rotate up, he'll have to take the long way. He'll still play in oil pit, despite being spotted, though.
It is wasting more time, but oh, here comes Forrest. Playing down below. Smoke blown out.
Wow.
What?
Why are
he doesn't play gun
doing
up? That's a huge blunder for 5 Fears, losing your Capital against an Azami extension on rafters. And Baby Shark through the metal grates kills another. Are you kidding me?
Baby Shark's feeling it, now trying to take the fight against JJ as Fens gets lit up in garage, trying to amend for his teammates' mistake. Spiker kills Fens. JJ finally won back for his team, but the damage is done. A terrible garage clear from 5 Fears is about to put Wildcard on series point unless Snake has something to say about it. Down goes Spiker. He's got 3 more bodies to find, though, and can't pick up the case because of that gas pipe. This will all be down to kills. And Wildcard know it. They hear him sprinting in through garage. C4 out. It's got his name on it. It deals some damage, but Snake is just going to have to make his way through this window. There's a 90-degree cross being held, and Wildcard are just 1 away from main stage.
6-2, series point in favor of Wildcard, and 5 Fears unable to win the initial gunfights, unable to deal with one person from oil pit. The world is crashing down around them. It's a church and arsenal defense. One of the trickiest bomb sites to play against as any attacking team. Some of the best teams in the world struggling with clearing out that bomb site. And again, just seeing that moment for Forrest, having out his firebolt, maybe expecting Baby Shark to be hiding behind natural cover. I can understand wanting to use your gadget there instead to force him out into your line of fire, but having no one else there to assist you, that's the point I made during the prep phase. Yes, your Capital, that's great for clearing a zombie, but someone has to be gun up with you because you don't have your own rifle available to use during that time. And Baby Shark, capitalizing off of that, wins the first entry, gets a kill through the metal grates, and gives no second chance for 5 Fears in that round. We're seeing what looks to be a roam extension for Wildcard as well, trying to utilize as much of this top floor as they can to waste time and resources, where 5 Fears, a very aggressive lineup as well in their composition, maybe utilizing the blitz here to help deal with that roam up top. You've got Forrest already gathering a lot of information through the con side of the map, now leading into Master. It looks like everybody on Wildcard has, although put some utility upstairs, has fallen back down into the basement, excluding Baby Shark, still lingering by main stairs. But in the meantime, more info gathered for 5 Fears as they're looking to maybe push the envelope towards blue instead with Fens.
Wildcard have since confirmed that there are no roamers. Now it's down to how many hatches they can open. They've only have 2 can openers. The ace likely going to be mainly for Church Wall, so I imagine they'll get all 3 hatches open. Fenn's going to be working the vert in kitchen down into Arsenal. You can already hear that skeleton key starting to go off. Again, 5 Fears, their game plan is to open everything they possibly can and create phantom pressure. One of those Selmas is used for dirt, so if they want all 3 hatches open, Rival is going to have to use his last 2. And I think they'd be on kitchen. Fens looks like he's aware of this verticality being held by Hot and Cold. He skates just past the angle. C4 goes up from the mute, but it's not going to land. Fenn's able to avoid it as he's standing on that counter in the kitchen. About halfway remaining in the round, and Tuberau is delaying this church push.
It's also denying the Grim canisters from giving away crucial information for 5 Fears. Nitrocell prepped as well for Baby Shark. He's waiting for the Zoto canister to finish off, and then he'll toss it out knowing someone's close to that triple wall, at least breaking the Selma charges. Great use of utility there. But regardless, Rival still having one last Selma charge, can get this main wall opened up, but has to wait another second longer for that last Zoto canister. So much time has been used up here by Wildcard. Only 50 seconds for 5 Fears to start this execute. And now they're dropping the case off of Forest on JJ. They might be trying to adjust last second, but it might be too late, Harrison, as they've lost JJ.
The Grim dead. Case dropped outside short. Just inside of Moto. Forrest going to try and come down blue. Rival takes down Spiker, who tried to get aggressive by main stairs. Look at this angle from Baby Shark. There is no way that Rival is going to be able to fight this. Another trade, and now the man advantage is in the hands of Wildcard. Fens trying to make something happen by Moto. The 2v1 being taken by Forrest doesn't work out. Fens is the last man standing against 2 players holding blue. He cuts the head off of Bay, but Hot and Cold has been so clutch. Reload comes in, the shotgun is there! And once again, Hot and Cold puts Wildcard on his back. The Cinderella for JJ Nation ends here. Spiker Mafia is going to main stage.
From benched player to clutch factor for Wildcard, it's Hot and Cold to close out the series 7-2 for Wildcard, ruining the hopes of former JJ and Co. Now 5 Fears. The lower bracket run ends today as Wildcard, our 8th confirmed team for Phase 3 after a beautiful performance on Cafe, sealing the deal in overtime, round 15. And it didn't even look close there on most rounds for Clubhouse. An absolutely beautiful game, and I hope we get to see both these teams in the next major and more out of Wildcard as they make it to playoffs. Before we get the interviews underway, we'll hop into a quick break to set them up and return shortly, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone. If you missed that series, you missed an incredible show. JJ versus Spiker with main stage on the line. Five Fears looked incredible after map 1. They were really close on map 2. Wildcard just a little bit better. And then we get to map 3, and Wildcard by far and away looked like the better team almost every single round.
Absolutely. It was night and day from what we saw in Chalet. I almost thought we were going to have Five Fears sweeping the series 2-0 like they have throughout the lower bracket, but Wildcard on Cafe, they did an incredible job of stopping the entry from Five Fears, having a better info game, and ratting quite often as well. And then they brought a lot of that same style of play going into Clubhouse, despite Five Fears being 5-6 on the entry in the first half. They only won 2 out of the 6 rounds altogether, just going to show how incredible this team was playing off their utility, off their crossfires, doing a fantastic job of still getting the gap in towards site. Hot and Cold as well, having some of the most kills on that team. I think Baby Shark still had more at 29. It was Hot and Cold 26. That was a great performance by both him, the super sub, and Baby Shark, who has been fairly inconsistent since the Swiss stage, but today he brought the firepower.
Yeah, Hot and Cold, I mean, we can't sing his praises enough. He was absolutely instrumental in that Clubhouse victory. 2 clutches, 1 huge gap hit on basement. If it wasn't for Hot and Cold, we could be in the game still with a 5-4 Five Fears lead. But we are going to go ahead and talk to the winners. Jonah is here with Wildcard.
Wildcard take the win, and they're going to main stage. Hot and Cold, tell me right now. I mean, the feeling right now that's going through your body. Can we reset? Yes. Okay, good. Sorry. Wildcard take the win. They're joining us on the main stage in just 2 days. Matt, your reaction after this win? We talked about the revenge story. It's very much alive.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, my main goal is just getting these guys to the stage. You know, at the very least, I'm excited to be playing at the stage because this is the only event my mom could come to. She can't fly, so I really wanted to make the stage.
Baby Shark, you don't know this yet, but during one of the halftime breaks, JJ, the team were talking, and they said, Baby Shark's on attack. He's not going to be able to do anything. You came out, top fragged, led the team the whole way. How does that feel to put that over on them?
I mean, of course, it feels good. It feels super good. I know that like during the kickoff, I had like a tough time. It was not like my best like performance, and I'm super happy being able to like go playing on main stage with a substitute with Matt. I mean, we're super happy, and of course, I was going to help my team. I'm back. I told it on Twitter. I'm just back. I want to win everything. We're gonna give our best to give like the NA another trophy.
Man, it also feels like we saw some of your best today. When we think of fragging IGLs in NA, it's usually Spiker that comes to mind. You were dropping some insane numbers. I mean, so many different clutches throughout the game. I mean, what was different for you as you went into this lobby?
I think I was very cool, calm, and collected today. I think when I let the clutches come to me instead of trying to make the clutches, if that makes sense. You know, I wasn't forcing the hero plays, just kind of letting the round come to me.
Amazing. Well, we will see Wildcard on the main stage. We will see Hot and Cold and his mom in person here in Salt Lake City. So we'll see you there.
Awesome stuff. I mean, like you said, Hot and Cold, cool, calm, and collected. Maybe the superest sub of all super subs. And Baby Shark's super right. He's back, right? We talked about one of the big talking points heading into this event for Wildcard was obviously Hot and Cold coming into sub, but also Baby Shark did not have a good kickoff. It was not a kind event to him, but he is most definitely back. And now we can talk to JJ and his team and see their thoughts after that match.
2, 1. 5 Fears here after the loss. Guys, you played a great game. It was a valiant effort. You guys impressed so many people. And it sounded like, JJ, and I'll start with you, that the message in here was one of gratitude, appreciation, rather than hanging your heads in defeat.
Yeah, you're going to... God damn it, man. I was fine until you said that shit, man. I was fine, man. I mean... fuck me. I'm just so proud of the boys here. Like, I couldn't imagine even being at a LAN event come last year with where I started in my career and everything. And these boys, like, put so much trust and faith and, like, love and just being great teammates to me when I'm not the best teammate. And I truly, like,
they deserve the world, man. I'm just proud of them for how much hard they worked and the fight we put on, and I'm optimistic for the future because I know we can achieve a lot.
I was hearing you guys going around complimenting each other about what went well. Snake, is that something that you guys are looking forward, are going to be holding on to, the success you've had here?
Yeah, we're just going to try to build on, what we did throughout the year. We know, what we do good, we know what we do bad, and we just got to try to, make our weaknesses our strengths going forward, really.
Dude, we're a fucking online team. And you know what? We'll be a LAN team at some point.
I mean, this is the first LAN event or at least the first international competition for three of you, right? I mean, this is a big moment, and I think you guys performed incredibly well. I know there's people out there that hate you. There's people out there that love you so much, Rival. I mean, to either of those groups, do you have anything you want to say to them?
I mean, I feel like all the haters are just going to end up loving us even more after they see, how we're going to go with things. I think this stage wasn't a fluke, and I think the people that gained to love us, and the people that hate us for right now over the Rios or whatever they think they're going to be dramatic about, I think they're going to begin to love us when we continue to just put on the shows that the game deserves and what we continue to do throughout the maps and the stages and the lands.
As we close things out, JJ, I'll pass the mic to you just briefly. Is there anything else you want to say to the people as we wrap things up on what has been a successful first chunk of the year for 5 years?
Yeah, just thank you to all the guys who actually showed up and supported for us from day one. Thank you to our org. They're truly great guys. They're a small group of guys, but they care for us. They do a lot for us, and they do a lot more than others would. And we're very grateful for them. And I guess the last thing is Ballsack Nation will keep riding.
Was waiting for that. 5 Fears, a fantastic showing in what is essentially their first international event ever.
And for their first ever international event, Harrison, I feel like they did quite well for themselves. Obviously, you want to make it to that main stage. You want to hear the crowd cheering you on. But for a team that a lot of people initially for the NAL kickoff weren't expecting to not only make it into the major, but be first and flawless, this has been an incredible storyline for them. And I think they've got plenty more in the tank after this event.
Yeah, I think as they gain more experience, they will, like Forrest said, transition from being an online team to a LAN team. Again, JJ, seeing him get teared up. Oh my god.
Yeah, that was tough, bro. That was so tough.
We've been catching that guy for, oh my god, 7 years now. But same thing for Spiker. Super glad to see at least one of them make the main stage. And speaking of the main stage, John, we know our matches for Friday. Of course, this is a single elimination BO3 tournament up until the finals that are best of 5s, and we have some treats. FaZe Clan versus Falcons, the rematch from Boston. DZ versus Wildcard, another NA derby. Wildcard, of course, playing DZ and kicking them to the lower bracket in the NAL kickoff stage. Twisted Minds versus Enterprise, MENA versus Australia, and then another classic G2 versus Shopify Rebellion.
We've got Big Bad Nadian versus Alamal. That will be an incredible battle of the wits for our fourth quarterfinal. And the two, I would say, most dark horse teams of Enterprise, the only APAC team to make it in the top 8, and Twisted Minds has shown one of the most enjoyable people to watch play this game as well. Remember that GK play from him with the Azami on Oregon? That still lives in my head rent-free. He does such an amazing job at making those hero plays work out. But Harrison, I cannot wait for Phase 3. And luckily, we won't have to wait all that much longer. We'll have a day of rest for all the players and return on Friday at, I believe, 10 o'clock, if not 10:30 local time.
It's 10 a.m. Mountain, so that's noon Eastern if you're on a real time zone. Don't know what it is for Europe. I think it's like, what are they, 6 hours, 7 hours ahead?
Yeah, so about
something like that.
5 to 7
what
p.m.
did I say? I said noon, right?
Yeah,
noon
so 5
EST.
to 7 p.m. There you go.
Thank you all for watching. We will see you all back here on Friday at 10 a.m. Mountain Time for all 4 of those single elim best of 3s. Again, thank you all so much for watching. Thank you to all the teams who have been eliminated, and we are looking forward to those quarterfinals. We will see you there.